Hello everyone. Today, a very interesting story awaits you. And before it starts, I would like to ask you to like this video and subscribe to the channel. The story begins with the girl announcing to the boys that they all must know what their presence in this place means. 19-year-old students who failed to reach level 6 would be expelled from the school. Those whose names she was about to read out could go about their business. As she read out the list, Gu thought about how he had been training for over 6 years, but had only reached the 5th level. He was just a little short of remaining in the immortal clan. When he heard his name, he was very disappointed because the guy was really very close to staying. Since our hero was very nervous, he immediately began to lose consciousness. Everyone present did not understand what had happened to him. After some time, when the young man suddenly came to his senses, he saw his sister Saya next to him. The young man looked at her in surprise and asked why there were so many different bubbles around her silhouette. The girl did not understand what he was talking about and said that he had not reached level 6 within the allotted time, so he would be expelled from school. But the 5th level is enough to ensure the safety of your family for the rest of your life. The guy ignored everything she said and repeated that there really were some strange bubbles around the older one. Zia didn't understand what he was talking about again and asked if Gu even knew that he had lost consciousness for half an hour. He should understand that there are many people who cannot enter the immortal door. Our hero jumped out of bed, interrupted her, and repeated that there really were some strange spheres around her. The girl thought he was pestering her, so she was indignant that Xiaoyan dared to behave like that. In fact, the guy was trying to reach the bottle near her head. As soon as he managed to touch it, he immediately began to feel something being absorbed into his body. The sister pushed him away sharply and exclaimed that he was restless. One of the students came to check on the boy and was very surprised to see him pressed against the wall. An irritated sire walked past him and ordered him to make sure Gu left as soon as possible. The young man muttered that he had had enough. It seemed that all his ribs were broken. It was all over. Hay reported that he had seen everything. Gu was about to leave, but dared to touch the hands of the sect's first beauty. Our hero was only concerned about why the bubbles around him were different. As the youth continued to say that didn't he know that the girl was an inner disciple who ranked first in physical skills, Xiaoyan reached out to the sphere near his head. When there was an awkward pause, the young man exclaimed that it was not what he thought. Qian immediately started running away, screaming that he was a pervert. Gu tried to explain that the guy had completely misunderstood everything. Then, Xiaoyan looked around and saw that there were bubbles of different colors floating around the room. He had no idea what was going on, after which the young man decided to start gently touching each of them. It dawned on him that when he pierced these bubbles, his body could absorb their energy. It's just unbelievable. Will our hero really be able to become the greatest and leave his mark on history? It seems that vitality is an attribute that increases cultivation ability. Even this low-grade stone added a whopping 97 points. After it is absorbed, the original bubble property disappears and turns into a countdown. It seems that it is time for the next recovery. Just now, the elder sister's bone was bubbling. The feeling of absorption was completely different from the life force. He doesn't understand at all why he suddenly started seeing these spheres. However, if he is given such an ability, then he cannot waste it. After some time, the young man asked in surprise if Xiaoyan was really a pervert. Qian Hai replied that it was very good that he had failed the test and would soon be expelled from the sect. Suddenly, our hero appeared behind him, put his hand on his shoulder, and exclaimed that he had found him. The young man immediately began to run away from him, shouting for him to leave him alone immediately. Gu muttered that how could he let him go when the guy had what he needed the most. Hay tried to run away from him and shouted that he should stop chasing him. Gu replied that if he didn't run away from him, he would stop chasing him. He thought to himself that only by absorbing tree attribute points could he revive his talent. If the guy left the clan, there might not be such an opportunity in the future. Then, running past another young man, he saw the bubbles he needed around him. His expression immediately changed, as this was exactly what he needed. Vu immediately suspected something was wrong and started running away screaming for this pervert not to come anywhere near him. After some time, a huge crowd was already running away from our hero, indignant that no one could help them. Gu shouted that they should stop immediately and let him soak in a little more. He thought to himself that if he didn't do this, he would be kicked out of the sect today. Suddenly now stopped and said that there were already a lot of them. Why were they running from this lunatic? He only had the 5th level of ki study. The young man asked, really, why were they running away from him? He doesn't eat people. One of the guys said he heard that people who are possessed by a female ghost absorb male energy. The guy woke up from a faint, and maybe she possessed him. Chan replied that, in principle, only his fist could deal with this situation. Shaoyan exclaimed that if they wanted to fight, then fine, whoever was first. He thought to himself that he wouldn't have to worry about how to take the rest of the bubbles from him. The young man exclaimed that there was no point in fighting him one-on-one. They would simply pounce on him together and beat the crap out of him. The young man replied that this was also possible. He noted to himself that now he did not need to worry about how to approach such a large number of people. While the guy was thinking that he shouldn't fight head-on but should concentrate on absorbing these bubbles, he got hit in the jaw by a fist. The young man thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had taken advantage of the opportunity and absorbed his attribute. Otherwise, it would have all been in vain. Meanwhile, everyone else started attacking him, and he mentally threatened to return these blows in double size. While the young man was being attacked from all sides, he collected the balls he needed. After a moment, he began to realize that his cultivation base seemed like it might not be able to withstand such a large amount of attribute points at once. Suddenly, the older sister appeared and asked what was going on here. Our hero immediately grabbed the girl by the leg and began to beg her to save him from these abnormal people. But instead of giving him the help he needed, Saya kicked him in the face with all her might. Gu noted to himself that this blow was too mean, and she was a real devil incarnate. It seemed that he had made her very angry earlier. After all, she is still the #1 genius of the inner sect, which is responsible for monitoring the outer sect. This is bad because he still lacks bubbles. Pointing her sword at him, Saya asked if he remembered her words about those who had not reached the 6th level of ki having to leave the outer sect. The young man muttered that he was actually at the 6th level of ki confinement. The girl said that she was the head disciple of the Green Cloud sect. Did he really think that she couldn't see his cultivation level? At the moment, the guy has barely reached level 5, but of course, it's a little different from what it was in the morning. But the 5th is the 5th. Let him go now. She won't blame him for what happened earlier, but if Gu continues to lie like this, then Sia will destroy his cultivation. Hei said he understood that he wanted to stay in the sect, but it was important to reach level 6 at age 18. This was a test of whether the boy would be able to break through to the next level in the future. The young man objected again that he was on the 6th floor. If no one believed him, then let the older sister see for herself. The girl noted that he was too stubborn. Let him remember that if the young man did not achieve him, he would be destroyed by her. If this turns out to be true, the young man will get everything he wants. Saya Sinsyu is not going to go back on his word. Everyone present was discussing that he must have gone crazy. Sister is the first genius in the clan with enormous talent. Her cultivation has already reached the peak of the Yuan realm. She only has one step left to reach the next realm. He's an outer disciple who was expelled. How did he even think of proposing a duel? Our hero thought to himself, what other duel? He seems to be taking a test to see if he has reached level 6. Therefore, the longer the guy shows the power of this rank, the higher the chance that Gu will pass it. Now, to achieve the desired effect, more balls are needed. She has the attribute of diligence, which is excluded first. So, what he needs is only the life force and the intent of the sword. From his experience, vitality is the most important. It directly affects the cultivation ability. There is also root bone, which can improve the efficiency of energy absorption. But the young man doesn't know what the intention of the ball is, since he hasn't encountered it yet. Meanwhile, the girl said to attack and demonstrate all your abilities. Shaoyan countered that she had already reached the peak of the Yuan realm. She was 2 levels higher than him. Sia could defeat him with one hand, so he felt it would be difficult to show his true strength. The sister replied that she would be able to tell what level he was as soon as the guy lunged. Since this was a test, she would not take the initiative into her own hands, so she could attack calmly. The young man noted to himself that she had swallowed the bait. Now he would accept her life force first. After which the young man warned her that she should be careful and rushed to attack. As soon as our hero approached her, the girl immediately jumped aside. He was about to catch the life force, but unfortunately she dodged it too quickly. Gu thought to himself that he had attacked her from the side of zeal, and she had gone to the other side, so he had not been able to grab the vital forces that were on the left. When the young man made another attempt, his sister dodged again, and he noted that she was very flexible. Then, Sinseu placed the sword on his shoulder and said that it was too bad. He wasn't even level 5. Seeing the intention of the sword near him, our hero decided to try to take it first. While he was busy thinking, Xia pushed him hard and exclaimed, "How dare Shaoyan be distracted during a fight?" After which she told him to just give up. He would go to the mountains as soon as it became possible, and as for the cultivation base, let him just forget about it. She didn't care about it. The young man asked to wait a minute. Wasn't it he who should make the next move now? After which the young man suddenly flew towards her, and she barely managed to dodge the sword strike. After which he noted to himself that he could not miss the opportunity to capture another bubble. It's really convenient that only he can see these things. Gu never thought that sword intent could help him reach the 6th level. And the life force of the #1 expert of the inner sect will be a gift for him, in honor of overcoming the 6th rank. The sister placed the sword on his shoulder again and exclaimed that it was simply impossible. How did he manage to create the sword's aura? Usually, only people who have been practicing fencing for many years can master it. How did he, an outside student, manage to do it? Our hero thought to himself why this woman was constantly poking him with a sword. He said out loud that it was because of her. The girl's bet was so tempting that everyone would desperately want to win. After which the young man asked if it meant that he had passed the test. Xia replied that she hoped he would have some conscience when he took the intersect exam. Gu exclaimed actually about her promise. Then he began to quickly babble that he was just joking, because in fact, the guy was very afraid that he would be kicked out of the sect, which is why he had to fight with it. The elder one replied that when he finished chatting, he should come to the inner door and say that he was coming to see her. The young man muttered that he really would have to go looking for her if he wanted to find a really good sword. Although it's better to forget about this for now and first go to the Pavilion of Tibetan Scriptures. It's a pity that outer disciples can only enter the 1st level, but the assassin sword technique he mastered seems to be the best. Gu heard that good practice can even control earth energy. Most of the attributes of the outer sect disciples were absorbed by it, and the essence stone disappeared. The life force of these items is even more pitiful. The test to advance to the inner courtyard, which lasts for half a year, cannot be missed in any case. Shaoyan can go there just to test himself. After some time, he went to the forest near Mount Silian to look at the local animals. His guess was right. Monsters also have attributes, but he naturally didn't expect to encounter the 2nd rank at the very beginning. Monster levels 1 and 2 are equal to key confinement, while 3 and 4 are Zuyuan. 5 and 6 are the condensed truth realm, 7 and 8 are Saiwan pills. And finally, 9 corresponds to the Shanghai realm practitioner. This bear is much stronger than him, so you need to be careful. After some time, one of the inner disciples killed one of the enraged animals, after which he said, "Could it be that the one who dared to pester Sire Sinseu came to the Silian Mountains all alone?" The boy explained that yes. Gu did not have a sufficient cultivation level to stay in their school. Therefore, he could not bear the shock and lost consciousness. The sister who was responsible that day saved him. As a result, this trash woke up and wanted to roll around on Sia, who flew out of the bedroom with a wild scream. But he didn't have time to finish speaking because he immediately got a slap in the face. Inner disciple Hua Sharon wiped his hand with a handkerchief in disgust and asked how the young man dared to call her by her name. He explained that she had originally wanted to banish him, but the boy had reached key level 6 by pure chance. In the end, the elder lost the bet, so he could ask for whatever he wanted. The young man really didn't like the information he heard, and he menacingly asked where that impudent fellow was at the moment. Meanwhile, our hero tried to fight off the bear and thought that the strength of this wild animal in fury mode is no less than 1,000 kilograms. It is simply impossible to overcome, so it is necessary to at least try to take possession of the largest number of attributes. After a moment, he managed to get to rage, strength, and defense, which increased the number of points of each of these skills. He then charged forward using the lone assassin's sword technique. The boy never thought that this rage could be so strong. Fortunately, most of the attributes of demonic beasts are external. Therefore, Gu absorbs its bubbles in order to weaken it. It's a pity that this bear has no life force. Perhaps the reason is the low level. Suddenly, a voice remarked that this was not bad. An outer disciple who was about to be expelled from the sect and one who had been hanging at the 5th level of Ki just a few days ago was able to kill this wild beast single-handedly. Sharon added that he really reached level 6. The guy is even a little surprised. Perhaps our hero will tell us how he did it. The young man asked who he was to demand anything from him. One of the henchmen exclaimed, "This is Senior Brother Hua. He is in the top 30 disciples of the inner sect. When a guy asks about something, it is better to answer obediently." Shao Yan apologized and replied that he didn't even remember who was in second place. The student got angry that he really thought he was the smartest. After which he gave the order to go and teach this ungrateful child a lesson. Our hero was not at all frightened by this, and he deftly dealt with everyone who approached him. Everyone present was surprised where he got such speed. Was he really a body cultivator? Then they decided that most likely it was some kind of cheating skill. Gu thought to himself that he had spent a lot of energy on the beast, and these three were at least at the 8th level of Ki confinement. Although he had dodged their attacks, there was still a disciple with an unknown cultivation level behind them. Then he said that he had never met him before, never knew him before, and did not know what he wanted from him. So let him clarify the situation. Sharon replied that although he had no contact with him, if the guy could help Sinsiu avoid the shameful promise, wouldn't that make him a hero? Plus, maybe she'll be so grateful to him that she'll develop feelings. Wouldn't that be a good story? The young man stated that this meant that the young man wanted him dead for some reason. He immediately began to deny everything and said that the mountain range was so big and he dared to come here with his 6th level. It would be logical that his bones would accidentally be eaten by monsters. Our hero decided to distract him and exclaimed that his older sister had really come here too. Then he took advantage of the moment and started running. The young man was indignant at how he dared to fool him. Shao Yan shouted from the tree that the girl would do everything to fulfill the promise she made to him, after which he added that he kissed everyone on the cheek since it was time for him to move on. Hua shouted that we must immediately chase after him. He is heading into the depths of the Silian Mountains. The guy thought on the way that the top 30 disciples of the inner sect should already be in the Chuan realm. Moreover, those 3 trashes had already reached the 8th level of Ki. He didn't have a single chance in a fair fight. Even if he absorbed the snake's speed attribute, he would still be unable to resist them. If he were given at least a month, he would be able to kill them without any problem. Anyway, for now, he can only hide in the mountains to see if he can use the powers of the monster beasts to defeat them. Meanwhile, some girl in the forest loudly exclaimed why these small fish were taking so long. The man in the tree announced that the target had been detected and fired a flare because support was needed. When he decided to suddenly jump on the girl, she immediately repelled his attack with one blow. Our hero noted to himself that he seemed to have encountered some kind of powerful monster. This woman is too strong and the young man has never met anyone like her in all the years of his life. This attribute alone is at least above the Chuan realm. It turns out that the girl is at the level of condensed truth. After some time, a huge crowd of mercenaries appeared around the girl. She asked if the guys wanted to save the palace. Their leader replied that the princess was all alone in the mountains. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and her lineage looked very sweet. While Gu was absorbing the spheres, she said that she had heard that the heavenly palace was full of masters. Even a small warrior should have a Chuan sphere. I wonder who he is, one of the 12 gods or one of the 4 officials. The man replied that the day god's wanderer showed his deepest respect for the princess. Let her go with him to meet Master Sinziun. The girl asked him with a challenge in her voice what he would do if she didn't go anywhere. One of the 12 gods replied that then he would have to bring her by force. The princess said that whoever needed her should come himself. The god of the day replied that such an important matter had been reported to the heavenly officials, and it was expected that the master would know that she was there. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking that there was so much light energy around at the moment, and he needed to absorb as much of it as possible. At the same time, on the other hand, the guys continued to search for our hero. One of them said that it was strange. That boy was only at the 6th level of Ki. How could he run so fast? The girl exclaimed that she was afraid that there would be more monsters. They didn't know if they could defeat them. The guy said that she was a coward. Brother Hua was already halfway through the Quan realm. Why was she so afraid? Noticing that the birds had taken flight, the inner disciple noted that there seemed to be some movement there. It seemed that the impudent fellow had met a monster. When the young man was discovered, the youth immediately rushed to attack him, shouting for him to die. Xiaoyan noted to himself that they were all here, and that was great. All that was left was a small matter. Our hero immediately started running towards the princess and shouting that there were murderers there and that help was needed. These people killed a samurai for no reason and deserve to be punished. They need to be caught. When the god of the day asked who they were, the young man shouted that they should answer the question he had asked. The guy thought to himself that they were masters, and it was better not to blab too much. Then he introduced himself and said that he belonged to the Qinyan sect. They had an order to capture Gu Xiaoyan, an outer disciple who had been expelled. The young man was indignant at what nonsense he was talking, since the young man didn't even know him. The head of the samurai noted that it had become too noisy, so he gave the order to kill everyone. Our hero tried to object that this should never be done, as it was too cruel. But it was too late. The mercenaries rushed to attack. The guys were angry that they were now being pressed because of this scum. They needed to escape somehow. Xiaoyan, meanwhile, thought that all these warriors were at a high level, so it was impossible to fight without a plan. Looking at the princess, the guy noted that apparently she did not agree with these people. In other words, it is safest to be behind her back, as she is incredibly strong and can protect herself. When he got a little closer to her, he noticed that she had a simply murderous aura. Surprisingly, this is such a new attribute. The aura of the Sire Sword helped him a lot last time. I wonder if he will be lucky again. The guy quickly rushed forward to catch the sphere he needed. But suddenly the girl stopped him and did not let him get too close to what he needed, after which she pushed our hero away from herself some distance back. Still, the young man managed to grab the sphere with the murderous aura that he was so eager to get. Then the young man began to merge with this powerful energy and immediately felt a surge of strength. The princess didn't understand what was going on and how he managed to obtain her ability. The samurai shouted that this boy had an aura like a girl. He might be related to blood, so we can't let him get away. After which the mercenaries rushed to attack, but the girl dealt with them, one might say, with one hand. As he attacked, the leader said that he heard that 3 years ago, the princess had reached the realm of condensed truth. So now he, the god of the day, would be able to feel the full power of the blood. Her Highness immediately put up a defense and exclaimed that he would never be able to cope with her. Hua Sharon didn't understand what kind of blood they were talking about at first, but then it dawned on him that it was probably reincarnation blood. His companion asked what he was talking about. Let him explain in more detail if he knew. The guy replied that people who have undergone reincarnation have the talent that all immortal cultivators dream of. Their development abilities are different. The speed is several times higher than that of ordinary people. If they can survive, they will surpass the Shanhei realm in strength. It is said that blood is an ancient creation. It only acknowledged one person as its partner for life and remained faithful to that person until the end. The person who can reincarnate her must be a genius. That was until the Holy Land discovered another effect, the elixir. Several great masters learned about it when they added blood to their pills. The resulting effect could help them surpass the Shanhei realm. From that time on, blood reincarnations were no longer considered geniuses. Each reincarnated person was sent to the Holy Land, where they were raised as an elixir. Since they were constantly being reborn, they were considered an unlimited source, but the materials for the remedy learned of their fate. Each reincarnation is reflected in the heavens by a killing star. So when the blood entered the mortal world, the Holy Land went hunting. In the end, the entire dynasty was destroyed, after which he shouted to our hero that it turns out he is related to blood. If the clan finds out, he will definitely be kicked out. The guy thought to himself that this woman was a reincarnation of blood. It turns out that after he absorbed her murderous aura, he was also mistaken for one of them. The princess, meanwhile, dealt with the god of the day very successfully and without much difficulty. Suddenly, one of the 4 heavenly officials named Sei Uchan appeared on the battlefield. Chao Bu, together with his samurai, immediately began to bow and say that they greeted the Lord of Heaven. The man said that the blood had not appeared for 3 years. They had done a good job to find it. A reward awaited them upon their return to the heavenly palace. He will deal with this girl as for the stupid fish, but he did not have time to finish, because he was interrupted. Hua exclaimed that he was a disciple of the Tinyon sect. The guys had come to this place by mistake while trying to catch the intruder. If he didn't mind, they could help him catch the blood. After which he pointed his finger at our hero and added that he had done some mischief in the sect. The young man had been following him on orders and had accidentally interfered with them. Gu noted to himself that there was one more powerful monster. He needed to get out of here quickly while he still had the chance. There was no point in dragging everyone along with him. The heavenly official gave orders to his henchmen to immediately catch him and bring him back. But the princess quickly flew up to the god of the day and declared that they were not finished with him yet. Sin Luan's path was blocked by Seiyu Qian, who said that he was now her opponent. The devil protects the child who has reached the key confinement area. It is quite interesting. How does she think he can really escape from the heavenly palace? Sometime later, our hero thought that he never thought that even after absorbing the monster's agility attribute, he would not be able to break away from this guy. When the man disappeared from sight, the boy thought that he had left and it was safe. In fact, Boo had simply moved to a tree, after which, shouting "Die!" the young man rushed to attack the guy, expecting to catch him off guard. But Xiaoyan quickly jumped to the side and did not allow himself to be hit to kill. It turned out that the god of the day had hit someone's nest and broken some large eggs. The young man noted that even the deities were not very good. He generally fights or steals eggs. The man said he thought he had set a trap to catch him. Suddenly, a giant snake hit the young man with its huge tail, after which she grabbed the god of the day tightly with her long body and began to hiss menacingly. Gu explained that this monster is a python that has reached the 4th rank. Its strength is currently at the level of the Seiyu Yuan realm. This creature always appears when someone wants to covet its nest. It's a shame that someone was so thoughtless as to damage this monster's eggs. So let Cao prepare to feel the full fury of a 4th-rank demonic beast. The man grabbed him by the mouth and declared that some pathetic monster of such a low level was not capable of killing him. Our hero came closer to him and asked if he was sure about himself at all, after which he wanted to strike him with his sword, but the god of the day covered himself with a python at the last moment. Then she said that Gu had made a fatal mistake. He had decided to use a snake to get rid of him, but he had overlooked one thing. In order to become one of the 12 wandering gods of the Yuan realm in the heavenly palace, one must reach the realm of condensed truth. The guy was behind him in a flash, inflicted a wound, and declared that this was nonsense. Bo was just starting to notice that he was slowing down, after which the young man decided to simply stall for time in order to win it. The day god muttered that it was impossible. A mere boy at the key confinement realm level couldn't defeat him. As Cao fell to the ground, our hero revealed that his sword was coated with King Cobra venom. To be honest, he was saving it for Hua Sharon, but if it weren't for him, Xiaoyan wouldn't have been able to defeat him. I thought to myself that it was sad to realize this, but it seems that after moving to the level of condensed truth, the cultivation of Qi becomes internal, which means there are no bubbles with life force, and you can take the mask with you. Maybe he will need it in the future. Suddenly Sharon appeared, looked around and asked in shock if the god of the day was really dead. Our hero replied that they had chosen a dangerous path. It was better not to mess with him. Hua exclaimed, "This is simply impossible. Even he, at the level of the Chuan realm, cannot handle a cultivator of the heavenly palace. How could such a worthless outer disciple defeat him?" In any case, the man was fighting the python, and the young man just meanly attacked him from behind. Our hero replied that this was, of course, an interesting idea, but it was he who had set the demonic beast on him. Sharon gave orders to his subordinates to immediately catch him and deliver him to the Lord of the Heavens. But as soon as they approached the young man, he immediately threw them aside. The young man was indignant that it wasn't him. It wasn't the owner of the 6th level of Qi. How could the guy knock down 2 8th-level masters with one blow? Our hero said that all this time he could not understand why they were trying to kill him. Is he really that eager to please Sister Saya? It turns out that a young man can kill someone he sees for the first time without even looking, even if he doesn't hold a grudge against him, right? Hua replied that if he wanted to know the reason so much, then he should take into account his weakness. Killing him is the easiest option. Gu thought to himself, after all, this trash is in the middle of the Yuan sphere. This means that head-on will definitely lose. He has much more energy, which means he will have to finish quickly. The guy had to grab a chance to piss him off and hit him with all his might. After which he started shouting that if he wanted to kill him so much, then let him try. After which the young man rushed past his opponent at the speed of light so that it was impossible to even catch a glimpse of him. The inner student was surprised how this was possible. Such speed is at least the level of Earth technology. Once in the tree, Xiaoyan asked what was wrong. Could it be that a person who was in the top 30 couldn't keep up with an outside disciple who was expelled from the clan? He thought to himself that the simply absorbed attributes of that huge python accelerated him even more. Meanwhile, the young man became angry and shouted that he would beg him for mercy on his knees. Our hero thought to himself that now they would test how much stronger he had become. Gu parried his attack with such force that the boy simply flew back some distance. Xiaoyan then held a sword to his throat and asked him how it felt to be beheaded by a disciple like him. Hua was indignant that this was simply impossible. The boy was only at the 6th level of Qi study, and he was in the middle of gathering Qi. The young man simply could not defeat him with one blow. Our hero thought to himself that this was not bad. The combination of these abilities could defeat even someone with more than one blow. Out loud, he said that he didn't expect that he would be so weak. Hua noted that although he was reckless, it seemed that the opponent himself did not expect that he could parry the blow. Then, he said that he fell into his hands through carelessness. He should fight once and for all if he does not chicken out. Our hero heard screams and stomping, after which he realized that the heavenly soldiers would find them now. The enemy took advantage of the moment and started running towards them, shouting that the boy was there. Xiaoyan thought to herself, "This guy really is ruthless to himself. He even intentionally hurt himself to escape. There are too many samurai in the forest and also an official of unknown level. It is better to get out of here as soon as possible." With his new speed, it shouldn't be a problem, but it felt like the princess at that moment helped him escape. The young man began to be tormented by doubts because he needed to forget about her and run away if his life was dear. But still, our hero came back and noted that everyone had gone somewhere. It's somehow strange. Who won anyway? But anyway, what difference does it make? If there is no one there, then he can calmly return back to the clan, because it is still too dangerous around. Suddenly, an official appeared behind him and asked if he wasn't the kid she was trying to save. Had he really come back to help her? How touching it all was. The young man realized that the best way out of this situation would be to simply run away. But the man didn't let him do this with the help of his magical abilities, after which he suggested making bets and seeing if the girl would come to his aid. The boy exclaimed that the master was mistaken. He was just a small outer disciple. He had never even heard his name, so the man could let him go. Unexpectedly, the heavenly official replied that he simply needed to check one thing. Yan Qin knows very well what her bloodline to the Holy Land means. Then why did she leave the palace and move to the Silian Mountains alone? The young man exclaimed in surprise, "What palace? Could it really have been a princess?" The heavenly official replied that he didn't know how. The girl was the daughter of Emperor Yan of the Great Yuan Kingdom. So let this boy let Seiuqian test his suspicions right now. Our hero thought to himself how Yan could possibly come to his aid and what he was counting on. It seemed like today was his last day. But suddenly the girl materialized in front of him and repelled the attacker. Then he said that the princess had escaped danger, so why did she come back? After which he noted that the old man guessed correctly and said that the young man was blessed. The princess exclaimed irritably that he was talking too much, that he could not stop talking. Then she suddenly and sharply attacked him with her royal dragon key. The man noted that the girl was indeed strong, however. If she wanted to defeat him, her key was still not enough. When the heavenly official began to attack her, he asked her if she was really serious about taking his blow. After enduring such a powerful attack, the princess crouched down and looked very weakened. Our hero began to panic, as he did not understand what to do. Even Yan Xin was no match for him. Suddenly, a sphere of royal dragon key rolled to the young man's feet. Having begun to absorb it, the young man noted that this attribute was incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, the heavenly official shouted that he was now going to break her royal dragon kai with one blow. The man has a great chance to destroy the princess today, and he will definitely take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, the boy rushed to attack him, shouting that there was no harm in dreaming. With all the strength he had gathered so far, he had the most powerful sword, which was even more powerful than the one that Hua swung, after which he struck with a cry for the heavenly official to immediately give him his life. The man was indignant at how Gu dared to attack him when he could handle him with one hand. But suddenly, a millimeter away from him, there was another powerful blow, which he barely managed to dodge. The princess thought that this was a great opportunity, since the old madman was careless. After which she flew up to him and dealt a powerful blow in order to disorient him. Then she grabbed the young man by the hand and exclaimed that they had to run as quickly as possible. After a while, she reported that that official had been injured by her, so he would not follow them for the time being. So he should quickly return to the Qin sect. When asked what about her, the girl replied that she was the ruler of a great country. Naturally, someone would take her back. The young man asked her to be careful, as that devil could catch up with her again at any moment. The princess looked at him carefully and said that she still didn't know his name. Our hero introduced himself and said that he was an outer disciple of the Qin sect, but now he had a chance to become an inner one. Her Highness thanked the young man for saving her. It was unexpected. The young man objected that it was Yan who had returned to help him. In general, why did she do that? Even the old devil suspected that she would come. The princess didn't have time to answer, because her subordinates arrived to take her away. They immediately started apologizing for being late and scaring her. Men deserve to die. The elder would like to ask the girl to return to the palace. He sent people to search the place. The samurai will not let the demon escape. After some time, the guy reached his clan and noted that he had finally returned. Gu just wanted to go outside to get some vital energy to speed up his cultivation, but ended up doing something else entirely. From now on, it is better to go out less and stay in the sect in order to calmly gain strength. Hay started running towards him, saying that there were 3 days left until the exam for the inner sect, but he had disappeared somewhere. They couldn't miss this half-year test. Our hero replied that if his brother had not reminded him of this, the young man would have forgotten. Charjun whispered in his ear one question that was bothering him, whether Xiaoyan had offended anyone outside. Gu replied that he had not, and asked what had happened. The friend replied that someone from the inner sect had come yesterday to inquire about his whereabouts. The young man began to guess that it was Hua Sharon who had returned to the clan earlier. The guy added that people like him could easily kill them. It was better to try not to provoke them. Gu thanked him and said that from now on he would avoid that person. He thought to himself that his brother simply didn't know his current cultivation level, so he had to accept his good intentions. Qian added that it was good that their outer sect was a place where it was not easy to find someone. He would tell everyone else not to divulge his whereabouts. But by the way, there is another person who is also interested in where our hero is. The young man asked in surprise who else. He didn't remember offending so many people. The young man noted that Gu was very forgetful. In fact, last time he humiliated her, quarreled, and now he is in debt. Xiaoyan realized that he was talking about Sister Xia and asked what she wanted from him. Did something happen? The brother replied that he couldn't know that, so he'd better go and ask her himself. 3 days later, the day of the entrance exam for the inner sect arrived, and all the disciples gathered. Saya announced that this time, the top 10 places in the semi-annual external examination will receive a medium-quality pristine stone. The first 3 places will receive key cultivation pills, and the first place will receive a high-level technique. Those who have reached the 6th rank of key attainment can participate in the exam. Participants must demonstrate their abilities in a shorter time. In the first round, participants will need to make their way through an alley with wooden warriors. The first to take the entrance test will be a young man named Tan Min. The guy noted that this was the young man who almost got into the inner sect during the last exam. He was already at the 9th level of key comprehension. Although they say that level 6 is enough to pass this round, even level 7 will have to sweat. Our hero noted to himself that the points depend on the time it takes to complete the task, which means he needs to go straight ahead. The leader said that she heard that she lost a bet. Some scum from the outer sect managed to deal with her with his bare hands. He was very interested in him. The girl replied that now it was clear why he decided to attend this exam. The master asked if she had reached the sphere of condensed truth. Saya replied that she had. The man replied that Bei Linxian of the Base Yue sect, Qi Chuan of the Han Yue sect had reached this level faster. What were her chances of winning the 4 great sects tournament anyway? When the girl replied that there was no need to worry, as she would do her best, the teacher said that he had heard that she was practicing secret techniques. Did she really want to reach the late stage of ki accumulation? Bei Minsyue is the best disciple of his sect, but by the standards of the great Yuan country, he is at the very end. Even if it is a simple tournament among clans, no matter what, he must prove himself. Even Gu Xiaoyan, who was at the 6th level of Kai comprehension, was able to defeat her. Although she is the strongest in Xinyan, when faced with the demands of this world, her cultivation will not pass the test. It is better to observe the exam. Perhaps the appearance of a guy will be beneficial to her. Meanwhile, Tin Min has completed the task. Even the 2 incense sticks did not have time to burn. His speed is incredible. He will definitely take first place. Next in line was our hero. He thought that if he wanted to get into the inner sect, there was no point in hiding his strength. The young man noted that these wooden devices were filled with life force, which made them stronger. They were simply created to increase his strength. As expected, after absorbing life force, their bodies become weaker. They are now easy to defeat. Now it will be interesting to see how long it will take him to get through this round. Everyone present was shocked that he managed to do it so quickly. The wand wasn't even half burnt, and he was already back. One of the boys shouted to his sister that all the wooden warriors had been destroyed. He had blown them all to smithereens, so it was impossible to continue the exam. The man was indignant that it was impossible. Each of the wooden warriors was at the 6th level of ki comprehension. If their strength were summed up, it would be enormous. They could only be defeated with strategy. But when he came to the scene to see what had happened, he saw that it was definitely a sword technique that had worked there. Apparently, the guy had simply attacked everyone in front of him without dodging, after which the elder asked who did it. The disciple replied that it was Gu Xiaoyan. Saya immediately asked him what kind of devilish technique he used that destroyed all the wooden guardians. The young man replied that it seemed to be a quality issue. He had only hit them lightly and they broke immediately. The girl replied that it was simply impossible. The elder himself had increased their strength. How could a guy at the 6th level of ki comprehension be able to deal with them so easily? The master muttered that he was not at the 6th, but already at the 9th level of ki comprehension. The sister was shocked by the information she heard, since she had checked it herself only a month ago. Everyone present was also shocked. Saya, who was called a genius that appears once in 100 years, took 2 years to reach this level. The guy explained that he went to the Tibetan scripture pavilion and learned the lone assassin sword technique, then went to the Silian Mountains, and by a lucky chance came across 2 level 9 spellcasters. The girl thought to herself that he had only been gone for a month, but the young man had changed so much. Master Lin stated that it was quite good. Even though it seemed like a coincidence to him, luck also depends on innate potential. It was as if their sect had received a blessing from heaven. Another genius had appeared. Let him continue in the same spirit in the next round. Our hero thanked him for the praise and said that he would definitely try. Tin thought to himself that this didn't match the information he had received. But with the secret pill that Mr. Hua gave him, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Once Xiaoyan dies, the boy will become an inner disciple of the sect and receive Sharon's support. It was announced that those who passed the first round would compete in these 8 arenas for several days for the right to get into the top 10. When it was time for the first fight, our hero's opponent asked him to be gentle. Saya thought to herself that it seemed like everyone was looking at him with new eyes after the results of the first round. I wonder if he can take first place in singles fights too. A moment later, the young man appeared at the speed of light next to his enemy and put his sword to his throat. Then, time after time, he defeated new opponents who could do nothing against him. The master noted that this was not bad. He had no equal in the outer sect. When he got to the inner sect, it was necessary to assign him a good teacher. Finally, it's time for the final battle to determine the winner. Gu Xiaoyan versus Tan Min. The opponent said that he did not expect our hero to last until the final battle, but it would be interesting to fight him. After which the young man didn't waste time and immediately rushed to attack the enemy. The young man held his sword in front of him and with a defiant voice told his brother to teach him a lesson. The teacher was shocked that our hero had already mastered the sword intent. His development was happening too fast. The guy noted to himself that his speed had increased significantly. Just a little more, and he would overtake him. Min didn't understand how there could be such a huge difference in strength between them. Hua said that he was at the 6th level of Qi comprehension. While he was distracted by his thoughts, our hero flew up to him and dealt another blow. Tan remembered the pill that would increase his strength 100-fold at the crucial moment. Then he would be able to finish off that trash. Sharon warned him that if he decided to cheat, the young man would give him a fun life in the inner sect. As soon as the young man took this pill, he immediately began to feel a huge surge of strength. The teacher noted that the boy had taken the very pill that the girl had called dangerous. He had spent half his life making immortality pills, so he knew what he was talking about. Each elixir has not only healing properties, but also side effects. They usually use a little bit to help with daily cultivation to absorb Qi energy from the world faster. Secret pills also only increase the rate of energy absorption, but they cause much more harm. There are also pills that release the body's potential. She can raise the cultivation stage in seconds, help break through to the next level, and release all the Qi of the body in the most painful way. His body turned black. This means that the pill's power is too powerful. It has accumulated in his meridians. The damage has already been done. All his cultivation has been wasted. If a girl in the future meets an enemy she cannot defeat and decides to use this method, then this is the end that awaits her. Our hero said that with his strength, he was guaranteed a place in the internal network. Was it really worth it to be the first? The youth hissed. How dare Hua Sharon harm him like this? He thought that if he helped him, he would enter the inner sect. When the young man, full of rage, began to attack Xiaoyan again, he tried to calm him down and asked him to come to his senses, after which he noticed that due to his Qi escaping, bubbles appeared. They were called damned energy, and the guy understood that he was encountering something like this for the first time. Was it worth absorbing them at all? The master shouted that this pill had let cursed energy into his body, so it was necessary to stop it immediately. Gu muttered that he was lucky. He didn't mean to save him, he was just curious about the unusual bubbles. Then in a moment he was at his head and grabbed the ball he needed. His sister ran towards him and shouted that this was all very dangerous. Let him be careful. But our hero had already become obsessed and did not let her get close to him, stopping her with the help of magical power. The master asked what had happened. Was she really unable to cope with him? The girl replied that everything was fine, she was just a little distracted. The man told her to be more careful. In fact, she couldn't get the expression on Xiaoyan's face out of her head, which looked crazy. Meanwhile, the young man who had taken the dangerous pill fell unconscious. Gu ran up to them and said that his opponent was not himself. He needed to be examined because he had taken something unknown. Saya found it all very strange, but she said that he won this stage. The guy took the honorable first place, and they will take care of Tan Min now. The master is an experienced alchemist and healer. The girl noticed that the color of his palms had changed and became the same as before. After some time, the guy thought that he didn't think that his opponent's exam would end like this. Hua is involved in all this. It's very mean. It looks like he'll have to figure out how to get rid of him. When he absorbed the cursed energy, it left his body, but it affected him. Fortunately, Gu was able to suppress it. It seems he needs to learn more about the ability to absorb attributes. Sometime later, Lin said that he had become the top disciple of the outer sect in a month. He could choose any technique he liked in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Considering that he had already mastered the sword intent, the man decided to recommend him to the elder as a disciple. He is the most skilled swordsman in their clan, so it is better for him to learn from him. The young man objected that he had always been interested in creating pills and elixirs, and so he would like to learn alchemy. He thought to himself that he was now able to learn by simply absorbing attributes, so there was no point in studying martial arts. But alchemy would help him better understand the nature of the elements. The higher a person's cultivation level, the less attributes with Qi energy he produces. This means that pills and stones are his only source of elements in the long term. The girl was indignant. Why is he arranging this circus? The guy has already mastered the intention of the ball, but with such data he wants to go to alchemy, where there is logic. Gu replied that he always thought he had talent for this. He just had bad teachers before. This time, he didn't want to miss out on such an opportunity. Sire exclaimed that the outer disciples had never seen a single pill, and he said that he had talent. The guy then asked her to explain why she was an elder's disciple, although she had also mastered the sword technique. The girl said that alchemy was probably just a cover, there was something else behind it. The young man replied that she was mistaken. It was not because of her that he decided to become an alchemist. The master intervened in their dispute and said that if Shaoyan was so eager to study alchemy, then he personally would become his teacher. The only thing that might not please some people is that he has both of the geniuses of the Xinyan sect under his command. Therefore, our hero can learn from Xia. She will help him with cultivation. Let him go to the inner chancery and register. There are people there who will give him new housing. When he is settled, let him come to him. He will teach him alchemy. Suddenly, the girl stopped him and asked if he really intended to study alchemy. The youth replied that he did. He felt that he had no problem breaking through to the next level. It was just a matter of cultivation. The most important thing for him now was making elixirs and pills. The sister replied that they had made a bet last time. She had lost and was ready to fulfill any wish. Xia had been waiting for his return all this time, even sending a person to the outer sect to find out about him. The girl wants to say that the choice of a teacher should be taken seriously. If a guy wants to learn alchemy because of what happened between them, then it's not worth it. Our hero asked what she was talking about. He really wants to study this science and thinks he is not bad at it. As for the bet, I would like to ask her to recommend a suitable sword technique. At that time, Gu did not really understand what sword intent was. It dawned on the girl that the first place goes to high-level technology. She is well acquainted with the pavilion of Tibetan scriptures, so she will help him choose something. Shaoyan said that he was very grateful to her. He would first drop by the office and then go with her to choose the equipment. After some time, the office employee noted that it was now clear who had taken first place in the exam. The young man replied that yes, he had just become an inner disciple and wanted to undergo the necessary procedure. The man handed him the pass and told him to take good care of it so as not to lose it. Then he added that he would now show him where he would now live. Looking at the broken hut, the boy asked in surprise how the inner disciple's dwelling could be worse than the outer ones. The office worker explained that he was new and probably didn't know. This was a way to encourage the student to cultivate. Cultivators don't chase worldly goods. Gu replied that it was filling up well. But this was just a warehouse where cattle feed was stored, not the dwelling of an inner disciple that he was trying to pass off as. After which the young man pointed to the beautiful houses and asked who lived in them then. The man explained that there is a rule in the inner sect. The strongest get the right to choose their home. So let him be a good boy and stay in this place. He shouldn't have crossed the wrong people. Our hero exclaimed that he understood everything, after which he clarified whether this was the work of Hua Sharon by chance. The man replied that since he had guessed without him, there was no point in explaining. The brother was one of the 30 strongest in the inner sect, so he was no match for him. Shaoyan exclaimed that he couldn't understand one thing. How dare a certain person act as if this place belonged to him? After which he added that the young man had made a decision. He would now live in his chambers. Meanwhile, Hua was wondering how his dear friend was doing, what kind of expression he had when he saw where he would be living. The subordinate exclaimed that the gentleman was so smart. His methods were very resourceful. The boy hissed that last time this scum was just lucky. But now that he had entered the inner sect, the young man would show him his true strength. Suddenly, there was a loud cry for Sharon to come out and meet his death. The office worker tried to stop him and shouted that Gu had really gone crazy. There was no need to make a fuss in that man's yard. The young man replied that he had forgotten that the boy had said that his house would become the Shaoyan house. The man exclaimed that he would destroy them all in this way. They had better go back and he would find him a clean home. Our hero replied that it was too late. He had already taken a liking to this place and was not going to leave. His rival ran out into the street and hissed that he dared come into his house and throw a tantrum. Shaoyan replied, "What kind of hysteria is he talking about? The young man is challenging him to a duel for this house." Hua laughed loudly and said that he thought too highly of himself. Did he really think that because he won first place in the exam, all the inner disciples were no match for him? Does he really think that everyone in this place is cultivating for no reason? The guy said enough of this idle chatter. He had heard that Sharon's yard was full of beauty and energy, so he decided to take a look. The youth hissed, "What? Did he really want to fight him?" The key comprehending stage dared to challenge the middle stage of key gathering. Our hero replied that he was not far behind him in a verbal altercation. So will they fight or not? The young man replied that it was fine. Let him prepare to meet his death now. Gu countered that last time he used one sword move to defeat him. He really hoped that this time would be different. Hua shouted that he had become completely insolent and would now be destroyed. Sharon had been training the supreme technique of intoxicating spring breeze for several years. The guy would show him what a real sword technique was. The subordinate was shocked that he had created so many swords and each one contained an intent. The guy had developed the technique to an incredible level. Our hero exclaimed that this was just a show. Now he would demonstrate the sword's true intent. The attack was so powerful that it was very difficult for the enemy to cope with and contain it. In the end, the young man was unable to overcome it. His sword cracked and he fell to the ground. Shaoyan immediately declared that he had lost. In order to kill him, the guy even gave Tan Min a cursed pill. Because of it, he can no longer cultivate. The office staff was shocked by what they saw. Gu is now the new genius of the inner sect. The boy hissed that he was a pathetic outer disciple who dared to attract the attention of Sia Sinshu. For this, he would pay with his life. No one would even notice the death of some obscure disciple. Our hero objected that he underestimated him too much. Although the girl is the first beauty in the sect, he does not intend to stay in this clan. And in general, in principle, on the Tianyuan continent. After which he added that he should get lost as soon as possible. This house now belongs to him. He won't kill him in the sect. But if he catches sight of a young man outside of it, then he has only himself to blame. The man immediately exclaimed that if Brother Gu needed anything, he was at his service. The office workers were responsible not only for the affairs of the inner sect, but also for the well-being of each disciple. Our hero replied that in that case he should help him refurnish the house and throw out all the things of the previous owner. Therefore, he is counting on him very much. Now he needs to go to Elder Lin, as he still has some business with him. The man stated that it seemed that the rating of the inner sect would soon change greatly. The guy immediately said that he had already solved the housing issue. He really wanted to start learning alchemy, so he immediately ran to him. Suddenly, the elder said that with his abilities, there was no point in studying alchemy. Then he explained that these were fragments of his master's stone slab. He felt the remnants of the sword's power in them, so he decided to keep them. The youth noted to himself that he had previously absorbed Sister Saya's sword intent, but this was completely different from that energy. The elder tried to shout to him, but the young man did not respond, so he guessed that Gu was meditating. The young man, meanwhile, noted that this stone contained an incredible, powerful energy. Now he had 2 sword intents. The man thought to himself that he was truly a genius. Lin had studied the stone for 3 years, but had not been able to extract anything from it. And this boy, at first sight, entered into meditation and immediately mastered the sword intent within him. After which the elder suggested looking at it again in case he felt something again. Shaoyan replied that he didn't feel anything anymore. The attribute in this stone had already been absorbed by him, and it would take a long time until the next time. The master replied that this was why he recommended going to the art of the sword. If such a talent were to learn alchemy from him, he would become the main villain in this sect. The young man objected that learning alchemy was his lifelong dream. He had wanted to do this for several years. The teacher said he would not dissuade him any longer. But studying this subject, it is difficult to ascend to heaven. Alchemy is 90% talent and 10% technique. You can get a pill, but creating one is another matter. The only one who managed to reach level 5 in this matter is Master Wei. This is his Origin of Creation cauldron. It is a 4th level cauldron, 1 level below the 4-elephant vessel in the Imperial Palace. It can increase the pill's values by 10%. In this same book are the works of his master. There are recipes from lower alchemy. Let him try to create a pill with this. In this way, they will test his abilities. He had already talked to Elder Lei. If he didn't have the talent to create pills, then he could just learn swordsmanship from him. The boy replied that it was good. If he passed this test, the man would no longer try to push his student onto someone else. Lin said yes, of course. Then he pointed to the ingredients for making the main pill. Let him start making it according to the recipe. If he has any questions, he can contact him. Alchemy values calmness and silence. There is no need to rush with this. If you understand how much fire is needed for this or that pill, you will succeed significantly. And the best way to understand this is to train. He has a good predisposition for cultivation, but the self-confidence that comes from breaking through too quickly is not at all suitable for this matter, because alchemy consists of a huge number of failures, attempts, and more failures. At the same time, it will make even a genius understand what defeat is. Our hero asked if he could see what the master pill looked like. He hadn't studied much about alchemy before. Then, taking it in his hands, he had an idea of how it should look. Now it was clear what to do next. To create a pill, you need to control the changes in the ingredients in the cauldron. In other words, you need to control the fusion of power inside the pill and finally cleanse it of impurities. The dosage of ingredients, their quantity, and most importantly, the level of fire. All this is achieved after numerous attempts. After that, you can find the best way to create. But if you smell the ingredients in the cauldron, everything becomes different. You can't see the bubbles and paraphernalia behind the lid, but you can smell the cauldron. It takes a little luck to feel how the key energy changes. The elder noted that he was doing quite well. It was very interesting to see what the result would be. The young man thought to himself that since he could see the attributes of the ingredients, he was familiar with their smells. He could guess what the attribute was by the smell and, by its strength, understand how much to add. Just as shopkeepers at the market weigh their goods every day, they can determine the weight by holding something in their hand. He just needs to understand the smell of the ingredients and adjust the fire level. Since the guy just checked the attribute of the core pill, everything becomes even easier. After some time, the young man stated that everything was ready. It was time to check. The man exclaimed in surprise that these were really 10 pills of 80% quality. Our hero muttered that it couldn't be just 80. The color matched the samples completely. Then he asked if the ones he showed him were also 80. The man muttered that yes, he rarely made pills like that. Usually, his students practiced on them. Does he mean that the quality of his pills is low because the samples were not very good? Gu replied that he had little experience with pills before, so he did what he showed him. If the young man had practiced a little, the result would have been better. Lin noted that during his first lesson, it took him 8 tries to create 30% quality pills. But even then, the master said that he had extraordinary talent. This guy's a monster or something. How can a person who has never done alchemy create high-quality pills on the first try? The young man thought to himself that it seemed that some poisons had not been fully processed and had reduced in quality. If he could lift the lid and see the attributes, he would surely be able to create perfect pills. Next time, he should pay more attention to the smells of the ingredients. If he wants to become a first-class alchemist, he needs to. Otherwise, his pills won't be as effective. The elder didn't understand why he was sighing so heavily, as if he had failed. He needed to give it another try, after which he said that Shaoyan could try again. The guy replied that he was sure that this time everything would work out. Suddenly, a shout came from the street, and the man noted that this elder lay had come for Gu again. The young man noted to himself that he needed many attributes now to break through to the next level. Alchemy took a lot of energy. If he also learned the sword, he would have no time left. When he went outside, the elder shouted, asking why he was making noise again in broad daylight. Lei was indignant that he first begged Gu to take him under his wing and teach him the art of the sword, and then took him to himself. Lin told him to slow down. At first, she really wanted Shaoyan to learn swordsmanship, but firstly, he chose alchemy himself, and secondly, his ability in it is no worse than in swordsmanship. The elder shouted that it was clear to everyone that after the exam among the outer disciples, he simply did not want to give it to anyone. The man replied that this young man had created a core pill on his first try. In the future, he had a chance to become a level 9 alchemist. The swordmaster exclaimed that it was simply impossible, but then added that it made no difference. The boy would still be trained by him. The teacher objected that he should go to him himself and ask what the young man really wanted to do. But when they entered the room, the young man was not there. He had simply disappeared somewhere. On the table, they found a letter that said he had created the master pill. Tell Lei he had chosen another path to become immortal. He had no time to learn the art of the sword. The men pointed out that he really created 100% quality pills. He is so talented, but why doesn't he want to learn martial arts? Meanwhile, the boy noted that he had not had time to choose the technique he had won in the exam. Saya herself chose it for him. Once he mastered it, he would be able to extract attributes and transform them into energy. But where the girl herself went is unknown. She left only a book. There are so many worries in the inner sect. I need to go to the mountains again and absorb more attributes to break through to the next level. After a while, he thought that the sword and tent of the stone and the one he received from his sister were completely different. It was unbelievable how this sword and tent could reach such a level. It helped him break through to a new level, reach the stage of collecting ki and enter the path of immortals. When he came to the Killian Mountains, he was at the 6th level of ki comprehension. If he wants to achieve ki collection, he needs to go deeper. Meanwhile, one of the girls exclaimed, "Is Chow sure she was not mistaken? There's no road ahead." The sister replied that it was very strange. Last time she found the remains in a cave nearby. But then a monster was chasing her, so she didn't remember the exact place. So they came here to find the right road. There was definitely something valuable there. Chai said that they could take a look around a bit more. After all, they are representing the Moon-Cold Valley in this 4 Great Sects tournament this time. It would be bad if something happened to them. Suddenly, they came across a cave, and the girl exclaimed that she had found something there last time, but she was afraid that there were monsters inside and did not dare to go in. One of the students replied that no sounds could be heard from there, and it was unlikely that there were any monsters there. She went there ahead of everyone and said that it wouldn't hurt to be on the alert anyway, just in case. But there they saw a young man sitting near someone's remains and looking at them. Chow cried out for him to take his hands off this thing because it belonged to their predecessors from the Cold Moon Valley. They came to take it away. The young man noted to himself that they were either in the middle stage of ki collection or late, so it was not scary. But what other ancestors were they talking about? Most likely, someone was unable to defeat the monster and now returned with reinforcements. Therefore, he answered that he had discovered this mountain monastery. On what grounds does it belong to their predecessors? The girl pointed her finger at the sword and replied that based on it, what other questions could there be? Our hero pretended not to understand what she was talking about. Then he added that he didn't see any sword. One of the students told her sister that he was only in the initial stage of gathering ki. It was better to just deal with him and not waste your nerves. Gu noted to himself that these girls looked like they were outside the clan for the first time, so he asked sarcastically which of them was going to deal with him. The girls immediately rushed to attack him, shouting how he dared to speak to them so arrogantly. Chi exclaimed, "Why engage in better physical violence? Better to just talk." The sister asked her not to worry, as they would only teach him some sense. While one of the students ran towards him, the young man simply snatched the sword from her hands. While the young man was dealing with Chow, the girl was indignant that it was actually her weapon. Suddenly, some young men appeared and said that Chi's little sister had forced him to come such a long way. The girl angrily asked if Cho Chanfen had been following her all this time. The guy replied that she had charmed him when he was in the Cold Moon Valley. Since then, he had been thinking only about her. So he followed Chi, afraid that nothing would happen to her because they were future husband and wife. Our hero noted that it seemed that the Cold Moon Valley students had some kind of conflict with them. The girl was indignant. Who did he even call future husband and wife? Let him dream on, because she would never accept the proposal from the Valley of the Heavenly Wind. The guy replied that if that was the case, then becoming lovers was enough for him for today. After which, he ordered to seize them all. Xiaoyan exclaimed, "What did they even think of this? Didn't they know that they had to line up first?" The young man asked if he meant first come, first served. What did he even want? Our hero replied that he did the same as them. He advised them to leave, he had no time to deal with them. The boys laughed loudly, and Chiu Chun-fen replied that wasn't that too much pathos for a low-ranking trash. How dare he say such things to him, the master? Chow muttered that he was really crazy. Even if the guy was faster than them, the difference in strength was obvious. He wouldn't be able to withstand the fight. But he certainly had confidence. The young man added that he had no time either. So let him get out of here while he had the chance. The girl raised her hand up and began to support our hero, shouting that he would succeed. Chi asked in surprise if she knew him. Her friend replied that she had no idea who this guy was. But her enemy's enemy is her friend. The young man added that if he was in love with this girl, he could stay, after which he gave the order to attack, grab that boy, and humiliate the girl standing in front of him. The girls were also given the order to get ready, as Cho Chun-fen had decided to deal with them. In the blink of an eye, the opponent was near them and told Sai not to rush. It was better to enjoy the game. The girl said that she thought the marriage proposal came from a noble family, but she had no idea that the disciples of the Heavenly Wind Valley were responsible for it. It was good that she did not rush to give her consent. The young man said that her tricks would not help her. He had already taken a step, and her words would not make him retreat. Chai exclaimed that they would do without pleasantries then. Cold Moon Valley is among the top 4 factions, not because of its numbers. After which, an icy glow appeared around her, but it did not affect the enemy in any way. The guy asked what happened. Is there any point in using the ice river in 10 directions? Chi didn't understand what was happening. She was in unbearable pain in her dantian area, although she had hardly used any energy. When Cho took her chin, she hissed that he should continue dreaming. The girl would rather die than submit to him. The young man replied that it was not for her to decide. Let her watch her sisters disgrace themselves. But turning around, he saw our hero sitting on his chargers. Gu said that he was so carried away that he did not want to interrupt him. The sisters reported that they were all right. Thanks to this hero, he had killed everyone in one fell swoop. Chiu Chan-fen asked Xiaoyan who he was and where he came from in these parts. The guy decided to clarify the situation and said that since they all belonged to the 4 major clans, his name was Gu Xiaoyan and he was a disciple of the Green Cloud faction. And it turns out he's from the Valley of the Heavenly Wind. The guy will testify. Everyone will know what they really are when he takes off their mask. Then the young man noticed that there were some strange bubbles around him that looked ominous. The opponent hissed that he would dance right now for daring to interfere with him. The young man wondered where he had disappeared to. It seemed the guy had used a barrier. From different sides, only the enemy's voice could be heard asking what had happened, whether he had really lost it. Gu replied that he wouldn't have to look for it. Judging by the energy expenditure, it seemed like he had to put in a lot of effort. The opponent replied that he was very unlucky. No one has ever managed to avoid the blow of his ghostly knife. Our hero snorted that then he would be the first and sharply jabbed the knife at the enemy who stood right behind him. But in reality, it turned out to be an illusion. Chan-fen was on the other side and declared that this mistake would cost him his life. Chai noted that he was a strong opponent. Heavenly Wind Valley did not teach such techniques. It seemed that he had a few secret techniques in his arsenal. The girl should have stumbled upon them long ago, but the fog is so thick that she doesn't even hear the tramp. Apparently, the fog is a barrier. Suddenly, a young man began flying towards her, trying to hold back the powerful attack. She immediately asked if he was okay and if he was safe. Our hero replied that everything was fine. The opponent exclaimed that it was very interesting. The guy was the first one who managed to return from his sword. Our hero replied that he couldn't kill him. He didn't consider his weapon to be any kind of hindrance. The girl exclaimed that Cho needed her. Let him attack, and they would check what he had learned. The enemy began to disappear, saying that if she was ready, then so be it, they would both die today. The boys stood back to get a better view. The most important task was to prevent the threat. Chai didn't understand what was going on. The rivals seemed to be everywhere. Our hero replied that there was only one Chan-fen, the rest were just copies. It was necessary to find him and kill him. While they were wondering how this could be done, the enemy suddenly appeared from the girl's side. When the boy hit him with his sword, the silhouette immediately dissipated. The girl said that he was trying to catch them by surprise. They could stop him by staying alert. In fact, she is already slightly exhausted and can only use 2 powers at once. Our hero told her to defend herself in that case, and he would put an end to these games. With the sword technique he recently learned, the boy will be able to fight back against his shadow clones. After which, the young man used the lightsaber technique and the entire room was illuminated by a blinding light. Now the clones were unable to hide in the darkness and were clearly visible from all sides. All the copies were drawn to the fireball like moths to a flame and were immobilized. When the sword intent activated and began to strike everything around, only one true opponent remained. After the enemy fell to the ground, Our hero saw the sphere above him and decided to take it. Then he stated that he was finished. He could not show favor as he did with Hua Sharon. Chow thanked him and added that, thanks to him, the Cold Moon Valley escaped the terrible disaster. When the young man asked why they assumed he did it for them, one of the girls grabbed the sword and asked what the boy was planning. Xiaoyan replied that they had forgotten that they were going to kill him and take the treasure for themselves. The girl immediately replied that they just wanted to scare him. No need to take it personally. And in general, we just wanted to ask the young man what he was going to do next. Our hero asked in surprise why he had to report to them at all. Chai interjected and said that she wanted to clear things up. They were heading to the Imperial City to participate in Chun's Ghost Tournament. Once every 10 years, the royal family of the Great Yuan Dynasty invites students from all sects to compete in martial arts. All participants take the competition very seriously. This is a great historical event and an occasion for the royal family to demonstrate the power of our country to the world. And in the end, great rewards await the students of schools and sects. After which, the girl asked if the young man would also participate in these competitions. Xiaoyan replied that actually, this was not in his plans. He was busy training and happened to be in this place. Qiao said that it was absolutely okay if the young hero didn't know about it. The guy asked if they would mind if he joined them, after which he added that he really didn't know them at all. The girl objected that in a fight, of course, they would have gotten to know each other better, but even so, more than strangers since he saved them. Chai added that if Gu had other things to do, they wouldn't insist. But it would be better to continue this conversation elsewhere, since the disciples of Heavenly Wind Valley might come at any time. After some time, the guys found themselves in the Imperial City. There were many more people there than in the Xinyan sect. The girl said that there was very little time left before the competition. She would like to see the best players of his sect. Will the brother meet them? Our hero replied that he didn't know yet. His older sister Saya wouldn't miss this event, but he couldn't see her yet. Suddenly, a group of guys appeared and everyone present noted that it was Qian Lan, who was the leader of Heavenly Wind Valley. What was going on and why was everyone so excited? When the man pointed out that the Cold Moon Valley disciples were already here, Qi said that they had just arrived. They had simply set out a few days earlier than usual. It was a long way from the valley to the capital. The master replied that he understood everything, after which he said that he still had things to do, so they would see each other at the competition. The boys heard people whispering that the competition of the best sex, which takes place once every 10 years, would soon begin. But the disciples of the Heavenly Wind Valley would not be able to participate. It seems they all died tragically, so the Valley of the Heavenly Wind is now looking for a new team. The guy asked why the girls were looking at him like that. He was with them, and besides, all those guys were dead, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Chaho replied that it was true, but that sect was one of the 4 major clans that certainly guarded their secret treasures. If they learned the circumstances of the tragedy, they would have problems. The young man immediately said that it was time for him to go, because if they started digging, they would find him. Chi tried to stop him and shouted that her sister had expressed herself incorrectly. She was just worried about them, that's all. The boy thought that he never thought that the Imperial City would find out about Cho's death so quickly. Actually, his body was left in a cave on the mountainside. It was strange that it was discovered at all. He found so many untouched artifacts there. Qiao seems to be right. Heavenly Wind Valley must be using secret techniques to stay informed about everything. The boy killed him with the intent of the sword he pulled out of the stone. They have no evidence that points to him. But if they know that the boy was after Qi, then they know that Gu followed her and her team too. The boy will become a suspect because the Cold Moon Valley's fighting technique is different from his. Fortunately, he made the decision to move on his own in time and said goodbye to the girls. The boy hopes that they understood everything correctly. The path was fruitful. This accumulation ring is a rare gem, and the one whose remains he stumbled upon in the cave was clearly someone famous in life. Because of all the commotion, the young man never got to see what was inside, and now, finally, he will find out what is there. As rocks and a couple of books rained down from it, Gu noted that it was the first time he had seen so many. If he extracted the attributes of each of them and combined them with the ones he had taken from the monsters, he would become much stronger. It was the triple in Shen technique, but unfortunately it was incompatible with his Suon technique. It suited him better than the single sword assassin technique. It would help him obtain sword energy attributes. Now the young man also has a storage ring, which is just great. Suddenly, some kind of sphere appeared from the ring. Apparently, it is also capable of extracting attributes. Yuan energy is not that much, only 12 points, and the energy of space is as much as 23. While our hero was trying to figure out how it all worked, he suddenly moved to the other end of the room. Then he decided to try again and found out that it was teleportation. But you can't go through walls with it. Gu noted that this was the strongest attribute he had and that he could kill an enemy with one blow. It's just a pity that even with all the attributes of the ring, he can move no more than a meter. It looks like I'll have to find a way to get more rings of other attributes. But the best thing is to figure out how to create such an amazing artifact myself. Suddenly, the young man heard voices outside asking where the owner had gone. It was the head of the clan who said he wanted to move in. The man said okay, he would prepare the rooms. Our hero was very surprised that the captain of the Valley of the Heavenly Wind was doing here at all. Qian Lan asked where the Cold Moon Valley disciples were staying. The subordinate replied that they were staying not far from here at the Tianbao Inn. Their people had been watching them all day. Master Cho was pursuing Chai and the other members of her sect. That guy was with them. He also needs to be watched and find out who he is as soon as possible. It is necessary to find the criminal as soon as possible before the arrival of the senior gentleman. The young man realized that they seemed to recognize him and were already suspicious. I wonder if his sect had already arrived in the mountains. Will Sister Xia be at the competition? Then he decided that he couldn't count on them. If he continued to extract attributes, he would eventually have to leave the sect. If the situation with Heavenly Wind Valley worsened, it might have a bad effect on them. He killed their disciple with one hand. With this ring, he definitely has nothing to fear anymore. The guy took out the attribute of space. The Valley of the Heavenly Wind is nothing to him. Meanwhile, Chao apologized and said that she always speaks without thinking. How did she think that the Imperial City already knew about Cho's death? She simply shared her suspicions. Shaoyan saved them as soon as it occurred to her that he might let them down. Qi replied that it didn't matter anymore. The young man had left, and she was worried about something else. Chan Fen was going to propose to her, so he was from high society, but then she had a bad feeling and refused him without finding out anything about him. But it was this boy who threatened them, and he deserved to die. Gu was there by accident. He did it to save them. So it was their duty to protect him from the consequences. She and Xiao Yui will tell the captain that she was the one who killed Cho after he attacked them first. Then the girl added that she couldn't let our hero confess to the murder, so she would find him first. Standing next to the corpse of his comrade, the man asked where Senior Master Cho was now. The subordinate replied that he would arrive in the Imperial City tomorrow. Then Qianlan asked where the guy he ordered to be followed was. Let them bring him immediately. After some time, a fight was already taking place between the guys and the young man. Our hero asked if they were tired of watching him all day long. How much longer could it take? The captain of the Heavenly Wind Valley asked if he had accidentally killed Cho Chan Fen. But suddenly, Chai intervened in the conversation and said that it was she who killed that man. The man asked, in what sense? Did she have a reason to kill the disciple of the Valley of Heavenly Wind? The girl replied that their clan was one of the 4 strongest. It was a pity, though, that there were such vile and shameless students in it. She refused him in marriage, and the guy pursued her all the way to the Silian Mountains. He also wanted to disgrace her honor. That's why her hand did not even tremble when she killed him. The man asked why she was saying all this. Cho was dead. All her speech was just empty words. He is the only dear son of Master Cho. This is a tragedy for the entire valley. The boy did not just miss his bride, he said goodbye to life. The elder will not leave it like that. There must be a more reasonable explanation for what happened, but if she wants blood feud, then the captain will punish them. The girl asked what all this empty talk was about. She had heard how her master brother wielded a sword and wanted to see it with her own eyes. The young man stated that this was somehow ridiculous and immediately rushed to attack his rival. Qi immediately activated the 100,000 glacier technique, which filled everything around. The guy noted that the valley had incredibly strong technology. It instantly took over the territory. Qianlan and Qian are similar. Only they used camouflage techniques and her position is completely open. The enemy, meanwhile, used invisible technology and moved very quickly from place to place. The girl decided not to wait for him to get closer to her and began to attack him with a flying flower and a heavenly dance. At first, Chi thought his energy had disappeared, but then she realized he was simply out of her line of sight. When the girl felt the man approaching her from above, she immediately put up an icy shield over herself. But the enemy avoided the collision and flew towards our hero with a sword in his hands. It dawned on the girl that he didn't need her, but him. When the sword was almost near the young man's head, he immediately teleported. The captain was shocked and didn't even understand what had happened at first. He thought he had imagined that Gu had simply disappeared. Finding himself behind his back, our hero asked what was actually going on. It turns out that all this time, his only target was him. Qian couldn't figure out how he did it. The girl was able to track his movements with the ice field and limit his abilities. Well, how did this kid, even after all his attempts to confuse Chai, figure out that he was the target? However, the trick he pulled off now was far more frightening. It wasn't like a quick dodge, more like teleportation, after which he stated that the young man had managed to avoid the blow, which he had carefully planned. It seemed that he had underestimated him. Gu replied that it was better to think about something else. Since he was familiar with Chi, he should know her techniques. Even he could see that her technique was compatible with his. If he wanted to deal with her, he would have acted openly. But the man avoided the fight, so our hero realized that he didn't really want to attack him. The girl said that the person in front of him was a disciple of the Sinyan sect. He should think about the consequences before striking. The captain immediately replied that he did not know that he was from that clan, so he was wrong. But he knows the character of the Elder Cho, so as the head disciple of the Heavenly Wind Valley, he must settle this matter. After all, none of them want the conflict to escalate to the scale of the sect. The girl was indignant that this was unfair. Chan Fen was primarily to blame. The man replied that he didn't care whether he was dead or alive. The main thing now was to calm the senior master's anger. So there was no other way out. Shoyan laughed and exclaimed, "This is how Heavenly Wind Valley, one of the 4 best sects, resolves conflicts. It's clear as day that it's their fault, but they want to shift it onto other people's shoulders." Qian replied that there was no need to be weak. He would take the life of a newbie who had only recently learned the key realm, and that would be the end of it. Wasn't that the right outcome? Besides, he had killed their disciple. The young man replied that he had a better offer. He would simply kill his elder, and that would be the end of the matter. The man exclaimed that everyone could talk. He had better talk to the master one-on-one as soon as he caught him. As the captain rushed past him, the youth noted that he was surprisingly faster than Gu with the speed attribute. Literally a moment later, he was already with a sword near his back and exclaimed that he should try to dodge this time. But the young man managed to teleport again so that he wouldn't be caught. While repelling the attack, the boy thought that it was strange. It seemed like the distance he could teleport to was getting shorter. He needed to end this immediately. Then our hero wanted to deal him the decisive blow, but the man managed to dodge. At first, the young man did not understand how he managed to avoid the blow. But then, it dawned on him that with each teleportation, the attribute of space becomes weaker. He only had 23 points left. He must save them. While his opponent was rushing towards him with a sword, the guy thought that it wouldn't be that easy, but he should teleport only in the most critical moments. Suddenly, a wall of ice grew around him, allowing him to weaken and repel the attack. Chi exclaimed that it was between her and Qian Lan, so there was no need to involve Xiaoyan. The captain of the Valley of the Heavenly Wind exclaimed that if she wanted to die so much, then he would fulfill her whim. Our hero did not waste time and began to call upon the technique of the golden torch beam, the intent of the sword of the first sun, after which he declared that the final blow would decide the outcome of this fight once and for all. Then, a powerful stream of energy fell upon the enemy, who was so confused that he did not even try to escape. But when the smoke cleared a little, the senior master appeared, who sternly stated that it meant that he had killed his son. Gu noted that their spheres were at different levels than his. He only had 15 space attribute points left. He already understood how the teleportation technique works. The attribute consumption depends on the range of movement, and now the guy can teleport 5 steps further. When the young man muttered that it looked like he couldn't win, the senior master replied that he was right. The boys would die on the spot now. After colliding with the man, our hero received a blow of such force that he flew back a huge distance and lost his sword along the way. As he fell to the ground, Xiaoyan noted that he tried to block his attack, but it seemed to be completely useless. When the master announced that it was now her turn, the girl immediately erected an ice wall in front of herself. But the man had no trouble cutting it apart instantly with his magical abilities. She wanted to reflect this attack, but she failed, so she also flew back, just like our hero. The master stated that it was difficult to even call this a battle. Death was too easy for them. Gu couldn't believe that after healing so many attributes, he still couldn't block a single attack. It seems his ability is on the same level as Xin Luan and Yan Xin near Mount Silian. He doesn't stand a chance. Chiu then approached the girl and grabbed her by the hair, saying that she was apparently very brave, so she would die first to pay respect to his son. Our hero shouted, "Wait!" He thought to himself that from the moment he learned to extract attributes, he thought that he would become invincible. The young man believed that he could defeat an opponent of a higher level than him in one move. But why is he still so weak? The guy can't believe it takes so long to reach the level of key gathering. Gu then thought that he had no choice but to combine the Royal Dragon Key and the Devil Key. The man noticed this and thought that he had really lost his mind. He had to be killed before Xiaoyan did anything. But it was too late to do anything, as our hero's appearance had changed dramatically and it seemed as if his strength had increased many times over. The man noted that he was in a very precarious position. It seemed that he was about to lose control of himself completely. In this case, the senior master will help the young man cope with this problem. But our hero began to swing his sword in front of him, thus not allowing the enemy to get close to him. Chiu noted that if his power continued to grow, then it seemed he would be impossible to defeat. Apparently, the guy is waging a war of attrition. After turning into a demon, he began to put all his strength into each blow, but this will not last long. Soon Gu will simply die of exhaustion. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Qin Yun sect arrived. Master Lei Li saw that the northern snow village had arrived. Next to Master Lin is a disciple known for his abilities named Bei Lin Yan. During this time, he has undoubtedly expanded the scope of Yuan, making him a strong opponent in these competitions. Then he turned his attention to the Cold Moon Valley Master, Hanuya, and wondered where Qi, who was their favorite disciple, was. And the leader of the Heavenly Wind Valley team is Master Chanfen. Sect leader Qianlan apparently can't join. Saya speculated that the man was investigating an accident that recently happened to a disciple of Heavenly Wind Valley. The master noted that the heavens favor only good people, and the path of this sect was never paved with good intentions. After some time, Her Highness the Princess came out to them and thanked everyone for having made such a difficult journey to get to this place. After which, she said that the opening ceremony will take place in 2 weeks. Everyone has worked hard for a couple of years to raise the level of cultivation, so she hopes that everyone present will enjoy the competition. The girl has prepared a new space for them, suitable for cultivation. A little later, they are led there. When Sect Master Xin Yun thanked her, Yan Qin asked if all of his clan's disciples were participating in the competition this year. The man replied, of course. Then he asked why she was even asking. Suddenly, Qiao came running, fell at her master's feet, and began to beg her to save Qi, as the people from the Valley of Heavenly Wind were chasing her. Meanwhile, the man noted that such a long period had already passed, and he was still holding up well. As if he was being guided by a stream of endless energy, the young man noticed him and started running towards him to attack. The master managed to dodge the blow, but his cover was destroyed. The enemy decided not to miss such a chance and take advantage of the fact that our hero was so close to him, so he attacked with the help of his magical abilities. Unexpectedly, the young man was able to gather his strength and strike his opponent with a sword. Meanwhile, Xi's sisters ran up to her and began to ask worriedly what was wrong with her and what had happened. When she came to her senses, her first question was where Gu Xiaoyan was. Qiao replied that they found her lying on the ground, but there was no one else around. The girl screamed to her master that the young man could die and they simply had to save him. The woman asked her to calm down first and tell her what had happened. The best student, with tears in her eyes, began to say that he wanted to kill them, and the guy entered into a fight with him. But after that, she lost consciousness and does not know how it all ended. Saya exclaimed that she didn't mean to say that our hero fought with Master Chiu. The teacher said that Chao Min told her the story of what Gu Xiaoyan had done. The girl countered that he had simply stood up for them, and Chan Fen had gotten what he deserved. So now she couldn't leave him in trouble. Sin Yu ran away, screaming that she simply had to save him. They tried to stop her, but she didn't listen to anyone. Qin Yun stated that it was they who were to blame for the death of their students. However, they had no evidence, so the girls could easily get away with it. Later, they were immobilized by magical energy, and there was nothing they could do about it. Hanuya said no matter what happens there, she will not allow her students to be insulted. Lei Li said that the first thing they should do is find Gu, but until they find out the truth, everyone had better watch their tongues. Meanwhile, Master Cho Tianguan accidentally encountered a heavenly official in the forest. When the man asked in surprise what he was doing there, Sei Uchin replied that he had come to remind him that now was not the time for revenge, but to carry out their plan. The teacher asked if he wanted to blame him for being impulsive. In fact, his son was dead. How could he turn a blind eye to that? The young man replied that he was simply reminding him that if the general's plan failed because of him, the master would envy his son's fate. Elder Cho became angry and warned him not to test his strength. The guy replied that he was simply advising him to think carefully before he rushed into trouble. Let him hold off on his revenge. Now was neither the time nor the place for it. Our hero, meanwhile, was in some cave and was thinking that the elder one was too strong. He couldn't handle it and just went crazy. The young man was just lucky that he didn't die and was able to slowly suppress the ki energy. Xiaoyan only absorbed the demonic ki from Tan Min's capsule, forgetting about the energy of the imperial dragon Yan Qin Yuan and the ghostly ki of Qiu Chen Fen. But Gu never thought that he would lose control of them too. In order to avoid making mistakes again, the boy must find a way to improve them. He must hurry. The elder could appear at any moment. Saya conducted her investigation and noted that there were signs of a fierce struggle everywhere. As a result of which, both opponents were injured. It seems that the young man had a great chance to escape. But Xiaoyan decided to stay. I wonder why. Is it because of Qi? Where is the guy now? I hope he's okay. When the captain reported that the boy had escaped, the elder Cho slapped him and exclaimed that he was useless. The man had beaten him half to death, and the boy couldn't even catch him. After the vengeful father shouted that he should find it, even if he had to dig it out from under the ground, the boy replied that he didn't think now was the right time for that. The sects come one after another, and they all know about his son. This is the imperial city and the master's place. The best thing would be to solve the problem before it arose, which is what he was doing. But now that the great families had arrived, it was no longer their power. Now Cold Moon Valley and Green Cloud Sect are busy searching for Gu Xiaoyan. Killing him will put them at a disadvantage. He understands that the man is saddened by the death of his son, but everything now looks like the machinations of the Valley of the Divine Wind. The master hissed that our hero must die, like all those involved in the death of his son. Suddenly, Xia's voice rang out, angrily asking where Gu was. She warned Qian Lian that if he touched him, she would kill him with her own hands. The captain replied that they were absolutely not interested in this guy. If the girl was looking for him, she had come to the wrong place. Sinchi was confused at first, but then asked if he was Cho Chanfen's father. The man replied that if they killed his son, then he would finish off her master, not to mention the younger minions of the Green Cloud sect. The girl grabbed the sword and exclaimed that if they killed Xiaoyan, they wouldn't get away with it so easily. The elder laughed and said that it was simply wonderful. He had been in the mountains for several days, but he was constantly fighting only some youngsters. Shouting how dare he insult her, the little sister rushed to attack him. Qian Lian stopped her sword with 2 fingers and said that there was no need to bother. She was talented and known as one of the outstanding geniuses of the great Yuan country, but she was nowhere near him. After which he added that the huge gap between the kingdoms could not be filled with a simple word: genius. The captain thought that even Xia couldn't compete with the elder. Gu was obviously in the early stages of father's accumulation, but how could he not only escape, but also injure him? Could it all be explained by madness? The man said that next time, before asking a question, the girl should think about whether she even has the right to do so. The young man stopped him and asked why he didn't let her go the first time. The elder pushed him aside and informed him that as soon as they returned back, he would strip him of absolutely all powers. The young man replied that he simply wanted to remind him of his current situation. The man said that Gu must die, even if the Lord of Heaven himself stood up for him. If they dared to provoke him again, the elder would not hold back any longer. The girl thanked the captain and said that he saved her. Then she asked if Xiaoyan was alive. Meanwhile, our hero stated that finally all the attributes had been improved. This time it didn't break. Although it was a little more dangerous than before, he still got a good reward. Surprisingly, the boy was able to fully grasp these attributes and reached the late stage of ki accumulation. Now, when he encounters Master Cho, he won't have such a big problem. Suddenly, a heavenly official appeared near the entrance to the cave and asked what was going on with him then. The young man asked if he was one of the guards of the heavenly palace. The man replied that he didn't expect that a child who had only recently begun to accumulate ki energy would be able to fight on equal terms with an elder of the rotating Dan realm. This is really very strange. Just recently, the guy was shouting that he had reached the late stage of ki accumulation, but in fact, he had broken through much further. Our hero asked what he wanted. He was also in the rotating kingdom of Dan. If necessary, Gu would fight him to the death. Seiuqian laughed and said that Xiaoyan was still too young. Only people like him had so much impudence. Let him not worry, since the man did not come to fight. The heavenly official wants the young man to join the divine palace. If he does this, the guy can help him reach the level of God in the blink of an eye. The divine palace is full of masters. Each country has 11 gods and 4 representatives, and above them are the Star Kings. They are in a place that Gu can't even imagine. The divine powers are full of secrets, but if the young man joins them, he will have a chance to find out everything. Xiaoyan is extremely talented, so the Green Cloud sect is a trifle for him. The young man asked, "Then why do they need blood relatives, since they are so powerful?" She replied that it was important for the palace. He could only bestow divine-level techniques on him if Gu joined them. He would use all his resources to deal with the revolving Dan realm. Our hero didn't understand why he was being so kind to him. The guy had never seen the Green Cloud sect practice divine-level techniques. Although the battle with the corrupted Dan kingdom will not take more than a year, what he proposes is truly exciting. It would be cool if the young man could extract the attributes from the treasury of the divine palace. However, unfortunately, their target is Yan Qin. He cannot join them, but it is necessary to establish contact. Gu replied that he agreed, but he had one request. He was short of storage rings, and the Green Cloud sect did not issue them to the newcomers of the inner clan. Did he have any extra ones? The official replied that he was curious as to what he would ask for. Usually, no one carries more than one, but these were the rings of his enemies, killed a couple of days ago. Let him take them along with all the contents. But before giving him the rings, Yushin said that since he intended to join the Divine Palace, a small test was necessary. The Bloodline tournament is coming soon and he needs help. After it's over, he will report to the palace and officially promote him to the 12 gods of travel, and then grant him a god-level technique. The boy replied that the Valley of the Divine Wind was already pursuing him. Did he really think he would be able to get there? He thought to himself that he needed to warn the princess and ask her to be more careful. The man noted that he shouldn't worry. He would help him settle things with this clan for a while. The guy could confidently move forward and not worry about anything. After some time, our hero encountered Saya, who could not believe her eyes. The girl began to examine him from all sides and ask if everything was okay. She had heard that Elder Cho was looking for him everywhere, so she was very worried. The young man replied that he only had a superficial wound and there was no need to worry so much. Sister muttered that it was good. She had been looking for him for a couple of days and had come to the conclusion that the people who wanted to kill him were very dangerous. Sinsiyu had just detected a strong aura, but it had disappeared immediately. Our hero noted to himself that it would be better not to involve his sister in this if he was seen with the Divine Guardian. Questions could not be avoided. That's why he replied that regarding the bloodthirsty aura, there are a lot of demonic beasts around, so he feels it too. Saya suggested that he return with her. This time, the team is led by Lei Li, and the Divine Wind people will not dare to do anything to him. After a while, Gu greeted the elder. He replied that it was good that he was okay. Let him stay by his side, and no one would dare to do anything. Xiaoyan replied that the last time he left the sect, he was lucky enough to reach the realm of ki accumulation. This time, the youth was on the verge of death a couple of times, so he reached the late stage of ki accumulation. The elder began to examine him from all sides and say that he was definitely a genius. He simply needed to learn the art of the sword. The man would pass on all his knowledge to him. Sin Xiu said that she didn't expect him to break the barrier that geniuses spend half a year to reach so soon. She believes that he should be allowed to participate in the competition for the sake of their clan's glory. The master replied that it was a pity, but the list of candidates had already been handed over. He visited Elder Lin to recommend that Xiaoyan be nominated as a candidate for the competition. Unfortunately, nothing came of it. Our hero replied that everything was fine. He would watch and learn. Although the boy had reached the late stage of ki, his strength was still not great. He still had much to learn. The elder replied that in that case, in order to strengthen his kingdom, he would teach him his flaming sword technique. Gu said that Chai, from Cold Moon Valley, was seriously injured because of him. But unfortunately, he went crazy and doesn't know how she's feeling. Is she okay? The girl replied that she was saved, but due to the injury, she would be forced to miss the upcoming tournament. When the girl started coughing, one of the sisters said that she needed to take medicine. But after that, Gu suddenly appeared at the door, saying that the lady herself was in serious condition, but was still worried about him. Chai replied that when he went mad like a demon and Elder Cho hit him hard, she was very worried and afraid for his life. But at the same time, she could not do anything. The young man patted her head and said that everything was fine. He was safe and sound. At that moment, he had indeed merged with the fire, but the elder's attack was imperfect. Eventually, he managed to escape into a cave. Fortunately, he overcame the demon inside him and was able to recover. When he came out, he ran into Sia, who was looking for him, and here is Gu. Then he took out the ki and blood restoration pills and said that he had made them specifically for her internal injuries as soon as he returned to the city. Let her take them. His master, Lin Hasun, from the Green Cloud sect, is a first-class alchemist in the Great Yuan country, so he knows how to prepare them. The girl was shocked that it was a level 10 pill and couldn't believe that he actually made them himself. Our hero replied that he couldn't buy them, so yes, he made them himself. Let him not worry and take the pills, he has enough of them. The young man then gave her a pill and then brought her a bowl of water for her to wash down. Chao entered the room with the medicine and said it was time to take it. Having seen this picture, she immediately reported that she had not seen anything and let them continue. The guy immediately apologized and said that he just wanted to give her some medicine, nothing more. After which he began to run out of the room shouting that she should not forget to take these pills and Gu would come back to visit her a little later. The next day was the day of the competition. The disciples from different sects slowly began to gather. The Green Cloud clan master asked how our hero was doing with his sword technique. The young man replied that he had trained a little and gained experience, but it was not enough for battle. The man replied that it was a pity he could not take part this time. It would have been a wonderful opportunity to exchange experiences with geniuses from other sects. Suddenly, Chang appeared and asked how the killer dared to appear in this place without a table of fear. Senior Cho noted that these were people from the Green Cloud sect. They should look around. The master noted that they were present on behalf of the Divine Wind Valley. There was no need to allow themselves to say such nonsense. History was known to everyone. They could let this matter slip through their fingers. But if they insist, then the man will join other sects, and they will decide this issue in the royal court. After which the elder hissed that when the time came, there was no need to blame him for the fact that they would be at a disadvantage. Chang asked the elder not to be angry, since today was the day the competition began. But in such tests, injuries are not uncommon, so Lei also has to keep himself in hand, just in case. One of the main Green Clouds asked if they were really counting on personal revenge. The man exclaimed that he must be joking. The competition would be between all the talented novices, and they all had different kingdoms, so something could definitely happen in the first stage. Lei replied that although your chief disciple Qianlan has a bit of talent, but to claim that they will defeat them is a bit arrogant, doesn't he think so? The opponent grinned and asked who said that they only had him. Acolyte Sayushin immediately greeted the elder. Our hero was surprised because the guy is a heavenly official. Is he really going to represent the Valley of the Divine Wind? After some time, the start of the first round, the Phantom Divine Heart formation was announced. This is an ancient formation left on the territory of their country. To this day, no one has yet unraveled its secrets. They sealed the most dangerous areas. If they see the seals, there is no need to try to break them. The danger in those places is extremely high, even for a sea god. They can handle the rest. There are 30 jade talismans in the formation. They are their target. After obtaining them, they must go to the center of the formation to pass the test. The places will be distributed according to the number of talismans. The stage will take 3 days to complete. If someone fails to reach the center by the end of the 3rd day, that person will be disqualified. However, within the formation, there are no restrictions. Those who commit murder and injury will not be punished. Gu now understood why Cho was sure that they would take revenge, but he was not participating in the competition. Then it dawned on him that their target was Sister Xia. They asked Seuchian to deal with her specifically. Now they can't do anything to him, so they decided to take it out on the Green Cloud sect. The young man immediately began asking the girl to withdraw from the competition as he was very worried. Saya exclaimed, "What is he even talking about?" It is understandable that he is worried since she has fallen out of favor, but in this competition, Since Yu intends to take first place. The youth is a genius among geniuses. His cultivation is perfect, but he lacks experience. It is quite normal to retreat when you feel that you are twice as weak as the enemy. But some things need to be done. She has broken through to the realm of true ki condensation so she can take care of herself. Our hero countered that that guy was hired by Tianfen Gu. He was not their disciple, and his strength surpassed the true condensation realm. The girl replied that it was too late for them to retreat. She was obliged to participate not only for his sake, but also for the sake of the sect. Master said that Since Yu is right. They have no choice. If they retreat now, that clan will continue their aggression. It's good that the venue is an illusion formation. It's almost impossible to track anyone down there. Saya should remember, there is something fishy about that guy. If she meets him, she should not engage in battle. If she senses danger, she should immediately run to the pharmacy center. No one would dare to harm her there. The young man asked why it was suddenly safe in the center. What was so special about it? Lei replied, because one of the organizers of the competition is a talented princess of a great dynasty. She will personally welcome the participants in the center. No one will dare to do anything in front of her. After some time, Lord Tianguan was informed by a subordinate that the competition had already begun. When the man asked what about the secret passages, the servant replied that they were open, so he could enter the formation at any time. The guy replied that it was great. This time, the 4 divine magistrates would join forces to seize the bloodline. Another one noted that the divine phantom heart formation was a great place. The Great Yuan dynasty actually considered it theirs. One of them added that, to their great regret, the divine palace had long ago deciphered this formation. Tianguan stated that they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The divine Sea Star King would be personally welcoming the participants, so they had to grab the blood money before he showed up. The boy objected that since she dared to leave the palace without Emperor Yan's protection, they would be able to capture her. Meanwhile, the host announced that he was declaring the Divine Heart Phantom Formation competition open. The elder asked the girl to be careful, as this was not a normal competition. Gu noted to himself that it seemed like Yan Qin would be at the center of the pharmacy. No wonder Sei was representing Divine Wind Valley in this competition. Now his logic is clear. He made a deal with the valley and can now enter the center of the formation. But he also wants to see him as part of the Divine Palace, so the guy can't kill Xiaoyan. It suddenly dawned on our hero that Divine Wind Valley was using the Divine Palace to deal with the Green Cloud sect. Meanwhile, the young man quietly threw him some small note. It was a map that showed the secret entrance to the formation. It also said that Gu should head there and the young man would take care of everything. Xiaoyan noted to himself that it was good that he pretended to intend to join the ranks of the Divine Palace. The problem of entering the formation was solved, after which he informed the elder that he would go for a walk and examine the surrounding area. Looking around, our hero noted that it was now clear what the ghostly zone of the Heavenly Heart looked like. But before he could take a couple of steps, the place was completely transformed. This means that in order to move to the next location, he must break through these shifts in space. Just as the young man was thinking about the need to be careful and remain vigilant, a huge monster appeared behind him. After which the animal suddenly began to hide back under the water, and the guy didn't even have time to really understand anything. The young man decided not to wait for him to attack again and attacked him underwater using the single sword technique. When the creature showed itself again, Gu thought to himself that the sea dragon's appearance was unexpected. It was just unclear why it was so weak, perhaps a 5th or 6th level demonic beast. After a powerful energy stream burst out from his mouth, Xiaoyan realized that he could attack from a long distance. While the monster's mouth was open, our hero managed to see that there was a jade talisman in it. He never thought he would be able to find it so quickly, but to get it, the young man must defeat this giant dragon. The problem is that he can't even hurt such a powerful demon. Plus, the guy can't see his attribute, so he can't extract it. The examiner said that the most dangerous areas would be marked with a seal. But there was no seal at the entrance. But if the masters in charge of these competitions were able to install this jade talisman, then it should not be difficult to pull it out. This creature is simply an obstacle created for the competition, not a real dragon. When the monster suddenly began to dissipate, Gu realized that it was just an illusion. No wonder he couldn't extract its attribute. Our hero never thought that the power of illusion could reach the 5th or 6th level of a demonic beast. But since it was a normal test, he easily passed it. The attributes were inside the talisman after all. There was very little yuan energy there, but it was his first time extracting something from the jade artifact, so he would still absorb it. Opening his eyes, the young man realized how it all worked. Now the location was completely open to his view. It turns out that by extracting the attribute, he can track shifts in space. But the talisman contains only a small part of them, so when he gets to the next location, part of the territory will be available to him again. In that case, in order to reach the center of the ghost zone, he must collect jade talismans. There is no other way. Suddenly, the voice of a heavenly official was heard, who declared that he had simply been waiting for him for too long. Gu exclaimed that the secret passage he showed him actually worked. Although at first the guy was very skeptical about it. In his opinion, this place is not suitable for holding competitions. She replied that the Sky Castle had been exploring the phantom zone of the Sky Heart for several years. The young man knew more secrets than the royal family could ever dream of. Our hero said that it seemed that the castle in the sky was full of tigers and dragons. He wondered why such an insignificant person like him was suddenly needed by the Lord of the Sky. This time, Yushin must have thought out a whole plan to capture the Bloodhawk. Didn't the man decide to use him as a pawn? The celestial official replied that the Bloody Hawk was already taken care of and was almost in their hands. He didn't need the boy for that. Everyone knew about the phantom zone of the Heavenly Heart hundreds of years ago. Why did he think the royal family needed to monopolize this information? Our hero replied that the gentleman must understand that he is still too young and does not have access to as much knowledge as he does. She replied that since ancient times, the ghost zone has been responsible for protecting the city, houses, and keeping dangerous criminals in. It was created for a specific purpose, and the royal family knows it very well. Gu asked if he understood correctly that the Heavenly Heart Phantom Zone was guarding something, and knowing what kind of power it had, it could be called a mountain guard. The heavenly official replied that it was not. It was not the mountain that was protecting the entire country. It took the heavenly castle 200 years to explore this area. They were certain that this place was the entrance to King Suwon's underground castle. Ancient writings say that this ruler is the only one who managed to reach the divine sea sphere in 1,000 years. Apart from him, no one has ever known all the levels of changes in space. Of these, only 12 are used in the competition and help confuse the participants. The key to the gates of the king's castle will be waiting at the very end, after passing all the locations. Only after all the necessary manipulations, the castle will be ready to capture the ghost zone. The young man replied that this was all fine and dandy, but he still couldn't understand what use he was to them. Yushin stated that the guy would help him break through the center of the ghost zone. Our hero asked why him. There are much more capable cultivators in the Sky Castle. The man replied that he was right, but they couldn't do it alone. They needed someone who hadn't yet reached the Dantian rotation sphere. They had someone in mind, but when he met him, he realized that the young man would be better suited than anyone else. The young man asked why they thought he had the strength to do this. She explained that when he first met him, Gu was at a low level, but he was still able to kill the god of the heavenly castle. A couple of months later, he defeated a couple of key gathering level opponents at once. The young man stated that it turned out that he knew that Xiaoyan had killed the god of the heavenly castle. Yushin replied that he could pretend that it had not happened. And when the doors of King Suan's underground castle opened, he would share this great success with him. The guy exclaimed that it was a great honor for him, after which he thanked him for dispelling his doubts. Now it would be impolite to refuse such a generous offer. The guy exclaimed that he had been in this place for half a day, but only now he learned about the 12 levels in the ghost zone. Perhaps he would show him how to overcome them. Then he would definitely be ready to serve the Lord of Heaven. The man replied that reaching the center was not that difficult. He could do it himself. That way, the guy would better understand how the Phantom Zone worked. This experience would only play into his hands in the future. Our hero noted that he talks about it so casually, as if it were easy as pie. Suddenly, the celestial official announced that someone was approaching their direction. Then he added that everything else depended on him and disappeared. Rivals ran past Xiaoyan, shouting that if they wanted to end their lives, they needed to speed up. The boy noted to himself that, judging by their clothes, they were Cloud Seagate disciples. They were a pretty strong sect, even though they weren't in the top 4. Why were they running away? They needed to be followed. Meanwhile, the boys begged him not to come close to them. They would give him the talisman and leave the competition, just let him spare them. When the artifact was thrown right into Tianguan's hands, he stated that the guys seemed smart, but intelligence alone was not enough to survive. Then he added that the talisman was now in his hands, so he did not dare to detain them any longer. When the young men began to evaporate, our hero thought to himself that they had simply disappeared or that a new location had opened up for them. Suddenly, the formation in front of the young man began to glow brightly, as if it had been activated. A moment later, he found himself in another location and noted that they had definitely moved. But who was the guy who was chasing them? What sect did he even belong to? Turning back, our hero saw that they were all dead. It seemed that the man was a very strong cultivator. Xiaoyan should be on guard. It seems like this is a dangerous location and he better not meet other participants. Opening the doors to the building, the young man saw that same man right in front of him and noted that fate was clearly not kind to him. The boy noticed that something was wrong. He was just standing there and doing nothing, as if something was holding him back. He didn't seem to care about Gu's presence at all. Maybe he was just waiting for the boy to come. His clothes are torn, the man has clearly just been in a fight. But these marks on his skin do not look like sword wounds. When the young man took a small stone and threw it at him, it turned out that there was a protective sphere or wall around the stranger, and everything around was a labyrinth. Suddenly, Qianlan appeared, exclaiming what our hero was doing in this place. Our hero immediately rushed to attack him, but the captain immediately said that he was not going to fight him. Xiaoyan noted that the last time they fought to the death, and now he is afraid to fight one-on-one or something. Lan replied that he, as the leader, was ordered to detain him at that time, but now the elder has backed down. In addition, the guy does not support Cho's approach to solving problems, so everyone thinks he is a villain. The captain promises that he will not interfere with him in the ghost zone. Everything he said is just that, the pure truth. The young man hid his sword and said that he would just take his word for it this time. Qian asked what was going on and who this guy was. He saw the bloody bodies of the Cloud Sea sect members at the entrance to the location. Could this really be his doing? Our hero replied that he didn't know. The guy followed them, hoping to stop him, but he didn't have time. The captain once again emphasized that he did not wish him any harm and hoped that the problems between them were over. But suddenly, the man disappeared somewhere. Xiaoyan realized that as soon as he stepped onto another cell, he immediately disappeared and the guy followed him. So, each cell is a portal to another dimension. But then, how did the guy move from one cell to another? What if this requires figuring out the changes in space located inside each of them? One way or another, there must be a way out of this labyrinth. Lan suddenly appeared again and exclaimed that he was lucky that he didn't go back on his word. How dare Gu deceive him? The young man replied that it had nothing to do with it, after which he asked where he had been transported. The man exclaimed that he was in a hellish place with a sea of fire. He almost burned alive. Xiaoyan noted that the guy also stepped onto another cell and disappeared after him. Apparently, this is all one labyrinth, where each cell is a separate location from which there is one way out. The captain of the Valley of the Heavenly Wind asked where they should go next then. Our hero replied that he didn't know. This place consists of identical black and white cells. There is no specific pattern on them. The young man was indignant that then, what was the point of wasting time on empty talk? If you don't know the loophole, then the only way out is to use force. He can stand and think further, and Qian went. Xiaoyan thought to himself that the labyrinth was made up of identical cells with no pattern, but if he found the jade talisman, perhaps it would show him the way. Our hero decided to follow Lan's example and took a step to the next random cell. After the guy disappeared, Qian immediately appeared, stating that he had moved forward one more cell. Apparently, Gu decided not to stand still. He would cope if he chose the same route. Then he chose another cell and found himself in a location with some huge stone statues. The guy looked around and thought that he didn't see any danger. How to get out of this place now? But suddenly, these sculptures began to move and simultaneously head straight towards him. Barely managing to jump aside from one of the blows, the man thought to himself that he was afraid he wouldn't last long. There had to be some way to stop them. Then it dawned on him that he needed to find the jade talisman. With it, he would definitely be able to defeat them. Suddenly, the voice of the same stranger who had shown the artifact was heard and asked if this was what he was looking for. The guy was indignant that it turned out that this young man was controlling them. Let him stop immediately. The stranger replied that all this time he had been thinking about how to find him, and he himself came to him, the leader of the Valley of the Heavenly Wind, named Qian Lan. The captain was very surprised and asked how this man could possibly know him. The man replied that not only did he know him, but he also wanted to kill him, and the sculptures would help him cope with this perfectly. Lan shouted, "Does he serve the Sky Castle? Did the Elder Cho order to get rid of him? For what reason? Was it because he didn't want to join them?" The stranger replied that he had guessed very quickly. Now, let him prepare to meet his death. The young man was not going to give up so easily and exclaimed that they would still see who would die, after which he began to try to get closer to this impudent stranger in order to deal with him. But 3 huge sculptures stood up to protect him. The guy noted to himself that if he continued to run away, he would quickly come to an end. Therefore, he needed to quickly deal with their puppeteer. Suddenly, an opponent appeared behind him who asked with a mocking voice if he had lost it. Meanwhile, our hero found himself in this location, did not understand what was happening and why these statues were lying on the ground. Then he saw the captain of the Heavenly Wind Valley who had blood flowing from his mouth, after which the young man turned to the stranger and asked if he had done this to him. The man greeted him with a feigned friendly greeting and noted that this was the same rat that was following them around. Did he really want to say goodbye to his life too? Lan told him to be careful, because that man controls the stone statues with a jade talisman. They are impossible to defeat. Xiaoyan muttered to find out that he was not doing this for him, but he just wanted the talisman. The stranger was very amused by this. He showed him the artifact and said that if the guy wanted it so much, then let him try to come up and take it. Our hero replied that he had asked for it himself and began to make his way towards him through the statues using the intent of the sword. Once near the enemy, Xiaoyan dealt him a powerful blow, which he was unable to dodge. The captain of the Valley of Heavenly Wind was very surprised and didn't understand how he managed to do this at all. The opponent took the talisman in his hands and ordered all the sculptures to deal with it at the same time. But before the stone statues had even gotten close to him, the young man immediately took advantage of the intentions of the sword of the first sun. After which there was a powerful explosion, and the blast wave swept away everything that was around. When the smoke cleared, only the remains of the huge stone monsters were visible on the floor. Then our hero approached the young man and said that he thought their battle would be much more interesting. After taking the talisman from him, Gu immediately warned Lan that he would not get the artifact. The man replied that he had no intention of taking him. He simply had not expected him to become so strong. After which he thanked him for saving him. The young man asked if he knew who the stranger in the mask was. Qian replied that yes. He didn't expect the elder to make a deal with the Sky Castle to kill him. But no need to worry, once they got out of here, the man would report everything to the elder. The guy noted that at least now he was ready for the next attack. They wouldn't stop, so he should be careful. and it was time for him to go because he had some things to do. The captain of the Valley of the Heavenly Wind asked the young man if he knew how to get out of this place. Our hero replied that there was one way, but if he wanted to leave the labyrinth with him, he had to promise him something. When they get outside, let them take just one look at his jade talisman. After the guy got indignant, "What's the joy?" Goon noted that he didn't trust him, but it didn't matter. Let him stay in the labyrinth then. But as soon as the young man took a step, they both moved to another location. Lan took out his talismans and said that he could look at them. But would he really just look? Maybe there was something valuable hidden in them, or something else. Our hero took the artifacts in his hands and said that he does not reveal his secrets to everyone. As he absorbed his attributes, the young man thought to himself that taking his promise was the right choice. After returning the talismans back, the man looked at them and thought that it was strange. Nothing seemed to have changed. Gu said goodbye and said that they would see each other at the end of the test. Meanwhile, Ixiar stood near the lake with a huge toad and noted that Bei Linyan was on the other side. The guy said he didn't think they would meet in the ghost zone. It must be fate. So how will they decide who gets the jade talisman? The girl asked in surprise what he was talking about. There was no jade talisman there. Bei told her not to pretend she didn't know what he looked like. She somehow got to this place. Most of them are hidden in the most dangerous locations of the ghost zone. Now they are in a swampy area in the middle of which sits this giant beast. Most likely, it is he who guards the jade talisman. Since you muttered that who would have thought that they would have to fight in the final round? The young man replied that sooner or later it was bound to happen anyway. As Saya charged at him, the boy began to create a whirlpool from the lake using his magical abilities. The girl noted that he had clearly perfected his heart technique. After all, he had created this huge ice field in just a split second. The opponent was not going to stop there, so he decided to use the snowstorm technique that envelops the skies. Suddenly, the boys heard a dull bang and turned around to see the talisman flying out of the toad's mouth. The young man who caught it said thank you, because thanks to them, he got the jade talisman without any effort. When asked who he was, the guy replied that it didn't matter, since they would soon come to an end. Bei Linyan rushed at him, shouting that he should know the mighty power of his sword. But the stranger stopped his sword with 2 fingers and did not allow him to injure himself. Sin Yu decided to intervene and exclaimed that she was the senior disciple of the Xinyan sect and challenged him to a fight. But the opponent just stopped her with one hand without making any special effort, after which he declared that they were both not his equals at all, so there was no way they could win. But the sister was not going to give up, so she began to summon the technique of the Sword of the Lone Killer. The attack slightly grazed the cheek of the relaxed opponent. He did not expect such a turn of events. The boy replied that it was not bad. She managed to injure him, but unfortunately, Saya is still far from his realm. These techniques are worthless against his absolute power. Now, it will be the end for her. But suddenly our hero appeared, shouting that it was his turn to show what he was capable of, after which he introduced himself as a disciple of the Xinyan sect. Anyone who wanted to harm his sister would have to deal with him. After which she asked the girl if she was okay. Saya asked in surprise how Gu had ended up there. Xiaoyan replied that it didn't matter. The main thing was that he had time, otherwise they might not see each other again. The man remembered Sei telling him that the perfect person for the job would be in charge of the center of the Phantom Zone. Then it dawned on him that it was him. He then decided to take advantage of the moment and check what kind of cultivator Yuchen had chosen, since our hero did not know him by sight. Therefore, he declared that another one had appeared who wanted to say goodbye to life. The young man asked with a challenge in his voice what if he was the one who died. The girl screamed that there was no need to provoke him. That guy was much stronger than her. He wouldn't be able to defeat him and would die. Gu pointed the sword towards him and said that now they would see who would be the winner and who would be the loser. After which, the young man suddenly jumped up and decided to use the sword intent technique. The enemy started running towards him and asking if he really wanted to use such a slow technique against him. Could it possibly work? But when the man approached him, our hero simply disappeared somewhere. Xiaoyan was literally above his opponent's head in a second and activated the lone assassin sword technique. The girl was very surprised because it was a powerful blow. How strong her brother had become. The man noted that even he acknowledged that the young man was good. Gu was talented and had quick reactions. Sei had made the right choice. After becoming a Heavenly Palace cultivator, our hero will soon be able to reach the level of the 4 heavenly officials. It seems that their plan might actually work this time. Xiaoyan asked what about his sister. Will he leave her alone since she is not guilty of anything? The stranger replied that he understood that he wanted to be the hero who saved the beauty. No problem, the man would just pretend to lose to him and leave the battlefield. Suddenly, the young man made an expression as if he had seen something scary and shouted to his sister to be careful. When the enemy turned to see what was going on, Gu pierced him through with his sword. The man hissed that he really had decided to fool him. Did he even know what consequences he would have to face now? The guy retorted that no one would care when he died, after which he rushed to attack him, shouting that such trash should not walk on the ground. But the opponent put up a defense that pushed our hero away. When the guy was thrown back some distance, the sister decided to go to his aid and attack the enemy. But the man was much stronger than her, so he began to form an energy ball in his hand in order to kill her. Xiaoyan realized that something urgently needed to be done, so he summoned the first sun sword intent and struck the heavenly official to death. Bei couldn't believe his eyes that this guy could destroy such a strong cultivator. When did their sect even grow so big? Taking out his jade talismans, the young man thought that he didn't expect this guy to have 5 of them. Now, thanks to them, Xiaoyan finally sees a way out of this spatial field. Zia said that he was a very powerful cultivator, probably already reaching the middle of the Dantian rotation realm. She was very surprised that the young man could defeat him. After all, their cultivation levels were different. Gu replied that it was just luck that he was able to pull off a surprise attack. Our hero didn't think he could have handled him in a real fight. He then asked if he could look at her talismans. The sister became wary and asked why. Perhaps there was something hidden inside them. The guy replied that each talisman had an unusual pattern. Perhaps if you put them together, you can reveal the secret of the ghost zone. To himself, he thought that this was all he could tell her. The girl handed him the attributes and said that he only had 2 pieces. The young man said that they were definitely part of a scheme that, once assembled, would allow them to break through the ghost zone. But unfortunately, that wasn't enough. If he could get 2 more talismans, then he would have everything he needed to do it. Bei shouted, "Why was Saya staring at him like that? Did she really want him to sacrifice his jade talismans?" The girl hissed at him to stop talking nonsense and give them to her immediately. The guy objected that even though they had numbers, he still wasn't afraid of them. The sister still managed to take them away, and she told our hero that it turns out he had collected 1 more talisman than she had. The young man was indignant and asked why not simply admit that they were incredibly lucky to have him and be more polite. Since you asked what the outcome was it possible to solve the mystery of the ghost zone? Xiaoyan replied that he was almost there. Let him follow him. He thought to himself that he had already collected 16 jade talismans, and that should be enough to get to the center. Bei stated that Gu was becoming increasingly persistent and suspicious, so he was keeping an eye on him. The young man immediately threw all the talismans back to him and said that he no longer needed them. After which he added that it was now clear what kind of incomparable genius Linyan really was. The guy thought he was immortal. The young man then handed over to his sister all the jade talismans he had collected, and she asked in surprise where he had gotten so many. Gu explained that he had obtained 4 himself, and the rest were in the hands of an official. He thought to himself that he had received 1 from the lake monster and 3 from Tiangun's subordinates. The sister exclaimed that he worked so hard, so she couldn't accept all this. Our hero replied that she had forgotten that he had no right to participate. Everything was in perfect order, and besides, he had more important things to do in the magical array. When Saya asked what other business he had, the young man replied that it was a long story. In short, he needed to get to the formation as quickly as possible. Since Yu asked if he knew the heavenly official mentioned earlier, was the brother somehow related to him? Gu replied that yes. It was too dangerous for her to act alone, and this competition was no longer meaningful. Something might happen soon that could endanger the entire Yuan kingdom. Meanwhile, the princess was waiting for the players to arrive and asked her subordinate how long they had been waiting. After hearing the answer that it was 1 hour, the girl asked how long it took the fastest player of the past years to reach the center of the ghost zone. The man replied that it was 2 days. But the one who collected the largest number of talismans was the one who completed the test on the third day. The difficulty lies in collecting as many artifacts as possible. So, some participants set up an ambush near the center of the ghost zone. The closer to it, the bloodier the battle. When she was told that the real battle had only begun today, the second day of the competition, and that Her Highness would do well to return to the palace and rest, Yan Qin agreed. But suddenly, Bei's dissatisfied voice was heard, asking where they had wandered to, since there was only thorns all around. Sire cried out for him to shut his mouth. They weren't dragging him along. The guy had clung to them himself. The first to appear was Linyan, who declared that they had finally come out of this forest. Seeing the Imperial Guards, he was surprised that they had really reached the center of the ghost zone. The examiner asked who he was, and that he should immediately introduce himself and state what sect he belonged to. The young man replied that his name was Bei, and that he was a disciple in the northern snow village. The man smiled and congratulated him, saying that he was the first of all to reach the center. But the winner replied that he had not come alone. At that moment, our hero came out of the forest with Sia. The princess turned around and asked in surprise what Gu Xiaoyan was doing here anyway. Meanwhile, Sei informed his subordinates that they were already at the center and asked if they were ready to start everything. The guys answered that yes, everyone had taken their positions and were waiting for instructions. When Yuchen asked where Lao San was now, why he was still not here, the samurai replied that he was most likely as usual having fun somewhere. The man was indignant that it was the same thing every time. If the gods had to postpone such an important event because of him, he would be in trouble. Bei said that he didn't know that Gu personally knew the princess of the Great Kingdom. As Sire thinks, they just haven't seen each other for a long time and decided to chat or something else. The girl was indignant. What kind of nonsense was he talking about? In the village of Northern Snow are all gossips like that? Or is it just him? The guy replied that he thought she was also interested, since she had been looking in their direction for half a day. The sister didn't have time to answer, as the guards reported that someone was approaching them. The heavenly official who appeared stated that it seemed that he was not the first to reach the finish line. The examiner noted that he knew him. He was a newcomer from the Heavenly Wind Valley. Now the young man could give him the collected jade talismans, and he would know the results of this round in 3 days. Looking around, Sei wondered where the Bloodhawk was. There was no change in the plan. They must have suspected something was wrong. Noticing that the participant was confused, the man asked if he had any questions. Then he added that if he wanted, he could spend those 3 days in that place. But suddenly the young man grabbed him by the throat and hissed that no one dared to talk to him like that. When the examiner lost consciousness, the young man simply threw his body aside. After this action, his accomplices realized that it was time to begin. Therefore, they decided to act according to the plan. Bei was angry and screamed, "Who is he to kill people without thinking? Does he really think that the royal family will let him get away with it so easily?" The heavenly official didn't even respond to this, but simply attacked him with his magical power. When the man wanted to switch to the girl, our hero appeared and ordered him to stop. But the attacker quickly teleported to her and grabbed her hand tightly. After which he stated that Gu was still here. Xiaoyan shouted that he would not allow his sister to be touched. Let her go immediately. Meanwhile, the samurai reached the point. One of them asked where the bloody hawk had gone. Yushin replied that he must be somewhere nearby. Let them inspect the entire nearby territory. The young man stated that it looked like someone had screwed up. The King of the Stars wouldn't let it go that easily. The guy replied that the heavenly officials had started the task at the same time, so he wouldn't be the only one to be punished. The success rate was now 70%. They might still have time to catch him. The young man replied that he would do his job, but if Sei did not open the underground palace before the arrival of the King of the Stars, the gods would not be able to help him. Our hero declared that he had just reached the center and was ready to keep his promise, but he would not leave without his sister. When Yuqian asked why he should believe him, Xiaoyan replied that he had the right to choose what to do and whether to believe him or not. The Heavenly Heart Phantom Zone is completely under their control, so he has nowhere to run. He just doesn't want his sister to get hurt. The man replied that okay, their agreement remains in force. Let him open the center, as they had decided earlier. But if he decides to pull off one more trick, he will experience the full wrath of the King of the Stars. The young man replied that there was no need to worry. Gu also wanted to see what the legendary Suan Van Palace looked like. Suddenly, everything around went dark and a passage began to appear between the two huge statues. Saya noted that it looked like some kind of portal. The guy replied that he knew that one of them was located in the kingdom, but he didn't think that there was a second one hidden in the phantom zone of the heavenly heart. She explained that in addition to the key to the gates of the underground palace, the soul of King Suan was also there. Its power depends on the number of people who enter it, so they cannot use group tactics. In general, he advises the young man to go alone. Our hero replied that he would have done so, but he could not leave his older sister with them. When they entered inside, the girl stated that this was the place. It looked pretty creepy. The young man agreed with her and said that this seemed to be the gate to the underground palace. Since you noted that she doesn't see any lever or anything like that, so how are they going to open them? Suddenly, a formation brightly lit up near the guys and some man began to appear from it. It was none other than the soul of King Suan, who raised his hand with a sword. At the same moment, the stones in the heads of the statues began to glow brightly and they slowly began to come to life. The girl said that there were too many of them. Her strength was not enough to defeat them all. The young man didn't waste any time and decided to use the intent of the sword of the first son, just like last time. The powerful energy immediately affected the stone sculptures, which simply began to crumble before our eyes. The sister was shocked and didn't understand when he had managed to train so much. Our hero shouted that now was not the time for talking. Let him pay attention to the fact that something more powerful was approaching them. The young man shouted that he was just a piece of stone, so he could be dealt with in no time. Saya noted that this was a direct breakthrough technique. Its level was even higher than the condensed truth realm. Meanwhile, the spirit of the king rushed to attack the guy. Xiaoyan noted that he finally decided to show himself on the battlefield. Gu realized that this ghost's sword energy was several times more powerful than his. The power was simply unbelievable. The girl rushed to his aid, screaming that she couldn't just stand by. But her powerful rival noticed her and immediately struck a blow that she didn't have time to dodge. Our hero took advantage of this wonderful opportunity and quickly reached for the king's attribute. When the young man absorbed the energy of the attribute, the girl looked at him in horror and did not understand what was happening. The sister immediately noticed that the king's soul was becoming weaker, but she did not understand what exactly was happening. Now Gu Shaoyan was exactly repeating the movements of the mighty Suan's ghost. After which, the young man attacked his opponent with his own techniques and strength. As it disappeared, the soul screamed that it was impossible. How did this guy manage to defeat him? Sinsu was surprised how her brother managed to mirror the king's technique and defeat him in one move. Noticing that the young man was completely exhausted, she took him by the arm and asked how he managed to do it at all. Our hero replied that he was able to repeat the intention of his sword. At first, he thought that he would not succeed. But luck smiled upon him. Then he added that it must be this very jade talisman that the heavenly official needed. Now that the king's soul has disappeared, this place is filled with life energy. They must absorb it as soon as possible. Once Gu is restored, they will deal with Seus. After some time, the guys returned and our hero threw the talisman to the man. Yushin couldn't believe his eyes that this was indeed the same jade artifact. How did he manage to defeat Suan so quickly? After which he exclaimed that the guy was a real hero. Now they have the key with which they will finally open the gates of the underground palace. There was no time to waste. All of his subordinates had begun the gate opening ceremony. She stated that they were almost there. When they got to the treasure, Xiaoyan would also get his share. Bei exclaimed, "What to do now? It looks like they can really get into the palace." But suddenly, the princess's voice rang out, saying that this would not happen. Let them surrender. How dare the minions of the Sky Castle attack the great country of Daiwan? The man exclaimed that soon the god of the stars would arrive at the gates of the underground palace and personally teach them a lesson. But suddenly, Gu materialized behind him and dealt him a fatal blow while declaring that he didn't have a single chance. Not everything is under his control. Mentally, he thanked for the attribute of space that he extracted from the storage ring received from Yutian. The princess immediately ordered the capture of all the criminals who were involved in this, after which she thanked our hero for saving her and the country of Daiwan as a whole. The young man replied that there was nothing special about it. He had simply sent the message on time and done everything he could. Bei asked, where are all the other Heavenly Palace cultivators that C spoke of? Yan-sin replied that they had taken care of it. They had probably been detained already. She was just worried about Xiaoyan, so she came to them. The guy immediately apologized and said that he had to help his comrades. The sister added that it was time for her to go too. She wanted to check if Master Lei was okay. When the boy shouted to Sia to wait for him, the princess took him by the sleeve and told him not to worry, because she would go with him. But suddenly, there was a powerful explosion behind the boys, and turning around, they saw an energy flow. The man thanked Gu and said that the boy had made an invaluable contribution to the common cause. He promised that upon returning to the Sky Castle, he would treat him in the best possible way. The princess noted to herself that this was apparently the very same god of the stars that the young man had spoken of. The villain, upon seeing her, noted that he thought that 4 heavenly officials would be enough to catch the Bloodhawk, but it seemed that he underestimated her power. After which the man added that now he wants to get the girl even more. When our hero tried to attack him, the god of the stars threw him aside as if he was some kind of bug. Xiaoyan grabbed the princess's hand and said that they needed to escape as quickly as possible. The enemy rushed after them, shouting that no one could escape from under his nose. Once in the dungeon, Yan asked if this place was an underground palace. Would the god of stars follow them here? The guy replied that there were quite a few passages, and the palace was still part of the ghost zone. So they were safe there for now. When Sin asked how they would get out themselves, the young man replied that there was no need to worry. He would lead them out, but first they had to try not to get into a fight and get away from the King of the Stars. Suddenly they heard a noise and saw the guardians of the tomb behind them. They had all reached the final stage of the Ninjin realm. There were a huge number of them, which gradually surrounded our heroes from all sides. Go noted to himself that this was incredible luck. It was the first time he had seen so many attributes in one place. If he could extract them, he would reach the Dantian rotation area. The princess looked at them and gradually came to the conclusion that she would not be able to kill them all. The young man exclaimed that there was no need to worry. He would do it all himself, after which our hero approached one of them and began to take his attributes. As the guardian disappeared, the boy noted to himself that he knew they would evaporate as soon as he extracted their attributes, since the energy supporting their souls would dissipate. The girl came to the conclusion that it seemed like the guy would easily defeat them. As soon as he came closer, they immediately weakened. How many secrets does this young man keep within himself? Even then, at their first meeting on Mount Silian, she realized that he was special. In just half a year, Gu had transformed from a child with the 8th level of ki cultivation into a powerful cultivator. Maybe he was the one she needed. Our hero thought that he had now collected enough energy attributes to move on to the next level. The king's tomb served as the foundation of enlightenment for him. The princess congratulated him on reaching the final level of condensed truth. Now he is ready to open the Dantian rotation realm. The young man replied that he thought that if he could, it would only make Her Majesty laugh. He simply felt the energy emanating from the guardians of the tomb. The girl said that all these titles should be discarded. From now on, let him call her Yan-sin. Throughout her childhood and youth, she had been considered cruel, but he alone, it seemed, had never allowed such a thought to occur. This was the first time she had been cared for in such a way. The guy replied that he just wanted to repay her for saving him back then. Besides, Gu doesn't think that her second personality, called the Bloodhawk, is a curse. Meanwhile, the subordinate turned to His Majesty and reported that the army was ready to carry out his orders. The man replied that it was wonderful. Even if all the mountains were turned over, it was necessary to find the princess. The insignificant minions of the Heavenly Palace dared to go against the Dayan Kingdom. He would make them pay for it. Putting on the mask, he added that after so many years, the god of the stars had finally appeared. The king would get to him very soon. After some time, the boys reached the Grave of Swords. They came to this conclusion because there were too many of them around. The girl said that she did not think that she would be guarded too. But her guardian is different from the previous ones. His abilities reached the Suwandan sphere. Our hero replied that he was more concerned not with himself, but with the sword in his hands, which was what filled him with strength. The princess exclaimed that the legend was true and his sword actually had a soul. The young man did not understand what she was talking about and asked her to clarify what the legend was. Jan explained that people had once discovered dozens of fake tombs. It was rumored that only by possessing the sword with the soul could one become the owner of its true heritage. But unfortunately, there was no such sword in those places. The guy noted that when he encountered the king's soul, he defeated him with the heavenly sword move. Perhaps it was once part of him. Having the sword with his soul, there will be a chance to reach the Swandan realm. But suddenly, the god of the stars rushed past them, quickly heading towards the keeper. The man immediately took possession of the sword without even a fight. He then declared that it really contained the true soul of King Suan. Now, he would finally become the new king. When the princess screamed that this would not happen, the boy stopped her with one hand. Sin was outraged. What is he doing? They can't let him get this sword. The young man asked if she found all this strange. A minute ago, this sword was still in the hands of the keeper. Was the king's legacy really so easy to take away? The girl replied that she agreed with him, but they still couldn't let him go so easily. The man said it was just ridiculous. Did they really think a few stupid phrases would make him give up his sword? Our hero replied that one way or another, they would soon find out if his guess was correct. Yan thought to herself that perhaps he really had decided to simply mislead the King of the Stars. The enemy continued that their blood would help him improve the sword with Suan's soul. Suddenly, the divine general of the southern region appeared and said that he was afraid that this was another fake tomb. But now he sees that it is not. The last time they saw the star god was several years ago when he tried to kidnap Princess Tinyuan. The man replied that the Bloodhawk was sitting there and waiting to be caught because that was what it was made for. Someone else could try to do the same. The general said that he was not here to argue. Let him leave the sword with the king's soul and get out of this place. The star god said that he was still called that, but did he really think that the man hadn't become stronger in all this time? He definitely wouldn't lose to him this time. The deity of the southern region replied that it was not a matter of strength. He simply would not allow him to touch the princess. Suddenly the girl exclaimed that enough was enough. No one dared control her. Neither they nor the Holy Land, even after death. After which the princess rushed towards the god of stars in order to take the sword from him. As soon as she touched it, a magical reaction began to occur. Yan Xin instantly began to absorb all the heritage that was in the bowl, along with the king's soul. Our hero screamed for her to come to her senses and not let him consume her mind. But it seemed that the princess did not hear him and did not react to his words in any way. She was possessed. The young man grabbed his sword and exclaimed that he would definitely save her. But as soon as he tried to knock the sword out of her hands, she immediately threw it back away from herself. The guy noted that things were bad. He would only be able to defeat her if he attacked with full force, but then the girl could get hurt. After he decided to use his sword intent, the princess appeared next to him in an instant and pierced his body with her sword. The young man did not have time to react to this attack, as he did not expect that she would do something like this. The princess pushed him away from her with such force that he crashed into the opposite wall. When Sin came close to him, he noticed that he could only see attributes with a murderous aura surrounding her. Why couldn't he extract the sword spirit attribute? It seems like the guy has no choice but to rip it out by force when she attacks him again. As the princess raised her hand to finish him off, tears suddenly began to stream down her cheeks, and she muttered that she couldn't do it, of the king telling her that she must remember that misfortune would always follow her. In all the history of the Bloodhawks, not one had ever lived past the age of 20. Some were even used as an amplifier to help the owner rise to a new level. In the eyes of others, she will never be an ordinary person. So she wants to know this from a young age. Unfortunately, she doesn't have much time left in this world. He can't help her, and this knowledge of him, as a father, gnaws at him like crazy. The little girl objected that she didn't want to die. Let her father please save her. The man replied that he was powerless. But let him know that the gods were never so cruel as to leave the hawks with nothing. They endowed them with talents. That is why the enemies want her so much. Only she can save herself. Therefore, she must work harder to become stronger and grow faster. Only then will she be able to change her fate. Then he asked what her next step would be. The princess raised her sword and screamed that she would not allow anyone to decide her fate. The divine general of the southern region exclaimed, "Sin can't control herself. She's going to convert." The The girl is guided by the spirit of King Suan, who tells her to take the form of a bloodhawk. The young man declared that he would not get the princess. Gu would fight for her to the last. The young man grabbed the sword with all his might, shouting that although he was unable to extract the attribute, he could still pull out its spirit from the sword. A moment later, our hero managed to do it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the colorful sphere, Xiaoyan wondered if this was the attribute of the sword with the king's soul. In addition to the large amount of sword intent points and aura, there was also some kind of liquid aura. The guy didn't understand what it was. It felt like regular water, but cleaner and more condensed. Suddenly, Yan burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. She asked for forgiveness and said that she was very sorry. The girl did not want to do this, tried to stop herself, but she could not. The young man stroked her head and said that everything was fine. She was not guilty of anything. Sin asked how he felt if he was in pain. She would heal his wounds right away. The guy replied that everything was fine. They were just scratches. He could handle them himself. The divine general of the southern sea, examining the sword, noted that it seemed that the spirit of this sword had disappeared. How did the youth manage to do this? The girl said that this was her father and his name was Yan Van. Now they would be acquainted. Gu replied that he was very pleased. The man said that the ability of the younger generation was really impressive. He did not expect that he could stop Yan from turning into a bloodhawk. Xiaoyan explained that he had the idea to extract the spirit from the king's sword. He wondered if he could subjugate it while Sin was under his control. He tried to do it carefully so as not to harm her. His Highness muttered in surprise, wondering if he really meant to say that he had managed to extract the spirit. The guy replied that he didn't know. At first, he felt some energy entering his body, but then the spirit simply disappeared. He thought to himself that he couldn't tell them that he had extracted the attribute. The divine general handed him a sword and told him to try placing his aura into it. As the young man began to carry out the order, a bright glow began to emanate from the sword. The man looked at him dumbfoundedly and stated that it was so. He had received the spirit of King Swan and purified it. Then he turned to the princess and asked if this man was her chosen one. He seemed very good, after which he turned to our hero and said that he would not forget what he had done for his daughter. Upon his return to the palace, he would generously reward him for all his efforts. Gu replied that with all the commotion, they had completely forgotten about the rebels. Those people were planning to attack the palace. He hoped that the masters and other disciples of his sect were not harmed. Van said there was no need to worry. All the rebels entered through the secret passage and found themselves in a ghost zone full of dangerous locations, so the outside world was not affected. After some time, the boy met his sister, who said that they had been waiting for him for a couple of days in the palace and were very afraid that something had happened to him. He replied that he was fine. Suddenly, Chi appeared and thanked him for everything. Of course, it took her some time to recover, but now she's completely fine. Then a subordinate's voice was heard, saying that His Majesty would ask Xiaoyan and everyone else to come to the palace. Inside, Van invited everyone to sit down at the tables. After which, he said that those present were aware of the current situation. This year's competition had been marred by an invasion of enemies, but now the problems are solved. Everything is behind us. He hopes that everyone will learn their lesson, so he suggests celebrating this at the festive table. Our hero did not understand what His Majesty was talking about, so he asked his sister about this question. Saya explained that it turned out that Cho was in cahoots with their enemies. Even though he was dead when they found him, the king still ordered their sect to be destroyed. Heavenly Wind Valley is no longer in the top 4. The young man replied that they had chosen their fate. The eldest son had started this whole mess, so they fully deserved it. When Van asked what the boy wanted for saving the princess, he replied that he was just lucky. As a reward, Gu had already received what he needed in the underground palace of Yuan. Bei was surprised that he had actually managed to get there. It seemed that he had gone to the underground palace with the princess. If the guy hadn't left then, he would have had a chance to get there too. His Highness replied that in that case, he would decide for himself how to thank him. After which he said that he was ready to trust him with his daughter. How about becoming his son-in-law? He and his dear princess have been through fire and water. Even on the brink of death, they will make a perfect union. The Green Cloud sect master couldn't believe his ears. Was the emperor really asking their disciple to marry Sin? Chow was upset because she wanted Chai to be with him. But apparently Van also noticed how special Xiaoyan was. When her friend added that it seemed Gu and the princess were made for each other, the girl burst into tears and muttered that she didn't really like him. Hearing no reaction from the young man, His Majesty asked if he was not grateful for such an offer. The young man replied that he was very grateful. It was just a huge step for both of them. First, they had to tell the master of the sect about it because the decision didn't depend on him alone. The man exclaimed, "Why bother? Isn't this the best opportunity of his life?" He was sure that Teacher Lin would definitely not mind. Soon, everyone in his sect will know this wonderful news. The emperor will immediately send them wedding invitations. After some time, the princess asked him why he had not agreed to marry her at that banquet. Did he really not like her? The guy immediately replied that she was beautiful and talented. The girl was the only one in the world, so of course he liked her. But because she is too good, many people want to marry her. He is only a disciple of the Sinyon clan, so how can he be on the same level as her? If marriage is not what she wants and the young man rashly agrees, then won't he ruin her life? Besides, if Yan agrees to marry him just because he can save her from bleeding, then that's somehow wrong. Suddenly, the princess pulled the young man towards her and kissed him hard. Then she said that now he knows what Sin thinks about this. Since childhood, her father always sent her somewhere. If it were not for her will, how could he marry his daughter to someone else? In theory, she was supposed to marry only a prince from a neighboring state. But the young man made a mistake. She decided to marry him not because he could save her or because of his status. They met only twice, and both times our hero saved her. He had no reason to lend her a helping hand, but he did it anyway. This is what the man of her dreams looks like. No one has ever treated her like this. Everyone approaches her only with a specific purpose. The young man hugged her tightly and said that he understood everything. When he returned from Qinyan, he would save her. When Yan asked if it was true, the guy replied that of course it was. He really liked her too. He will return back to his sect and report everything to Master Min and then officially marry her. When they returned back, all the students were already whispering that the princess was really going to marry Gu. The master immediately congratulated the elder on the fact that he now had one more strong disciple. The girl immediately said that she had a lot to do, so she would go to her room first. Lin noted that she didn't seem very happy. What was the matter? The man reassured him and said that everything was fine, just a little jealous. The young man told Lei not to talk nonsense, because it was because of him that she walked like that the whole way. The elder asked what they were talking about. The more he listened, the more confused he became. The teacher immediately hugged him and said that it would be better to discuss this indoors. Then Lei turned around and said that why doesn't he hurry up and console Xia? It's normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Gu was indignant. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? After some time, when our hero approached Sinsyu, she asked why he had come at all. Wasn't he planning to prepare the bride price and marry the princess? The guy replied that he didn't expect things to turn out this way either. Who knew that the emperor would force him to marry right away? The sister replied that she joined this clan at the age of 8, and it has been 10 years since then. Initially, she thought that they would fight all their lives, but unexpectedly, Gu decided to get married. Xiaoyan replied that he didn't expect it either. He initially thought that they would go down the same path. But when he heard the king's proposal, he was very surprised at that moment. Then the boy realized that he liked Sin. The young man asked her if she was marrying him of her own free will, and when he was convinced of this, he was very happy, because she liked him too. The girl asked him what his plans were for the future. Xiaoyan replied that he would go outside and find out everything. The southern territory consists of only 9 kingdoms, and he wants to visit not only Yuan, but also others. The guy wants to go to all the remote places. Our hero will travel through all the mountains and rivers and then become the strongest in this world. Since you countered that, although he was only at the true stage of immortal cultivation, although he was already in the Yuan kingdom, he still could not reach the next rank. The young man replied that who said that this is his limit? When he returns after the wedding, he will break through to the kingdom of Swandan. Our hero already feels that he is about to reach a new level. Xia asked if he remembered that half a year ago he couldn't even reach the 6th level. He was almost expelled from the clan. Gu replied that if he hadn't been given a second chance, he wouldn't have what he has today. The girl replied, "Okay." Then she would go with him to the kingdom of Suwandon. If his level was higher than hers, she would fulfill any request. The young man replied that they had agreed. Then, if his level was higher than hers, then she would fulfill any wish. But if the opposite, then he would fulfill hers. After some time, the guards discussed that they both go to the kingdom of Suwandon. If someone has a higher level, then the loser fulfills the request of the other. One of them said that it was unfair. If Gu won, he could use it. The other said that it was impossible because the sister was the main disciple of the inner door. In the past 6 months, Shaoyan had advanced by leaps and bounds, and the kingdom was chasing Xia. He would regret it. Since the Suwandon kingdom is no better than others, martial arts are an important part of the practice. The ranks are a scale, and only a martial artist can reach the very top. If you stay at the 9th level of Suwandon, then the development becomes lifelong and there will be no more opportunity to become stronger. This kingdom can be divided into 9 grades. The vast majority of warriors have mastered only the first 3. If you master 6, then this is enough for a person to be called a genius. In all 9 countries of the southern region, over the past 1,000 years, only a few people were able to reach the top level, which was why Sister Chia was never in a hurry. Meanwhile, our hero has the opportunity to deal with the liquid aura. The absorbed life force turns into liquid, which is the best guarantee for him to reach the highest level. Others need talent or luck, which only come once every 1,000 years. But he only needs to constantly absorb life force. With each drop, the level increases by 1 more unit. So as long as the guy continues to absorb life energy, he will definitely be able to handle the heavenly pill. When the youth was in the outer gate, his income was only 5,000 stones per month. This led to him being able to extract attributes, but rarely had the opportunity to extract the highest grade. But the top grade stone absorbed only a dozen pieces before it condensed into a drop of liquid, then decided that it was necessary to slow down. After all, it is a reliable method. What is indispensable now is the Yuan stone. The emperor is right. If he insists on a dowry, then these stones must be converted into energy. A couple of weeks later, the elder asked the girl if she meant that Shaoyan himself had suggested going to Suwandon. Saya replied that it was because of this that she also decided to go there. However, she was absent for more than half a month, and Gu, during this time, did not sit still. So she can't wait to ask the master to find a way to help her. The man replied that she had not cultivated for so long. Therefore, she must understand that if she wanted to get there after all the conditions were met, she would need to understand the whole essence. Although Gu has excellent talent, it is precisely because of this that his strength grows too quickly and his understanding of all things is slow. If he acts rashly this time, he might say goodbye to his life. It's all her fault. At that time, she was busy with the competition, so she forgot and reacted only now. Saya begs the master to think about how to save him. Lin replied that he couldn't do anything right now. His influence on Suwandon was worse than on ordinary people. He hoped that he could use this to understand a little more in order to break through the barrier. Suddenly, the skies above the sect turned black, thunder began to rumble and lightning could be seen. All the students realized that our hero had broken through to a new kingdom and was about to take the pill. The elder noted that it was generally impossible for humans to possess such power and cause chaos. When a powerful energy flow appeared straight from the sky, the girl could not understand what was happening. After which, she shouted to the master that something urgently needed to be done to avoid this. But it was too late to do anything, since the young man now had lightning at his disposal. When it suddenly became light, everyone present could not understand what was going on. The sky changed in an instant. The clansmen immediately opened the doors to our hero's chambers and asked if everything was okay. The girl asked him how he was feeling and what that thunderstorm had just been. The boy immediately formed a sword that hovered around him and announced that it was his weapon of immortality. The master asked in surprise where the young man got the real sword of immortality. The youth replied that it was all thanks to the soul of King Suan's sword that he had obtained, and also took advantage of the thunderstorm to refine it. Lei said that he heard that only at the 2nd level of Tiandan or above, a person has a chance to pass the heavenly test. If this is true, then Gu has reached the 2nd rank. There hasn't been such a talented disciple for a long time. The boy thought to himself that this was a sword pill refined from the Sword King's soul, refined by thunder and lightning, and it had the property of attacking with thunder. Now it was the only one of its kind. During this thunderstorm, he had already released 40% of the Thunder Sword's power, but with the help of the pill, it became even more powerful. This means that now this sword is his future, but still he cannot tell details about it in order to avoid unnecessary troubles. That's why he said it was just a coincidence that he was able to reach the second rank, and a sudden thunderstorm almost tore his soul apart. Sire congratulated him and said that there were only a few people in the Southern Territory who could achieve this in 500 years. His future achievements would be greater than those of the king. Our hero replied that, looking at her, he understood that she had reached the level of Suwandun, so he didn't even know who was better. The girl replied that she had only mastered 4 varieties, and it was even more difficult to get into Tiandun. This was a good result. The young man thought to himself that this was very awkward and began to look for some excuse to leave. But his sister stopped him and said that they had agreed that if he was higher in rank, she would fulfill any of his wishes, so let him speak. When our hero replied that he hadn't thought about it yet, the girl said that she would wait. Meanwhile, messengers came to the emperor and said that the 18-year contract had expired, so they came to get the Bloodhawk. His Highness asked what if he refused and did not fulfill the condition that was given earlier. The man replied that they were just ambassadors. If Yan was unhappy with something, they could go to Chuntian territory to discuss the matter. 18 years ago, the master was unable to fix the disaster that the people of the southern region suffered from, so he signed an agreement with them. Now that the deadline has expired, let him think about his subjects. The princess came out to them and said that it was enough to talk about nothing. She would just go with these people. As the emperor saw off his daughter, he thought that he really hoped that Gu would be able to make up for lost time after hearing such news. Sin thought that it was a pity that she couldn't see him one last time. She had originally thought that she would have time to marry him before all this happened. But suddenly our hero started screaming about how she dared to hide this from him. The young man immediately launched an attack with the sun and moonlight sword intent. The envoys commented that it was quite interesting because the sword was unusual. But after all, this was only the Suwandun kingdom. After there was no reaction, the emperor came to the young man and simply led him aside. The guy said that Yan prevented him from taking the princess. Does he know what the consequences will be? The man replied that he should know something about Shin. She had an appointment with Chuntian on her birthday, and now the contract was about to expire. The young man hissed that the emperor had seen that he had the ability to suppress her Bloodhawk. But nevertheless, the man gave her to the heavens anyway. Is he ready for the girl to become a valuable specimen for experiments in their hands? His Highness exclaimed, what should he do? Was he really going to exchange 3 million lives of his country's people for her life? Yuan is just one of the 9 kingdoms in the southern region. To Chuntian, it is like a mosquito. When the man saw Gu, he thought that he was the only one who could pull them out of the sea of suffering. That's why he wanted to marry his daughter to him. She herself can't wait for it, but there was no other way. The young man replied that he didn't want to listen to all this nonsense. The princess was his bride, and no one could take her away from him. When the emperor asked what he was going to do, the boy replied that they were completely different. Yan did not want to try to save her, but the boy would go. After some time, our hero was caught up by Sia, who asked what happened and why he was there. The sister doesn't understand why he didn't say a word, but simply handed over the note and left. The young man replied that she should know. After all, he had already said that sooner or later he would leave this country. Sinsiu countered that it was 2 months ago. She knew it would happen, but she thought he would at least consider it within the Shenhai or Suwandun kingdom. The guy replied that he also thought that he would stay for at least a couple more years and would not leave until he reached a high level. But, unfortunately, everything turned out differently. The girl asked if he was in a hurry to prevent Sin from becoming his wife in the near future. Shuayan explained that the princess was taken away. Even the emperor could not resist, saying that it was for the good of the people. The sister asked him what he was going to do now. The young man replied that he was going to study deep in the mountains for a while and then go to Chuntian. When Saya asked if he was going to go back, Gu replied that he had to fulfill his promise first before returning to his hometown. But what the guy promised her he cannot fulfill, at least for now. The girl screamed that she would still wait for him to return to the city. If Shuoyan went to Chuntian alone, then she would go there after him. He would never be able to escape from her. The young man asked for forgiveness in his mind and thought that he didn't know what he would have to go through when he went there. If Saya was near him, he didn't know what kind of danger he would expose her to. A year later, the Hanhei clan announced that the day of selection of disciples from different regions and sects had arrived. Everyone needs to line up to register. They will ask them to join the selection a little later. The boy told Gu that his father had already given him the position of elder. Wouldn't it be better to stay for the sake of Sinsyu? Why should he be in this place, spend so much effort and energy to be a disciple in this realm? Our hero replied that he did not understand anything. The number one master comes from the southern region, and in the Chuntian territory there is a chance to explore everything. Suddenly, some brute pushed the young man aside and ordered him to get out of the way. Chao said that he would not say anything to him anymore. In the mountains, he saved his life. The young man wanted Shaoyan to enjoy life, but the boy insists on going to the Middle Sky region, after which he handed over the letter of recommendation that his father had prepared. He did not want to suffer there. If Gu was willing to do this for him, he would be happy, but whether this plan would succeed was another matter. The young man replied that he had the right to try whether he succeeded or failed. If Shaoyan remained in this domain and his friend wanted to come to him, he would repay him in full. But the young man objected that he never wanted to appear in that place again. When the committee member saw that our hero was from the southern region, he declared that there was no more room for these people. Let him come another time. Chu was indignant. How could it not? Every 5 years, disciples from the 4 major sects can be recommended. This is a letter of recommendation from his father. The administrator replied that the Hanhei clan was a third-tier clan. They had always respected strength. There had been no good people from their region for many years. Our hero asked what if the people from the eastern region could not defeat him? Would they then accept him? The man said that if he could defeat him, the old man would pay for all his tuition. Shaoyan stated that in that case, if he wins, no one from the eastern region will join this clan. The man asked if he was sure he wanted to challenge him. Perhaps it would be better to fight the students instead. Our hero replied that it was too much trouble. The eastern region had many disciples. It was better to fight him so that everyone else could shut their mouths. When the young man showed off his sword's aura, everyone present was shocked. The opponent said that there was no need to think that one was invincible just by cultivating chai. Today, he would weaken it and show how big the difference was between them. Shaoyan replied that it was okay. He hadn't fought anyone for a year, so it was necessary to understand how much Gu had progressed. It is also very interesting to see what the master is capable of. Let him not be embarrassed in front of his students. Everyone present didn't expect his sword intent to be so powerful. They know everything about weapon cultivation, but they've never seen anything like this before. The man exclaimed that he was just bluffing. He wouldn't be able to hold out for that long. After the attack, the master exclaimed, "Is that all?" Even if he were to attack all day, Gu would still not be able to break his defense. The young man replied that this was not all, after which he began the attack twice as strong and faster. A member of the committee asked what was the point of wasting so much energy to demonstrate one's skill. Such a long-range attack that uses life force simply burns one from the inside. The man exclaimed that if this was all he could do, then he should prepare for an answer. Our hero asked why he thought that this was his only attack, after which he made a powerful blow. Then, he decided to move to close combat and rushed with a sword in order to break through the defense. When he managed to get close, he immediately knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands, so much so that it flew far back. After which the young man stated that his opponent had lost after all, and there had been a lot of talk. But the man exclaimed that he had simply broken through his defenses and would not be able to defeat him. At that very moment, a sword flew into the ground right in front of him at great speed. The young man then called him back and asked if they would continue. He might not be able to kill him, but he would not allow him to strike back. Then he stated that he was only interested in one question, whether he now had the right to a letter of recommendation from the southern region. The man thought to himself that this sword had just almost killed him. Where did such a person even come from in those parts? Chu exclaimed that his brother fought very beautifully. It turns out that he uses the sword to control thunder and lightning. The head of the eastern region stated that the guy had won and he would keep his promise. Gu could expect an offensive against the Hanhei clan. After some time, our hero was told that he needed to proceed to the teleportation system and prepare to go to the main sect. Xiaoyan thought to himself that this stone was an element of spatial magic, so it should have an attribute. He heard that this thing was made for storage, but he didn't know where exactly it was created. The assistant told our hero to freeze in place. He might feel a little uncomfortable, but it would soon pass. When the teleportation process began, the guy was delighted and paid attention to the spatial attributes along the way. There were a lot of them around. It was good that he had obtained a considerable number of storage rings, since previously no more than 1,000 could be placed there. With these spheres, he will be able to use teleportation techniques in real combat, no longer needing to use the old ones. Once there, the young man wondered if this was the legendary Chuntian. Even the aura felt stronger than that of the southern region. No wonder not everyone can enter here. Suddenly, the young man began to hear a very loud ringing sound that literally turned his soul inside out. Then he noticed that this sound shook the vital attributes out of everyone present. Now all this energy will belong to our hero, who planned to collect them. Then there was a loud clap of thunder and lightning struck from somewhere in the sky. Some thought it belonged to Brother Yan. Gu thought to herself that a year ago he broke into the Suandan realm, extracted the power from the thunder, but he had never encountered anything like this before. I wonder if he can extract the thunder attribute. Will his sword become stronger? After which the young man went forward and said that he would deal with it himself. Meanwhile, Yan, who is a disciple of the Hanhei clan, was thinking about whether he would die today, since he didn't want to. Then he began to feel the power of the thunder diminishing. Perhaps the elders had found out and were rushing to his aid. But looking up, he saw our hero standing in the epicenter of this storm. Gu thought this was great. This attribute was much stronger than the one he had obtained in the Suandan realm. The young man was horrified at who this madman was because he had encountered thunder directly. This is just the right opportunity to take advantage of the situation and sort this out. Meanwhile, 3 elders arrived, led by the clan master, to check how things were going. Noticing their new student on the cliff, one of them shouted that he needed to be removed from there immediately. The chief objected that it was better to wait. Perhaps it was for the best, since he had appeared there just in time. The boy was happy that this was the strongest attribute he had ever absorbed. Now he wouldn't have any problems. If he met an elder from the eastern region, he would defeat him in one fell swoop. Then he turned to Yan and said that thanks to him, he was able to survive this storm. Otherwise, he would have died from the second blow. When Xiaoyan came out to the elders, one of them asked who he was and how he ended up there. The young man introduced himself and said that he came from the southern region, the Green Cloud sect. Another man objected that this was not an elder, but the head of the clan, and then asked where Yan Xinyui was. Suddenly, the voice of a young man who had barely crawled out of the cave was heard and said that he was here. The other guys started congratulating him and saying that he would do just fine. The elder also told him that this was not bad. Now he could calmly cross any limit without relying on anything. His future was limitless. After which they told our hero that they had not been recommended anyone from the southern region for many years. How did he end up there when Xinyui was dealing with thunder? Yan said that none of the disciples from the eastern region came, but he came from the southern region. Somehow it was strange. The man replied that he received a message that he had no support, so he might get lost. Gu replied that he had inherited the soul of King Suan and created a sword from a pill. The soul had its own thunder attribute, so he could handle such an element well. The elder replied that they had creation and cultivation sects, but that was a different direction. He had heard a little about the king's heritage, but this was the first time he knew about the thunder attribute. In order to remove all questions, the young man decided to demonstrate what he had created. The students were shocked and wondered if he had a better chance of crossing the border after this. There had been no representative from the southern region for many years, and then such a strong one came. Suddenly, Yan screamed that this guy was lying and had not helped him. By that time, he had already passed 2 steps and was about to move on to the 3rd. He suddenly appeared, but after the 3rd time, the thunder suddenly changed. Fortunately, the young man was prepared, supported him. Because of him, he was on the verge of death. The elder muttered that if that was the case, it would not be easy for him to cross the border. it could lead to a great tragedy. If he acted rashly, there would be great trouble. The clan leader replied that after some power was transferred from the previous leader of the southern region, the teleportation system became disabled. After that, it could hardly be used. Gu noticed that one of the elders was staring at him. Our hero wondered who he was and why he was looking at him like that. Maybe he was from the eastern region. The disciples exclaimed that thunder was a punishment from heaven. There was no pill that could deal with it. With this state of affairs, it would be more difficult for him to cross the border. Xiaoyan retorted that it was ridiculous that he had survived the third stage. The young man was lying and not blushing. If it weren't for him, Yan would have been dead by now. Gu immediately came to his aid. When the boy added that he should have let the thunder turn him into mush, no one would have doubted it then. The student hissed that how dare he talk to him like that. He has no respect for his elders at all. Gu asked him why he thought he was worthy of it. Let him look at himself. He thought to himself that he didn't have time to deal with it, so he would use it to gain trust and respect. The clan leader exclaimed that it was enough. This matter remained open. They would deal with it later. But a sword that could cultivate the thunder attribute was very unusual. The test had been passed successfully. The man said that the young man was very talented, but he should give up his arrogance. They had to move forward together. After the bell rings, everyone gathers, from the least strong to the strongest. Then it rings 3 times. If they feel that they lack strength or have become weak, they can leave at any time. As for those who can survive the final test, they will be promoted to Saiwani disciples and will be able to compete for the position of Chunchi. The young man thought to himself that even before this, the sound of the bell alone was enough to make some of the students fall. Among those present, Yan is the only one who has reached the Shuani rank. Isn't he at the level of Chunchi? The man whispered that he only wanted to offer to expel him from the sect. The second elder did not help him. He was clearly against him. Xin Yui replied that no matter what, he had already been promoted, so he was better than others. Even if Gu could reach the rank of Suwani, he was no longer his opponent. Meanwhile, the bell began to ring for the second time and everyone was told to get ready. The boy thought to himself, "This bell is really strange. If you're not strong in spirit, you will become weaker and weaker. Those who are strong, it strengthens the Tao. He should take advantage of this." An elder approached Yan and said that he had suddenly come up with a great idea. Every time the bell rings, 4 elders are busy doing it. He became friends with the 6 who rang it. The bell can help him become stronger. He needs to complete this task and then no one will be able to compete with him for the position of Chunchi. After a while, some students started giving up because they couldn't take it anymore. If they kept going like this, they would just go crazy. Our hero, during meditation, concentrated very much and found himself in his subconscious. As a white air current passed by him, he noted that it was the soul power, the attribute he had extracted before. It should be in his body, so why was it floating around? The bell was also ringing loudly. This was the same sound that was at the meeting. It made him very nervous. Apparently, this is the attribute of the soul that he extracted earlier. They all move in the same direction. Then it dawned on him that it was the ancient bell that was absorbing his power. Now, everything fell into place. Previously, he had no idea how to use or where the soul attribute was, but it turned out that it had been here all along. This tool wanted to absorb his soul power. When he first entered consciousness, he encountered this. The young man cannot allow this to continue. This attribute has always been a part of him. After which he collected his thoughts and continued his meditation in order to prevent his power from being absorbed. The man thought to himself that he had summoned the soul of the bell to absorb the power through sound. So why was he still calm? The elder announced that those who could continue the trial would be promoted in rank. He noted to himself that 1/3 of the disciples had suffered and failed the test. There had been no disciples of Jiwani in the sect for the past few years. Gu was still holding on. In that case, let's see what the final call will be. These are the greatest powers that the sect could call to this bell. It's a pity that it affected the other participants as well. Suddenly, the elder exclaimed what was happening and what was wrong with the last blow. Others responded that his power simply disappeared somewhere, something that had never happened before. Yan wondered what his origin was if even the ancient bell's spell couldn't knock him off his feet. Our hero was already thinking to himself that he wanted to extract his soul power, but it accidentally merged with the one he had before. It turns out that the ancient bell contains a soul defense technique. It is used to counter soul-level attacks just like the king's soul. It is nothing more than a legacy. There was also a defensive technique. If it was improved well enough, he would die when attacked. It seems like he will have to spend a lot of time studying it in the future. The clan leader noted that he had received the inheritance of the ancient bell. This guy was lucky. Gu was able to get into this sect. Then he announced that Shaoyan, Duanhuntian, and Lu Shan had been promoted to Siwani disciples. The boys immediately began congratulating each other. Then it was said that the selection process was about to begin. These 4 students would be invited to the martial arts field. The guys discussed that the competition was serious. Many guys couldn't stand it. It's incredible that 3 students were selected. Another replied that it was because the ancient bell had broken down and was no longer emitting its original power. However, even if they are lucky enough to become Siwani's disciple, their true strength will be revealed during competition, after which the first round was announced. Qian Xinyu was to fight against Duan Huntian. The clan leader thought to himself, Yan was the only disciple who had been promoted to the Siwani rank last year. There was a big gap in strength between them. That much was obvious. Although this newcomer Gu has excellent talent and has refined his sword, he was recognized by Chu. But when compared to Xinyu, with his current strength, it is obvious that there is a gap. Meanwhile, the young man said that it was time to start and sort this out as soon as possible, after which the young man rushed into the attack, not expecting any response. The guy didn't expect such a sneak attack at all, so he didn't even have time to defend himself. One of the boys was amazed that the enemy was defeated with just one powerful blow. The next round was then announced, with Gu Shaoyan versus Lu Shan. Our hero did the normal thing and greeted his opponent before the fight began. The guy replied that the brother from the southern region has a good base, was promoted to a disciple of Siwani, so his future is limitless. Shaoyan replied that he made him laugh and asked him to demonstrate his abilities rather than talk. The young man immediately rushed to attack, but the youth managed to quickly step aside, after which the thunder attribute materialized in his hands and he attacked the enemy with this weapon. Immediately after this, the arena and everyone around it were illuminated by a bright light from the energy flow. The enemy did not make any more attempts and admitted his defeat. Now it's time for the third round, where the best of the best must fight among themselves. Yan said that the winner will get everything and the loser will forget about this place. Gu is only at the last stage of Saiwandan's development. He cannot defeat him because he is the best. Our hero asked the question, why are people from the eastern region so unreasonable? Do they really like to rely on others so much? Then, taking out his sword, he declared that in that case he would use it to defeat him. The young man cried out that he had really decided to rely on him. They would see if they could break him. The young man replied that he should try and easily stop his attack. A powerful stream of energy rushed past the opponent and crashed into the wall behind the spectators. The opponent was shocked. How could his power be so huge? He is not that high level. The clan chief was equally surprised. This is a sword that can be used in the late stage of Swandan. Is the thunder and lightning attribute really that powerful? The guy thought to himself that he was so strong, but when he started using his trick again, he would strike before Gu could cast his spell. After which, he began to rush around our hero at great speed, so much so that it was difficult to even notice him. Then he decided to take advantage of this opportune moment to finish him off. But a large number of lightning bolts immediately appeared around Shaoyan and struck around him. The opponent immediately jumped back a little distance. The young man declared that in the face of absolute power, all his tricks were useless. Yan shouted that it was impossible. He was stronger than him, but he couldn't win even in the late stage of Swandan. How could this be? He didn't even use any other technique. So he exclaimed that he would use his strength then. He doesn't believe that Gu's skills are better than his. The young man hissed that he had not come here to fight for Kansi with the likes of him. He might be able to withstand such an attack, but it's not the end. Only the guy got his title thanks to the help of others. Now the young man will demonstrate what a person who has survived a disaster at a late stage should look like. A moment later, the enemy was surrounded by a large number of thunder swords, ready to strike at any second. When Yan exclaimed that he would only be summoning thunder and lightning for the rest of his days, he was attacked by energy currents. The clan leader immediately exclaimed that Xiao Yan was very capable and should become a member of his sect. When the enemy was defeated, our hero approached him and asked him if he now thought Gu was worthy of becoming a member of the sect. Everyone present was shocked that this had just happened. They had never encountered anything like this before. It was immediately announced that the guy had emerged victorious. Now he could be congratulated on joining their sect. After some time, the man said that he did not expect that the southern region could recommend such a talented guy. Then he asked what reward he wanted to receive for Chunchi. Our hero thanked him and said that his sect lacked resources. He hoped that he could pick up some elixirs so that he could continue fighting. The leader replied that it was fine. As a member of the Hanhai sect, the youth could choose whatever he wanted from the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. His sect was the highest in the Chuntian kingdom. There are also special books on pills, but the materials he mentioned and the pills are not the same thing. The guy asked in surprise that they really didn't have the medicine to create the necessary pills. The man replied that it was a long story. Between the kingdoms of Hanhei and Qinyan, there is a kingdom called Xiaohan. This place has many medicinal herbs that are filled with life force. It opens every 10 years. Their sects made an agreement to send their disciples to each other. Initially, this was the main source of medicinal materials. But many years ago, Qinyan became one of the top sects, so Xiaohan gradually became common to four. These are the ones who bully his family. Since then, the herbs have become less and less. The clan leader hopes that it will be possible to lead the disciples into the territory of Xiaohan, which will open in a month. It is necessary to prepare and drive out other sects from that territory. When the boy asked if they were strong, he was told that their overall strength was not inferior to their sect, and that Elder Hanhei's power was greater than that of those three. But the disciples they send out are all in the Shenhei realm, so their sect could never gain an advantage in that territory. The young man muttered that it was related to the interests of the sect, but the disciples occasionally clashed with each other there. They were at a high level, and it would be a big problem. The elder exclaimed that he believed that with his sword, he could win glory for Hanhei. He would receive 30% of the resources from that territory before handing them over to the sect. More importantly, they need to be hit hard, but they can negotiate first. After which he said that the pavilion of the Tibetan Sutra was in the inner courtyard of the sect. Let him go there. Our hero thanked him. Meanwhile, the elder of the Qinyan sect, Qin Fei, said that 2 sects were invited today to discuss the situation with Xiaohan. He doesn't know what everyone else thinks about the distribution. The elder of the Yuehua sect, Guan Xiao, replied that their clan has always supported Fei. They demand to receive 20% of the profits, but they still think that it is really not enough. Inyue sect elder Yunruo replied that this was the 6th time she had come. Her clan had accepted 2 disciples from the Shenhei realm. It was high time to remind everyone of this. The young man asked how many medicinal herbs she wanted to get in total. The girl replied that she believed that they needed to compete fairly and that everyone should rely on their own strength. Qin replied that she seemed to have forgotten that this territory was the boundary between his sect and Hanhei. Didn't she think it was better not to get involved with this clan? Guan said that according to their abilities, they would receive 30%. This could be seen as compensation for the Yuehua and Inyue disciples who had gone to the Xiaohan territory in recent years. With a sly grin, the girl supported him and said that it was a very good offer. Fei replied that he agreed. He thought to himself that his appetite was indeed becoming brutal. They had a couple of Shenhei disciples this year, so they should benefit even more. Sometime later, our hero was already sorting through the heavenly techniques of the treasure pavilion, of which there were more than 30. It's understandable after all, it's a top sect. There was only one heavenly technique in Xinyan, and only the elder had access to it. Although this technique, which transforms sword ki into defensive ki, belongs to the lower heavenly, it is very suitable for its cultivation. There is also a middle celestial technique, the Milky Way sword, which suits him. Then you can take both. There is still a month left for cultivation. This time, we need to prepare well for the trip to Xiaohan and find enough resources to break through to the Shenhei stage. Noticing the light above, one of the students wondered what was going on there. Another replied that it was their new leader. His name was Gu Shaoyan. Only he had the right to go to the top floor. He started learning various techniques right here. Maybe the guy can get enough resources and they will have a lot of supplies. Meanwhile, Yan was thinking that he was now just some leader. If he were offered such a position now, he would refuse. Why even become a leader in a cult that everyone else doesn't respect and doesn't value? A month later, the 4 sect leaders began to work together to remove the seal from the entrance to Xiaohan, after which they reported that this passage would be open for 20 days. Then it would automatically close and would only open again after 10 years. On the way, the guy said that he had just noticed that the strength of the other 3 sects was higher than theirs. Therefore, if they wanted to obtain resources, they had to split into 3 groups, but stay close. Xianhei will lead the first, Yan the second, and the young man will lead the third. Everyone will go west. Let them remember not to disperse. They must not be too far away to come to the rescue. In addition, the passage will only be open for 20 days. Regardless of how many resources they collect, the guys must come to the exit on the 15th day and leave this place 5 days before the portal closes. Yan was indignant. Why so early? Because Xiaohan opens once every 10 years, the sect expects to get a lot of resources. But he says to leave earlier and also move together. What if there are no resources in the West? Gu replied that he was in charge now, so he was in command, which meant he would take the initiative. If there was nothing on the way, he would return as soon as possible to change the strategy. That is, he would collect it himself. The guy started asking if he thought he could get everyone out of there. If he thought this place was the same as the southern region, if he hadn't turned on the commander too much. One of the students exclaimed that it was true. They were ordered to come here to get resources. If they split up in different directions, they would hardly find anything. Xiaoyan countered that they knew full well that there would be a battle and casualties. Their sect was not as strong as the others, and they were clearly in cahoots. Were they not taught enough lessons? How many more people would have to die? The young man stated that, to put it simply, he wanted to avoid war at the cost of resources. Does he really think he can continue to be a leader if he doesn't get anything? After which he commanded that at first the resources are considered nobodies, and everyone can appropriate them for themselves, so everyone searches independently. And then they will gather together and guard what they have collected. One of the students apologized and said that he understood that the leader was trying for all of them, but Yan was right. Time was short. Resources had to be found. After some time, the young man found the herb from which the nutritional pills are made. Then he thought that his brother was right. He was the first to discover it, which meant that it all belonged to him. A moment later, a sharp sword pierced the young man's body, taking him by surprise. A member of another sect asked why it was necessary to cut it. It only ruined the grass. But the guy didn't see anything wrong with that, so he said that whoever killed him would get the herb. The young man asked if he was sure it was worth betraying the Hanhei sect. He warns that the entire Qinyan sect has no place for people like them. Yan replied that he had reached the middle stage of Shenhei in the 24th year, so he shouldn't think that he was weak. At worst, he would join a simpler clan and become an inner disciple. When it comes to uselessness, there is a person surnamed Gu who is worth mentioning. Xiaoyan ordered everyone to be in groups to avoid battle, and he sowed discord to divide everyone. When asked what he would do now, the boy replied that he really thought that he, who had reached the late stage of Shenhei, needed to do something to deal with a kid who had not yet reached that level. Yan asked what if the young man hid in order to avoid the battle. The interlocutor replied that it was even better that way. He would guard the exit on the 15th day so that none of the Hanhei disciples would come out. On the way, our hero thought that there was something fishy about Xinyan. Doesn't he understand how dangerous it is around here? Why did he force everyone to split up? Did he really decide to betray the sect because he didn't become the leader? Then Xiaoyan noticed that the field had changed, so he shouted that let this person come out and better not to use tricks. A female voice immediately rang out and said that he was worthy of being the leader since he had immediately figured out her technique. It was the daughter of the Inyue sect, Yunmian, who added that even Jinmin, from the Qinyan sect, took 12 years before he realized that something was wrong. The young man thanked her for the praise and noted that her technique was also not bad. The girl called him a fool and asked if he thought she could only change landscapes. The guy had already landed in her field of flower winds and snow moon. The boy muttered that it was an interesting name. She alternated the 4 seasons, and quite beautifully. He wondered what use her technique was. It couldn't be that she was simply studying the seasons. Yun replied that she was not created to kill, but to defend herself. When the seasons change, she sucks the strength out of him. With each passing minute, he will become weaker, and the girl will become stronger. Gu replied that the season had already changed twice, but he still didn't feel the change. He hoped that it wasn't because he had too much ki in his body, because he hadn't broken through to the next stage yet. Well, if there's nothing else to say, then he's off. Everyone just entered Xiaohan. She doesn't even have anything to steal. Also, it just so happens that the guy rarely fights women, so she's lucky. Yun exclaimed that she just needed to hold off the leader anyway. Since he wasn't going to fight, he would only make her job easier. The young man became wary and asked what the girl meant. Let her explain in more detail. Mian replied that she had simply chosen the right moment. At this time, the other disciples of her sect had already encountered the people from Qinyan and Inyue. I wonder why Hanhei was made the scapegoat. Our hero hissed at her to explain everything normally, and then perhaps he would spare her. The girl replied that maybe he had some talents since he was made the leader, but how could he be so arrogant? In any case, she was the daughter of the Inyue sect, which was no weaker than anyone else. Then she added, "Okay, there's no point in hiding it. It's all because Gu took the leader's place from another person. He didn't want to stay in their clan anymore, so he decided to pass it on. Yun wants to tell him in advance that she despises him, but she told him everything, not because she is afraid." The young man muttered, "How dare Yan do this?" and immediately wanted to go help the others. But the young man failed, and he landed back on the ground. It was as if his strength had partially left him. The girl immediately stated that it seemed he had forgotten what her task was. Besides, Xiaoyan had already spent 8 years in the field. The guy got angry and replied that he didn't dare to do it when he saw that she was a woman, but if she tried to stop him from saving the sect's disciples, she wouldn't live. Mian exclaimed that it was great. She also wondered what kind of merit he had suddenly become a leader for, after which huge, powerful stems began to grow around the young man. The girl said that he would soon become fertilizer for her flowers, and his strength at the Siwandan stage would barely be enough to handle her field. After breaking the plant shackles, the young man stated that they, women, like to use such tricks. Unfortunately, he seems to be able to suppress her field. He could use the sword enhancement technique, but he doesn't know if her flowers can absorb his thunder attribute. The girl only had time to be surprised when she heard about this attribute, when she was immediately struck by a powerful energy flow. A moment later, the guy noted that he seemed to have won. He thought to himself that he would not kill her yet, since she could be useful. Meanwhile, the Hanhei sect disciples were surrounded and shouting what else they wanted from them. Let them take the grass and leave them alone. But the guy said that they didn't just want the grass, they wanted their lives. The boys wondered where Brother Yan had gone. If the leader had been here, he would have definitely saved them. It was a pity that they had not listened to him. It seems he initially knew that all 3 sects were conspiring against him and hid. The young man asked if they really thought he would come to their aid. "You can't be so naive." One of the young men muttered in bewilderment, wondering if he was really in cahoots with these people. The guy noted that they should thank their brother for everything. If it weren't for him, it would have been harder for them to catch everyone together. The students cried out, "Why and for what reason is he doing this to them?" After all, they hadn't done anything bad to him. Yan hissed that he came to Hanhei to become a leader. He treated them so well, and they let a newbie take his place. And now they ask why. The youth retorted that Gu had won this position with his abilities. Besides, the sect treated Yan better than others, and he had rebelled against it. The young man replied that since the clan hadn't acknowledged him anyway, there was no need to blame the guy for anything. Who asked them to join Hanhei anyway? When the guys exclaimed that he was a real demon, the guy replied that it didn't matter what they said, because they would die anyway. Suddenly, one of the ill wishers was struck by an energy beam right in the head, after which a voice was heard which said that if even one hair fell from the heads of his disciples, they would not live. The rescued guys were shouting that their leader had finally returned. The criminals were surprised how he had appeared there because the girl was supposed to detain him. The young man replied that if they meant the girl with the technique of changing the seasons, then she would not come. Meanwhile, other students ran up to her and exclaimed what had happened to their mistress, who had done this to her. The woman muttered exhaustedly that she should tell everyone to leave. If they encountered the Hanhei clan, they should just run. There was no need to encounter them. The young man was indignant that these girls could never be relied upon. The Yuehua and Jinyin clans would manage on their own, and there would be no need to share within Yue. After which he gave the order that this impudent fellow be immediately caught and brought to him. Our hero exclaimed that it was lucky that they were all gathered together so the Milky Way sword could be used. After which, a large number of swords began to strike each of the ill-wishers. Their leader was in shock, and looking at this bloody massacre, he thought about how this was even possible. After which he started running away, saying that the Chinyan sect was behind this, and that he had nothing to do with it. Disciple Hanhai exclaimed, "This guy is running away." They all conspired to kill them in Xiaohan. The young man muttered that he didn't have much time left to run away, because soon he wouldn't be able to do it at all. The guy shouted on the way that Xinmin would deal with him. He just needed to watch from the side. Only a complete fool would fight him here. Then he had to brake sharply as our hero suddenly found himself right in his path. The attacker immediately decided to resort to his strength and shouted for him to finally die. But suddenly, there was a sword near his throat, so the young man immediately changed his rhetoric and began to ask for mercy. Our hero asked if he thought it was too late to ask for mercy. While collecting herbs, the girl asked the guy if he thought everything would be okay with the leader. Maybe he should help him. The young man asked what she was worried about. Didn't she see him kill so many people with one blow? Plus, they said that the woman from the Yuehua sect was also defeated by him. The disciple was amazed that this was simply amazing. He was at the late stage of Swandan, and now it was clear what the strength of a sword cultivator was. The young man replied that he had seen many cultivators, but never one like their leader. Suddenly, our hero appeared and asked if everything was okay with the guys and if they had been harmed. The girl asked for forgiveness and said that it was their fault that they listened to Yan. If he had not saved them, they would already be dead. Gu replied that it was okay because it was his duty to protect them. It wasn't that bad, really. They had exposed the betrayal. It was better than waiting for someone to stab them in the back. He then added that he had dealt with Inyue and Yuehua, so they were no longer a problem. The rest of their men split up to search for treasure. Now everyone needs to stick together and move forward. If they encounter them, they can win with numbers. There is no need to leave early now. They will leave this place on the 20th day. The disciple asked what about the Chinyan clan. He heard that Jinmin was very strong. Before they came here, the guy said that he had reached the late stage of Shenhei. Xiaoyan replied that there was no need to worry about it. Even if he didn't come, Gu would find the guy himself. Besides, he already knew where he was. After some time, while the enemy was meditating, our hero materialized in front of him. Min said that it was only the second day. Are you really so impatient to go out? The guy replied that he had heard that the young man was guarding the exit and waiting for him, so he came to see. What was he doing in this place so early anyway? The rival replied that the others were collecting resources. He just needed to get rid of him as soon as possible. Besides, everything that people from his sect brought also belonged to him. Then it dawned on the young man that he had said the word heard, so he asked from whom exactly. The young man muttered thoughtfully that he didn't ask the names of the dead, perhaps Guan Yu. The enemy muttered that the guy was worth something after all, since he could deal with him. So now, it was his turn to get rid of him. Now they will see if our hero can survive his powerful attack and respond. The young man immediately used protection, so no damage was done to him. When formations with a large number of swords appeared around Gu, the opponent noted that his situation was very bad. But despite this, the opponent managed to deftly dodge each attack, jumping back some distance. After which he stated that it is not surprising that he is so fearless because he has protection. It is thanks to it that no one can defeat him. The guy replied that yes and no. It's just that this sword enhancement technique automatically works when someone tries to attack him. They can't break through his defense and get their own attack in return. The attacker replied that as far as he knew, to learn this technique, one had to reach the Shenhei stage. Although he is a sword cultivator and has an advantage over others, the late stage of Suandan is not enough to use this technique to its full potential. Gu wants to use it for something else, but he can't yet. The two of them couldn't defeat him because they were careless. and he took advantage of the opportunity. Under the strong attack of his technique at the Shanghai stage, his defense simply wouldn't hold up. They would test it now. It turned out to be true. After the blow, the defense broke through and our hero flew to the side. The opponent muttered that he was dead, and that was all he could do. It seemed that Min had overestimated the leaders of Yuehua and Inyue. How could they lose to such a worthless person? But suddenly, that same ancient bell of the sect began to ring loudly above his head. While he was thinking that this sound was somehow strange, a huge projection of our hero materialized behind his back. The young man didn't understand what it was all about. Could it really be because of the sound that was happening now? Once he was immobilized, Xiaoyan began to strike him, one after another. Wiping the blood around his mouth, the boy thought about whether he had really been defeated. But how was that possible, since it was an illusion? But from what moment? Gu replied that from the moment he thought he had killed him, the guy immediately asked what Xiaoyan had done to him. Our hero swung and declared that he would be the first to die from his soul-killing sword, so he congratulated him. The attacker shouted that there was no need to kill him. The Holy Sun was already here. If he killed him, he would not leave it so easily. The young man immediately stopped and asked where he was at the moment. Min replied that he had already arrived in Leipzig. All of Xiaohan's resources were for him. Why did he think their sect wanted to get this territory for so many years? It was all for the sake of the Holy Land. The boy had already reached the Shenhei stage core formation. The Saint Lord promised him that he would help him overcome his limit this time. He was only one step away from crossing that line. Therefore, the attacker simply cannot die, and if that happens, they will all go after him. But Xiaoyan objected that there was no need to exert himself so much. By deciding to act against him, he had already signed his own death warrant. Moreover, the young man came to the central region specifically to meet with the Holy Sun, after which he dealt the final blow and the arrogant enemy was finally defeated. He thought to himself that he didn't expect that he had any connection with the Holy Land. So, the Holy Sun that Min spoke of came from the Holy Land and is now in Leipzig. It looks like he'll have to leave for a while too. That's the only clue we have about Yan Qin. He suddenly felt unwell and thought that he had used up too much spiritual energy. Could it be because he had too little spiritual attribute? The killing technique he obtained after combining the spiritual energy he received from others created such an effect. The ancient bell and the king's spirit had such power that they could control him. It's incredible that Min, who was at the Shanghai stage, could suppress it. The only drawback of this power is that it uses up too much energy. Even for this guy, it took half. Now it's time to rest a bit. Gu feels that he's weakened a lot. Spiritual power shouldn't be used so recklessly unless he can gather more attributes afterwards. Sin thought that by guarding the exit, he could take all the resources for himself. It's a pity that he only miscalculated his own strength. Then let the young man do it instead of him. Meanwhile, the elders were talking about how today was the last day. They had to leave Xiaohan. The leader said that it was interesting to see how many disciples some sects would lose this time. The point was that the disciples might not only suffer, but also not gain anything, which would be a double blow to the clan. The young man asked if they really weren't afraid of death, if they still intended to take away their resources. The guy objected that who else here was afraid of what? They were the ones who organized the groups to collect everything. How about letting them take the rest of the herbs? Then they wouldn't touch them. Their leader is vigilantly guarding the exit. As long as he is there, they will not be able to leave here. Although they do not have even 20% of all the resources that could be collected here, but this will do. The young man said that the leader of the Yuehua sect was already dead. Does he really think he can do anything about them? The rival exclaimed that it was their fault that their leader died, so they shouldn't think that they can get out of here. Let them give them all the resources, otherwise, they will be buried right on the spot. The young man replied that this was simply ridiculous. If they wanted to, they could take it themselves. As soon as their leader arrived, they would be finished. The opponent said that their leader had already reached the Shenhao stage. His strength was comparable to the elders. This expedition was meant to deal with them. What made him think that Gu would be able to save them? After which he gave the order to attack. The one who gets the resources must avenge the leader. During the fight, one of Hanhei's students asked what they should do in this situation. The girls screamed that they would be expected at the exit. They needed to break through together and go in that direction. The young man said that they should surrender. Their sects had united, so this time they would destroy them. Meanwhile, the girls brought their leader to her senses and asked how she was feeling. The woman replied that she was fine. She needed to hurry and go to the exit before it closed. Suddenly, representatives of another sect ran out to meet them and stopped abruptly when they saw them. Sisters were immediately ordered to detain them. If successful, they would divide the resources among themselves. But the leader said to lower the guns and not make any hasty decisions. It was better to just let them pass. After these words, the young people quickly rushed past them towards the exit. One of the young men exclaimed that they had broken the agreement. "Aren't they afraid that there will be trouble now?" The guy was immediately attacked, and the woman stated that she didn't care about trash from another sect. The other exclaimed that after they got out, he would report their betrayal. Then they would see how they would talk. Near the exit, the Manhwa sect disciples were met by our hero, who said that they had finally arrived. It had been very boring to wait for them. After which, she asked how they were. The young man reported that they were surrounded by other sects, but they managed to break through. They finally found him. Then, people from other clans caught up with them, wondering what Xiaoyan was doing there. Shouldn't their man be guarding the exit? The young man replied that of course it was a pity to disappoint them, but they would not see him. The woman said that their time was running out. She and her sisters were going to leave this place. So she asked Brother Gu to do her a favor and let her go. Our hero replied that 20% of their resources, and then he would be able to let them go. The girl was indignant that they had worked hard for more than half a month, and he wanted so much. This was absolutely impossible. Xiaoyan replied that she had misunderstood, that this amount would remain with them. When one of them shouted that they needed to fight him since there was no point in talking, the clan leader asked if she had seen his sword. This is Min's weapon from the Qinyan sect. The leader of Yuehua has already been killed. If he has this sword, then most likely Qin is also dead. Plus, this guy would have killed her too if he wanted to. The best outcome is to leave this place in one piece. After which the woman put the bags forward and said that these were medicinal herbs and treasures from heaven collected by her sect. Our hero asked his subordinates why they were standing there. Let them go and check what was going on. The others didn't know what to do. Had he really killed their leader? After all, he still hadn't shown up. After that, one of them said that it was good. They can consider themselves lucky. Let them leave 20% and get lost. The young man asked why they even thought he wanted to leave them anything. The boy exclaimed that he should not forget himself. If they returned to the Qinyan sect without anything, the elders would twist their heads off. At that very second, a sword flew at him, passing within a millimeter of his face. After which Gu said that either he gives up the resources or Xiaoyan kills him and takes them himself. Let him choose. Upon seeing our hero, the elder exclaimed that the Manhwa sect had appeared first this time. And most of the disciples had returned as well. It seemed like someone had underestimated them. The man noted that the weaklings were huddled together. There were many of them, but there wasn't enough treasure for everyone. So what were they happy about? One of the students began to explain that it was the leader who helped them not to wander off in different directions, but he did not have time to finish speaking, because the elder interrupted him and said that the main thing is that they are all right. The rest will come later. Then he asked why several people had not returned yet. What was wrong with Yan? Wasn't he with them? Gu replied that they had lost 6 disciples in the kingdom of Xiaohan. What happened to this brother, he would tell them when they returned to the sect. The man said that it seemed that their plan had failed. Next time, they should better refuse to go to this territory. It was not their place. The girls appeared next, and Yunmian said that she welcomed all the elders. After which she reported that all the students had returned and some resources had also been obtained. The young man immediately congratulated Yunruo and said that most likely the one who suffered the most was the Manhwa sect. The elder noted that these 3 clans were definitely conspiring against them. This needed to be sorted out. Meanwhile, the 3rd sect barely crawled out, and their master exclaimed what had happened to them. Then the boys told the leader that Guan Yu was dead and Min had disappeared. This sword was all that was left of him. Let the master forgive them, but this time they brought nothing. The man was indignant that it was simply impossible. With his strength, he could already become an elder. How could something happen to him? Who did it anyway? The young man said that it was all the Manhwa sect. The leader's sword was in their possession, and all the resources they had obtained were stolen. Gu immediately informed Elder Huey that Chinyan had hunted them. They even blocked all the exits and tried to steal their resources. But they were not strong enough to deal with them. Min is most likely just hiding somewhere because of shame and does not want to come out. And they are not telling the whole truth. At least 20% of the resources he left to the Inyue sect. Chin Wei shouted that they had not only robbed his sect, but also killed the leader. He would not let it go. Huey replied that this territory had always been a place of confrontation between the two sects. They had agreed in advance that everything that happened in Xiaohai would remain there. The fact that they were weak was their problem. Besides, he knows how many students their sect has lost over the years. And he will report to the right people that they broke their promise not to unite against them and demand an explanation. The guy was indignant. Why was Yunruo silent? Why did the other two sects suffer and only hers returned safe and sound and even with resources? The woman asked if he was blind by any chance. Some of her students were wounded, and anyway, it was time for them to go. The man announced that they had done a great job this time. The boys had collected quite a few trophies and the clan would deal with the rest. It was time to go back. When asked what to do now, Chin Wei replied that there was something wrong with the Yin Yue sect. Only they were left out. The plan failed because of them. After some time, the clan leader was happy that he had hoped that this time the losses would not be big, but Gu went and killed their leader, and even appropriated all the resources. He just can't understand why he gave part of it to the Inyue sect. They're unlikely to thank him for it. The young man explained that out of the three sects, only they managed to avoid death and obtain resources. If he were the Chinyan clan, he would also think twice. Even if they are not traitors, they most likely could not do anything and so watched from the sidelines, which led to losses among other sects. The man continued that this way they would start to doubt each other, and their union would come to an end. Xiaoyan is quite smart. The boy will get 30% of what they get, and the rest will be distributed among the students. The recipe for the pills he needs is kept in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. He can take it whenever he wants. As for Yan, he himself is to blame for what happened. The sect will deal with the consequences. Let Lian Yun tell the third elder that if he tries to take revenge, he will not let it go. After which, he added that the clan grants him the palace of the celestial being. He is already waiting for it. In the future, Gu can cultivate there so that others do not interfere. Sometime later, the guys were discussing how the leader had been practicing alchemy all this time and hadn't even gone outside. They didn't even know he could make pills. He must have gotten good at it. The boy said that it was a pity. He wanted to ask him for advice on cultivation. The other said that there were many disciples like him. All the sword cultivators were waiting for him to come out. Meanwhile, our hero came out and exclaimed that he had finally made all the materials. How terribly tired he was. And then, the young man immediately saw how several students, shouting that the leader had finally come out, ran in different directions. Gu noted to himself, why be so scared? But this time, he had good results. Not only did he make the pills to reach the Shenhei stage, but also others from the alchemy manual. Seeing the large number of disciples, Xiaoyan was very surprised and thought that maybe he was the only one who could be at Tianlin Peak. What were so many people doing here? One of the guys said he was a sword cultivator, but everyone said that the sword was for defense. You need to continue to develop so that you can choose more weapons. The young man noted to himself that he simply wanted to ask him for advice, and then he asked if he thought the same. The student asked the leader to dispel their doubts. Gu replied that in fact even at the king stage, it is impossible to reach such a level, but to spend a lifetime on it. How many people have reached the king stage? Then added that a sword cultivator at this stage could create a weapon out of anything, and also control it as they wish. In truth, they are just wandering in the dark. There is no technology in this world that can help them reach the highest stage. And cultivation sword is just a tool that helps during the formation of the core. The core of the sword is the core that is made of weapons, so it is useful against enemies. Some people think that it pollutes it and affects cultivation, but they forget one detail. This blade is the center of his cultivation. No one can refine it better than himself. Of course, it may not only be a sword, but a weapon that will respond to them. He was given this type by pure chance. After this speech, our hero's level of spiritual strength and intelligence began to increase. He didn't think that it would bear such fruit. After all the explanations, the guys had a huge number of questions for the leader. Xiao Yan asked them to calm down and said that he would come to this place every day and answer their questions. So there was no need to be so nervous. After some time, the clan leader said that he heard that the boy had started giving lessons at Qianlan Peak. The young man explained that the students had approached him and he could not refuse their request. The man laughed and replied that he had managed to attract so many students and it had only been half a month. That was pretty good. Let him continue to set an example for others. Gu replied that it was just simple curiosity. More senior students came to him to ask about the basics, and then their interest waned. The master noted that this was also true. It was a pity that only his path as a cultivator had more opportunities. Others would not be able to achieve such heights. Then he asked if he had any business today. The young man said that he wanted to go to Lychee. He had heard that there were often thunderstorms there, even in what lay on the ground, there was an attribute of lightning. He wants to go to the next level, so we need to walk around this place and see what happens. The elder said that if he was going to break through to the next level, it would be better to stay in the sect. Everyone could help him anyway, so why go to Lychee? Gu explained that he had the lightning attribute. He only lacked the decisive moment. Training certainly brings attributes, but he has been here too long, so the search is at a dead end. The man added that he had already helped Yan resist lightning when he reached Shenhe. Lightning is not scary to him. It seems that he is just afraid of getting attached to the disciples, so he wants to escape. After that, the clan leader said that it was fine. But Lychee City is the territory of the Holy Land, so let him be careful. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Palace, the guy was talking about how the Qinyan sect has weakened this year. Do they really want to lose the patronage of the Holy Land? Resources from Xiaohan this time and had suffered heavy losses, which had affected the strength of the entire sect. The young man began to get angry that it was he who helped them unite with other sects. So, how did it happen that they failed? The disciple replied that the new leader of the Hanhei sect and Inyue's betrayal were to blame for everything. The man muttered that the new leader was certainly very interesting. The Holy Sun would be arriving soon. Let them pray that they would be spared. After some time, our hero noticed that the stolen key had already begun to appear. Every time he absorbed an attribute, a new force was formed. This must be the Thunder City. We need to quickly find a place to break through to the Shenhe stage. It has been at the core formation stage for a year now. To solve this problem, we need to steal the Thunder attribute. Suddenly, a guy's voice was heard saying that it was better not to come there in the rain. At least, you need to protect your body from a thunderstorm. Lightning can strike there even on a clear day, and on a rainy day, 100%. His name is Van Yue, and he is from the Fierce God sect. Few people at the core formation stage dare to come there because of the lightning. Suddenly, lightning struck the young man, and the thunderstorm attribute he needed immediately appeared. The young man was very scared, but Gu replied that everything was fine and thanked him for the warning. A new acquaintance asked where Xiaoyan was from, why lightning didn't cause him any damage. Did he come for the Thunder Beast? Our hero explained that he was from the Hanhei sect. He had heard that in the Thunder City, lightning strikes all year round, so he wanted to check if this could help him in any way. The guy replied that it was dangerous for a cultivator at the core formation stage to go into that place. Since he wasn't after the beast, he should follow it. Gu thanked him for his concern and asked why he mentioned the Thunder Beast. He thought to himself that it seemed like Van had come here just for him. It wouldn't hurt to go with him. Yue explained that it was a rare beast. Its powers reached rank 12. It looked like a deer, fast as lightning, and was composed of thunder attribute. Someone saw it nearby. So many people came to get it. Meanwhile, the boys were hunting a huge beast. Their leader commanded that this was not enough. Let some carry it back and the rest continue working. Upon seeing the boys, the young man exclaimed, "Who is this? Only people from the Thunder Palace have the right to be in this place." The young man muttered that this was Chao Qian's brother. What an unexpected meeting. After which he noted that the Thunder Palace hunts even such beasts, because this is not even the 6th rank. The man replied that he would turn a blind eye to it because he was the heir of the fierce god sect. But this time, their heir had come here, so it was better for him not to interfere. The guy objected that he was talking as if Van was afraid of his thugs. Did he really think he wouldn't dare attack them? Our hero was surprised that he was the heir. The man hissed that this was their sect's business. Therefore, he insistently asks his brother not to come closer, after which he ordered his subordinate to quickly take the egg and not cause any harm. But the heir had no intention of doing what he was told, so he immediately materialized right next to his rival. The young man suddenly found himself in front of the youth who had been ordered to immediately take the beast away and asked where he was going. Yue noted to himself that he was smart, even decided to fight with him. He would make a good partner. Qiao asked what she was planning to do. Even though he was the heir, he couldn't handle him. Besides, the heir of his sect would be arriving soon. Was he really going to fight anyway? Van noted that this meant that their clan was also interested in the Thunder Beast. But since the man blocked his way, they could only resolve everything through a duel. The enemy immediately became angry and realized that there was no other way out. If we were to fight, then we would fight. Suddenly, holding an egg in his hands, our hero asked if this was what Brother Yu needed. The man immediately began to call Gu obscene names and switched to attacking him. The young man, without thinking twice, held his sword out in front of him. But for some reason, his opponent did not dodge it. Xiaoyan wondered to himself, but then it dawned on him that he wanted them both to suffer, after which Qiao suddenly snatched the attribute from our hero's hands and jumped to the side. Gu was surprised that he really decided to use the technique to his own detriment for the sake of this egg. The new acquaintance replied that it could belong to a thunder beast. Our hero was surprised how this was possible. After all, he said that the creature looked like a deer. How could it lay eggs? Meanwhile, the other boys were chasing the thunder beast and shouting that they couldn't let it get away. But it was too fast and hard to keep up with. One of the young men grabbed a firebow and decided to shoot to kill. The arrow hit the target exactly, but did not cause any particular harm to the animal, so he was going to continue on his way. Then the young man decided to use another tactic and showed him his egg, after which he asked what it was in his hand. The thunder beast immediately began to turn back, and the guy noted that this was an excellent opportunity to catch it. Meanwhile, our hero looked at a large cluster of lightning, and it seemed very strange to him. Then he said that something was clearly wrong here. Van replied that it was probably a thunder beast. It seemed to have encountered people from the Thunder Palace, and a battle ensued. Suddenly, a young man flew over them, holding a deer egg in his hands. The young man involuntarily caught the shell that fell out of Tu Renshen's hands in midair. Van immediately shouted that he had hatched and that he needed to catch up with him as quickly as possible. Hearing a strange sound behind him, our hero turned around sharply and saw a huge thunder beast. Pointing to the shell in his hand, Xiaoyan muttered that it was just a misunderstanding. He had to take his word for it. But of course, the animal did not listen to him and immediately attacked with a large number of lightning discharges. This was exactly what the young man needed. His pure ki, stolen ki, and thunder attribute immediately began to increase. Noticing that this had no effect on the young man, the deer turned around again to attack. The boy began to ask him not to stop because if the deer helped him, he would find his cub. Meanwhile, the young man, surrounded by the corpses of thunder beasts, declared that the last ingredient had finally been obtained. All that was left was to wait for the deer. The subordinate congratulated him and said that when the heir received the body of the king, all the lower stages of the divine ocean would no longer be enemies to him. The boy replied that once he got the king's body, he would easily shake the divine ocean and steal thunderstorms. Then, he would sooner or later reach the stage of life and death, after which he added that Van should watch carefully as he widened the gap between them. From now on, the fierce god sect would obey his clan. The young man shouted that he believed that this way he would become stronger, but hadn't the heir thought about the side effects? The young man replied that he shouldn't worry about that. He should think about how his sect could win at the next martial arts meeting. Suddenly, our hero appeared and told the thunder beast to look and make sure that it was not Gu who had stolen his cub. The guys were outraged. Who the hell is he? And how dare he interfere in the affairs of the Thunder Palace? Literally, at that very moment, they began to be struck by a large number of lightning discharges. Xiaoyan said that when the master speaks, the pawns had better not open their mouths. At the same time, the Thunder Beast decided to rush to the aid of its cub and save it. But the blood from the pool immediately grabbed him in its shackles and held him tightly. Our hero was taken aback by this picture and wondered if it was really the blood that was sucking out the Thunder Beast's power. The heir ordered the deer not to twitch, as this Buddhist seal was created specifically to absorb his powers. Once caught in it, even the ancient creature would become an obedient pet. Today, heaven will reward him for all his efforts and, to Rei Shen, he will definitely receive the body of a king. Van shouted at the young man not to let him do this, as everyone would die. Shaoyan immediately began to summon the Milky Way technique, and the heir shouted that he should not even think about stopping him. But the sword's intent still began to hit the pool of blood, interfering with its effect. When the enemy began to try to strike back, our hero realized that it was all stolen evil ki. The bloody energy gradually surrounded the young man and locked him into a cocoon. Tu chuckled and said that some puppy, at the stage of core formation, dared to attack him. He was obviously looking for his death. But suddenly, lightning appeared straight from the sky and began to strike this sphere. Van wondered why she hit him now, since he was going to die here. Everything that is happening now is very strange. The Buddha seal has absorbed goo, and it is unlikely that he could survive even one lightning strike. While he was thinking that the seal had become useless, lightning appeared in the sky again. But when she collided with the blood ball, she seemed to lose all her power and began to dissolve. When the young man's face began to appear, the heir was surprised that he wasn't dead, after which it dawned on him that our hero said that he had a thunder attribute. Could he really even absorb lightning? Apparently, that's exactly what's happening right now. He managed to use the Buddha seal to absorb lightning. A moment later, Shaoyan came to his senses and asked if his brother was okay. The young man muttered that he was fine. He was more concerned about how Gu was feeling. Our hero replied that he was fine. Lightning was already starting to appear, so Van had better leave this place. The boy countered that he could help him. Together, they might be able to break through those lightning bolts. Shaoyan replied that this was the third lightning that had struck him. The next one would be even stronger. Besides, he can completely absorb them. If the brother stays, he will only interfere. The young man replied that it was fine. Then he would wait for him outside, and he must definitely return. Gu immediately activated the sword enhancement technique. He thought to himself that it took a whole year of preparation to fully extract the thunder attribute. He still couldn't fully comprehend the sword enhancement technique he had obtained from the Boundless Sea sect because his sword, at the core formation stage, had a thunder attribute. He couldn't improve due to his cultivation, so he could only extract it. As a result, this technique lacked the thunder attribute. The strongest attribute is the stolen lightning. When he came to the Thunder City, he wanted it to reach its limit. All this in order to absorb 9 lightning strikes. After which he shouted for the lightning to strike even harder. They would all become his attribute. After which a powerful energy flow fell upon the young man, after which few can remain safe and sound. Van pointed out that this was already the 9th. How much must Gu have suffered? Even among the heirs of the Holy Land, there is no one who can survive the strike of 9 lightning bolts. It looks like the new acquaintance won't survive. It's good that he left there, otherwise he would have been fried too. Suddenly, a thunder beast rushed past him, and he was very surprised that it did not run away. Then Shaoyan's voice came, saying that he had said he would wait for him. Was he really about to leave? Then he turned to the little fawn and said that it was time for him to return to his mother, as she was already tired of waiting. After which he reunited the Thunder family, who were very grateful to him for this. Van immediately congratulated Gu on reaching the Divine Ocean stage. There would be no one comparable to him for the next 1,000 years. He had been struck by 9 lightning bolts, but he had survived. The guy replied that it was just luck. The core of his sword was made of a thunder attribute, so these lightning bolts were not scary for him. The guy stated that his attribute and this thunder beast were similar. Why not let him go, but make him his spirit beast? Shaoyan replied that if he left the Thunder City, the deer's strength would decrease. Besides, his body was already made of lightning. Why would he need a beast? The young man replied that his words made sense and asked what he planned to do next. The young man replied that, of course, he would find the heir to the Thunder Palace and make him pay his bills. Van exclaimed that he was also going to follow him. Soon, there would be a martial arts meeting in Thunder City. Tu would be there too. It would be better to go there than to rely on fate. Meanwhile, at tea time, it was discussed that a new face had appeared in the Tower of 1,000 Flowers. A real beauty. Some people had been there for 3 whole days to catch a glimpse of her. The guy exclaimed that it was so difficult. Then he shouted at old Bao to ask her to come down and have a drink with them. The interlocutor said that if he shouted like that, he would lose his head. The young man objected that why did he take him with him then? This is the area of the moon wind. The most he will find here is a courtesan. He replied that the girl was a swordswoman at the core formation stage. As soon as the master heard that she was looking for someone, he immediately offered to help and invited her to stay at the Tower of 1,000 Flowers. The young man immediately asked if Van had really invited him there to look at this beauty. The heir said not to rush to conclusions and to listen further. The boy explained that she came to the Middle Lands to find a disciple from her sect. He is known to be a sword cultivator with thunder technique. When the youth added that this was why the 1,000 Flower Tower would bear the expenses of any thunder technique cultivator who came here, the other youth remarked that they were very generous. The young man added that most likely everyone just wants to look at this beauty who charmed the gentleman, and that's why they come here. Meanwhile, Saya Sinsu appeared in the room looking for the person she needed with her eyes, after which she thanked Mr. Che, saying that he had already done a lot for her, so she would continue the search on her own. The man asked what had happened. Maybe she was afraid of rumors. Let her not worry about it. If anyone dared to open their mouth, he would order them to be killed. The girl replied that he could call her Sister Saya. Since you knew that he wanted to help, and she knew about his feelings too. She wanted to say something else, but stopped abruptly and added that it was not important. Tomorrow early in the morning, she will leave the Tower of 1,000 Flowers. Thank him very much for his hospitality. The young man exclaimed that they had to act quickly because she was leaving. They would not have such an opportunity again. Xiaoyan said that, to be honest, he is also looking for someone in the Middle Lands. He does not know where she is, but she is definitely not here. The young man said that he had enough of being a bore, after which he jumped up and started shouting for the girl to wait a bit. Mr. Che immediately stated that he was the heir of the fierce god sect. Had he really stooped to human affairs? Van replied that he had not. It was just that his friend looked very much like the person they were looking for. Maybe he will help him find the love of his life. And if not, he will still ask the beauty to come down and cheer up his friend. Today, he survived 9 lightning strikes and reached the divine ocean. Everyone present was surprised at how this was possible. Was it because of him that the earthquake happened in the city? Actually, even in the 5 great holy lands there was no such person. Our hero began to get angry and exclaimed that if his companion was not going to go, then he would do it himself. The sister immediately recognized his voice and shouted at Gu Xiaoyan not to dare take a step now. The young man asked in surprise what the girl was doing there and how she managed to find him. Van was surprised that his companion really turned out to be the one this beauty was looking for. After which he exclaimed that not only was he unable to communicate with her, but he also gave her into the hands of this guy. Saya approached our hero and said that she wanted to ask him why he came to this place. Xiaoyan asked if she would believe him if he said that his new friend brought him here to drink and that he didn't know what kind of place it was. The sister grabbed him by the ear and started dragging him along. The boy screamed that it hurt. Take it easy. His new friend didn't know what to do, so he started introducing himself and saying that he was the one who brought him here. His name was Van Yue, and he was from the Fierce God sect. The girl hissed that it meant he was seducing her younger brother. After which she told Gu not to associate with such people. He immediately began to lead a dissolute life. Meanwhile, the subordinate asked Mr. Che whether he should intervene in this matter. The man replied that it was not necessary yet. Let him find out how this man was connected to the heir of the sect of the Fierce God. The young man made excuses that he really didn't know what kind of place it was. He had just arrived in the Storm City. Saya replied that she knew and asked if he had found her. The guy replied that he hadn't yet. There were holy lands all over the central region. Yan Tin should be one of the 3 strongest, but he couldn't get in. There was their heir in this city, so he came to take a look. When his sister asked how his year had gone, the boy replied that 6 months ago he had saved a disciple from the Southern Boundless Sea sect, and thanks to that he had entered the main sect in the central region where he had become the leader. The girl asked if he planned to return back, that is, to the Green Cloud sect. Shaoyan replied that how could he return when the south was ruled by the gods of the heavenly palace? How could he return when they had turned the Valley of the Heavenly Wind into their puppet and did not respect the ruler? However, if they attacked the Green Cloud clan, he would have to intervene. Let him wait until the youth reached the king's stage and repay the sect. It wouldn't be difficult. If she came to bring him back, then there was no need to strain herself. Let her not use the princess as an excuse. The Green Cloud sect itself had nothing to teach him. Saya asked where he was staying. The guy replied that he was staying at the Clouds Hotel in the southern part of the city. Why was she asking? Was she really not going to scold him? The sister replied that why should she scold him because he said everything correctly. She was simply completely alone in this place, standing as if surrounded by predators. Plus, she had a fight with Mr. Che today, and now she has absolutely nowhere to go. Gu asked what happened that made him angry with her. Why did she even come to the central region? The girl got angry and exclaimed that there were too many questions. Let him know that from today on, wherever he goes, she will always be there. He doesn't want his sister to return to the Thousand Flower Tower. She barely found a leader at the Divine Ocean stage as a protector. Sometime later, Van was eavesdropping on what the guys were talking about in the room, but our hero suddenly opened the doors, so he lost his balance and began to fall. When the young man asked what he was doing there, his friend replied that he wanted to know if he needed anything. He was a frequent guest here, so he knew the owner well. The young man replied that he was just in time. His sister needed a room to spend the night, so Gu was counting on him. The heir of the Fierce God sect waved to the girl and said that it was not difficult for him at all, so he would be happy to help. After which he told Mrs. Saya that he would visit them again in a few days and went to carry out the assigned task. The girl noted that he was so frivolous and did not look like an heir at all. Even Mr. Che would be better. The young man replied that it was better to have someone whose face was written all over than someone whose thoughts were hidden. Let her be careful with that man. He certainly wouldn't leave her alone so easily. Sister asked what she had to be afraid of. She would just ask him to deal with it. By the way, let him not forget that Sia is quite popular in this place. The young man asked when the martial arts tea meeting would begin. Since-Yu replied that there were 10 days left. Shaoyan said that the Thunder Hell Saint sect was just one of the strongest Holy Lands, and Tu Ren Shen was a respected person in this city. Therefore, the young man may come for his soul if our hero does not do it first. Sister muttered, what to do now? Maybe return to the Boundless Sea sect and wait. This city is his territory. Does he really want to fight him? Gu replied that, is there a commandment to retreat in martial arts? Besides, it is he who will come to settle scores with him and not the other way around. Why is she belittling his fighting spirit? The girl replied that in the south, even when faced with the Heavenly Palace, she was not so worried because the Green Cloud sect was nearby. But when she comes to the central region, she has no one to rely on, so she must be very careful. The boy exclaimed that he had decided everything. Initially, he only wanted to take revenge on the heir, but now he must defeat everyone at the tea party. He wants his sister to see that he can now be relied upon even more than the Green Cloud sect. Meanwhile, in one of the taverns, it was discussed that this time the martial arts meeting promises to be interesting. It will involve outstanding personalities. For example, Lin Schumann of the Jade Pond sect, Qian Taichun, who obtained the body of a king. The interlocutor asked, aren't they busy cultivating? Will everyone gather here for this meeting? The young man replied that it was because a fateful day was approaching. This is what made these martial arts giants stir. After which he added that these were just rumors. If he had known what would happen, would you really be sitting here with him? Our hero asked whether the promised land would really appear here soon and what was it that attracted every holy sect to participate. A friend asked if Shaoyan had ever heard of what mythical beasts of fate were. The guys unanimously answered that they were not aware of such a thing. Let him tell us more. Van replied that they both came from the south, so it was no wonder he didn't know. Beasts can only appear in one of the strongest holy sects. The saints of the sect are called saints because they possess a huge amount of spiritual energy. It takes the form of a spiritual animal. Simply put, at the stage of core formation, the parts that make it up are divided into lower, middle, and higher. Having reached the divine ocean, a person begins to understand his map of destiny. These are mythical beasts. The four great mythical animals are the green dragon, the white tiger, the red bird, and the black warrior. They belong to the highest map of fate. The white lion, the unicorn, and other animals belong to the middle map of fate. Even lower are other beasts that the saint sects have no interest in. However, even an ordinary divine ocean cultivator might not be able to meet them in their entire life. Holy sects are located in places with better circulation of spiritual energy, so it is often easier for them to obtain mythical beasts. Let them say so, but so far no beast has been seen in any holy sect. Van, as a disciple of a weak saint sect, also does not have any animal. But with Gu's ability, summoning an animal will not be more difficult than for disciples from the saint sect. The boy asked what it meant that a fateful day was coming. From what the brother said, didn't they call animals? The young man replied that it was related to the word fate. Although fate is considered to be related to understanding, there are several ways of understanding it. Some say it depends on luck, some on strength. There are those who believe that a person must have an epiphany. In general, it is all very complicated and does not look like how they teach ordinary techniques. Therefore, whenever the day comes when the heavens send a happy omen, there are always those who want to try their luck. Once someone understands their destiny, followers appear who want to come and fight. He is also one of them, came here, following everyone. The girl asked, "Isn't this what they call luck?" The heirs of the holy sects also believe in this. Gu replied that the Holy Lands merely had a better cultivation area than theirs. A holy land is a place that has overcome many troubles and obstacles on the path to the great Tao. It does not become holy right away. Two Renshen suddenly appeared and asked why this loser had not died yet. Meanwhile, Mr. Che asked his assistant if he had done what he had told him to do. The man replied that he had. Just now, two went to look for Gu Shaoyan. The young man said that he thought he was some big shot since he dared to take his woman away, but it turns out that he was just a disciple from a small southern sect. The subordinate replied that it was better not to stick their necks out for now. People from all over the country were flocking to the Storm City now, and as a clan engaged in trade, they had better be careful. The gentleman replied that if their clan wasn't at stake, he would have dealt with him himself. But this was even better. Not only would the guy not see this trash end up, but he would also help Ren Shen. In the tavern, the young man stated that this girl was very nice. No wonder everyone was talking about her. The girl wanted to be indignant, but Van interrupted her and asked if he was going to declare war on the sect of the fierce god. The guy replied that he had enough of this chatter. So be it. He could close his eyes to the fact that Yue had interfered with his plans. If he wanted to live, he could sit quietly. But this trash, who came from nowhere and decided to oppose the sect of Thunderhell, what is his name anyway? The young man replied that he thought it was better for him not to know. He had wanted to leave it until the tea party, but since he was already here, he would sort it out right away. The young man laughed and asked if he always spoke like that. This was the central region after all. How had he even lived to this point? When thunder swords appeared around him, our hero asked what he would tell him now. Two noted that it was pretty good, but can this toy actually kill anyone? At that very moment, the sword came down sharply and cut the young man's finger. He screamed loudly from surprise and pain. The subordinates immediately began to prepare for an attack, saying that this was their heir. How dare he behave like that with him? Shaoyan then asked Ren Shen if he now thought this toy could kill him. People started running out of the tavern and shouting that his life was really not that important to him, since he decided to attack them. Looking at the youth who flew out of the window, they noted that he was a disciple of the Thunderhell Saint sect. How could such a thing happen? After which they shouted who dared to speak out against them because the Thunder City is their territory. Meanwhile, Van thought that he didn't expect Gu to dare to attack them. The Thunderhell Saint sect is one of the strongest. Even he would hardly dare to be openly hostile to them. The guy is certainly good, and Tu perceives him as a waste of space. He reached the Divine Ocean stage by relying on his thunder attribute, but how could he expect to defeat an entire sect? Even the other clans don't dare to get involved in this conflict. Did the guy do the right thing by standing next to him? Ren Shen hissed that since they had decided to attack the Thunderhell, they would now test the worth of their sect. It will be very interesting to see if the young man's abilities will help him stay alive. The boys started to panic as they realized that this guy had managed to get hold of the king's body. after which the air immediately attacked our hero, but he managed to deftly dodge the blow. Then he looked around and realized that the guys had decided to simply run away and not engage in battle. On the way, Van said that two had reached the king stage, so they were no longer rivals. But it turned out that Xiaoyan simply led them to a safe place and, shouting for his friend to protect his sister, rushed back. The opponent noted that he was quite brave, since he was the first one who decided to fight him openly. After stopping our hero's attack, the enemy noted that he also possessed a thunder attribute. It was a pity that Gu was not in his sect. The guy replied that he was not interested in holy sects, but Ren's thunder technique nourished him. The young man said that, having received the body of a king, he could use thunder techniques without harm to himself. Now they would see how Xiaoyan would run away. A moment later, the young man was attacked by a powerful energy flow. The guy turned out to be safe and sound, after which he asked why he needed to run somewhere. Does Tu know that he got this thunder body by being hit by 9 lightning bolts in the thunder swamps? What kind of lightning bolt is Shen even planning to use to hurt him? The young man screamed, "How is this even possible? Because no one could stand it." Our hero replied that even if he used it to recharge his energy, it would not be enough for him. The heir immediately began to run away and thought to himself that if Gu really had withstood the strike of 9 lightning bolts, then his techniques were useless against him. Was the guy really irritating him just to make him attack? Xiaoyan already asked where he was going. "It's too late to run away. It won't work." The opponent thought to himself that the boy had prevented him from obtaining the king's body, and now even his sword technique could barely be contained. Was he really going to be defeated? Suddenly, a bright beam of light appeared in the sky, and Van noted that this was a happy omen from the heavens. The fateful day had arrived. While the young man was distracted, Tu decided that this was the perfect moment to escape. The sister noticed that the enemy was trying to run away as quickly as possible, but she didn't have time to do anything. Lan Yue appeared and stated that it seemed like the martial arts tea meeting could start early. When asked how he ended up there, the man replied that the tea party was about to start, so it was no surprise that he had come. And this must be the famous Gu Xiaoyan, the disciple of the Boundless Sea sect who received 9 lightning strikes. Van began to explain that this was the gentleman from the White Jade Pavilion. He had a wonderful mirror in his hands for observing the sky. They say that it can show everything that is happening in the world. More importantly, when the sect leaders sense the appearance of a mythical beast of fate, Lan Yue allows everyone to look into the mirror, so he is respected. The guy replied that he not only knew who he was, but knew everything. Gu was a former disciple of the Southern Green Cloud sect who had joined the Boundless Sea sect. Then he came to the central region, but did not finish, and asked if he wanted to know where she was. Our hero was surprised how Lan knew that he was looking for someone. The guy only told his sister about it. No one else knows about it. After which he said that his reputation speaks for itself, he immediately understood what was what. If so, then Gu asks for help. Suddenly, another man appeared and stated that Mr. Lan was very fast to have arrived before him. Another guy noted that Qian Taichu's huckster nature makes itself felt, trying to be first everywhere. Then another girl appeared who said that she was a little late, after which she greeted our hero. Che's voice came from below, exclaiming that the gentleman had come from far away. He should have thought of organizing a warm welcome, so he asked for forgiveness. Xiaoyan didn't understand why so many people had gathered here. Vine replied that they had been gathered by a lucky omen from heaven. The one wearing the clothes with fire is the heir of the Fire Heaven Sent sect, Qin Chuyan. The girl is Lin Schumann from the Jade Pond Sent sect, rumored to be the next heir. Dressed as a merchant, he is the heir of the Qian clan, named Qian Taichu, and he already knows Mr. Chai Yan. One of those present exclaimed that since everyone had already gathered, the tea meeting could be considered open. The master asked why the heir of the Thunder Hell Sent sect, Tu Rei Shen, was not here. His clan was here, so he should have come first. Lan replied that he was the first one to reach the Taishuan heaven. Didn't he know that? Our hero asked if it wasn't about a martial arts tea party. What heavens? The young man replied that he was also participating for the first time. He had heard about it, but he didn't know exactly what it was. In general, the meeting is divided into 2 types. The first is a martial arts competition. The second is a real tea meeting, which he organizes. But everything depends on luck because it is not always held. Only when the heavenly auspicious omen arrives can the top 3 saint sects enter the 9 heavens, where the martial arts tea meeting is held. When Gu asked him to explain what the 9 heavens were, the boy replied that above the central region, the middle heavens, there were 9 heavens, divided from the lowest layer to the highest. Taisuan, Taiyuan, Shansuan, Taihuan, Shanyuan, Shanhuan, Yuisuan, Yuyuan, and the Yuhuan heaven. Each layer is a small world. This time, they will enter the secret world of Taisuan. When the young man asked if Gu would also be participating, Lan replied that only people predestined by fate could participate in the meeting. Doesn't the young man know this? Our hero forced Tu Renshen to invade Taisuan for refuge. The guy said that the heir of the Thunder Hell sect still hasn't received the king's body, so what's the pride in defeating him? Yue ignored this and announced that the passage would open soon. They would see who would be the luckiest. While the portal was opening, our hero thought that Lan obviously knew where the princess was, so he should ask him about it. After which, he told his sister that they did not know the hidden motives of these people and how dangerous that place was. Let her stay close to him and not lag behind. After which, all participants went to the passage in order to get into the unknown secret world. On the way, the young man noticed a large number of attributes of fate and began to catch them. Noticing that something was wrong with her brother, the girl began to ask worriedly if everything was okay. Meanwhile, a mythical beast appeared near the portal, and the boys exclaimed that fate had taken the form of a white lion. The creature immediately went to Xiaoyan and possessed him. Xia did not understand what was happening at all. Xin Chuyan asked in surprise what was just now. He felt some kind of wave. The girl replied that it was fate. She caught a glimpse of the mythical animal. Then they looked at our hero, who was meditating, and exclaimed in surprise that he really felt a white lion. The heir of the holy sect of the fire heavens immediately approached him and remarked that he was lucky, as he was able to sense the beast of fate during the opening of the heavens. Che said that it was only thanks to Mr. Lan. Besides, who else hasn't felt the beast yet? Van thought to himself that the man couldn't get Sire's sister, so he was just mad. The young man announced that they had entered the Siwan dimension. Now they needed to check how lucky they were. Jian said that, like a merchant chasing profit, he would go first, while Xin asked to wait for him. The girl immediately said that she would also go, so she and Xiaoyan would see each other a little later. Xia sarcastically remarked that luck favored Mr. Gu. Even the goddesses were interested in him. It is very interesting what kind of magic he used that everyone around him falls into ecstasy. Lan said that Taisuan heaven is poorly explored. It is where the descendants of the thunder gods are. Let him be careful, because the Thunder Hell sect became the second among the others thanks to him. It is best not to go to the farthest places. In the center is the palace. The descendants of the Thunderers will not be able to enter there. They will gather there at the very end. After which Van said that it was time for him to go too. It was his first time in heaven, so he was curious to explore everything. Then the guys agreed to meet at the palace. The girl noted that, judging by what the young man said, Turen Shen was somehow connected with the descendants of the Thunderers. What will they do now? Gu replied that there was no need to be afraid. He had already obtained a thunder body. If there really were thunder gods there, then it would only benefit him. He thought to himself that he was waiting for their attribute. Meanwhile, Mr. Che came to Tu and noted that he had received the king's body, so let him accept his congratulations. Renshen asked irritably if he had come to laugh at him. The guy replied that his clan had actually bet everything on the Thunder Hell sect. They were now closely connected to each other, and he just wanted to help. Suddenly, a creature ran into the room and began to vigorously explain something in an incomprehensible language. After this, the young man smiled slyly and noted that everything was ready. It was time to begin. Then the young man suddenly grabbed the monster by the throat and began to suck the energy out of it. After some time, he threw the corpse, which had turned into a mummy, at Che's feet. The heir noted that he felt even better. These thunder clans are to the taste of the Thunder Hell sect. After which, he asked if everything was ready. The gentleman replied that of course it was. He was waiting for his order to begin. Tu exclaimed, "Great, now it was their turn." He had been ploughing for so long in Taisuan heaven to show them who was boss. When the entire room was filled with otherworldly beings, Ren declared that in order to celebrate this feast, they first needed to build a welcoming ceremony. Meanwhile, The young man came to Taizuan Palace. Then he reported to the Nine Heavens that the White Jade Pavilion had already broken through 3. At the same time, another portal began to open and a bright light illuminated the entire room. The young man immediately went there and wondered how far he could go this time. Meanwhile, the thunder creatures tried to attack the air of the holy sect of the Fire Heavens. Qin Chuyan destroyed them with fire techniques and thought that these savages were just annoying. After which he noted that there were more of these monsters compared to last time. Qian Taichu replied that it was because they had gone further, perhaps approaching their common location. The young man thought this conclusion was correct and said that it was necessary to go there and take a look. But the companion objected that it was not worth going there just like that. Okay, they dealt with these, but if they meet real thunderers who are immortal, then there will be no end of problems. Let the guy not forget that they did not come there for treasure. Their goal is completely different. Meanwhile, our hero and his sister were completely surrounded. There were an incredible number of creatures. The girl didn't understand why there were more and more of them. They clearly wouldn't be able to kill them all. When Gu asked what she was afraid of, Saya replied that she would kill opponents of that level as long as she could stand on her feet. The guy thought that she hadn't yet reached the Divine Ocean stage, so she was a bit weak for the central region. Before, she had unwittingly come into contact with the Thousand Flower Tower, and now she had entered the Nine Heavens and encountered the heirs of the saint sects and the like. Perhaps Sinsiu had already felt it herself. Therefore, the young man decided to help her and attacked the opponents who were gradually approaching her. The girl exclaimed that she would figure it out herself. Gu thought to himself that with such a strong character, she must feel some dissatisfaction when her brother had to help her. If this continues, demonic energy may appear inside her. Besides, the guy will soon go to save the princess and he will have no time to protect her. All the young man can do is absorb attributes. How can he help his sister level up? After which our hero summoned the Milky Way sword technique and neutralized all opponents in one fell swoop. When asked if she wanted to become stronger, the girl replied that of course, but that words alone would hardly help her. Gu said that he had created the pills when he was in the Boundless Sea sect to break through to the Divine Ocean stage. He had no use for them now, but she might find them useful. The girl exclaimed that it was true. She had completely forgotten that her brother was a master of alchemy. The young man added that there were 100 pills in there and it would last for 6 months. If his sister trusted him, then let her take it all at once. Saya was surprised and replied that even professional pill cultivators don't take so many at once. Gu said that he had done this before to quickly accumulate pure qi. It would not harm her. He could also promise that she would reach the Divine Ocean stage before they left the Nine Heavens. Sinsiu wondered if she and Xiaoyan had reached the core formation stage at the same time, but after a year, the difference in their strength was simply enormous. Could it be because of these pills? Then she decided to take a risk, because she could not allow the gap between them to grow wider, because then she would no longer be able to accompany him. Suddenly, the girl felt that something was wrong. She could not control the pure qi in her body. The guy told her to sit down and start cultivating. Let her swallow as many pills as she can. He thought to himself that taking so many pills would definitely cause a pure qi clash. It was out of control now, and an anomaly had also occurred. This must be what was driving her crazy. But if he uses his abilities and gets rid of the harmful attributes, it should help. Just like back then, in the Green Cloud Sect exam, he absorbed Tan Min's cursed energy. Then the young man noted that even the cursed energy had appeared. It must have been hard for her to restrain herself. So he stroked her head, told her to calm down, and added that he would handle everything else himself. Some time later, the girl opened her eyes and noted that it was already evening. After which she headed towards our hero, who asked how she felt and if anything hurt. Saya replied that everything was fine. She felt that her pure qi had increased by at least 10%. The guy noted that this was excellent. Then, from tomorrow, she would take 100 pills daily. He promised that his sister would break through to the next stage very quickly. Xiaoyan noticed that she was thinking about something and asked what happened. Was she not happy? The girl replied that she was happy, just somehow uneasy. She took so many pills, but she had no side effects. Sinsiu doesn't know what he did, but she's sure it helped. Could this somehow affect him? Perhaps she should cultivate in the old way. If she tries, she can catch up with him. The young man pretended not to understand what she was talking about, so he said that these pills were simply of high quality. There is no point in him deceiving her. It is enough for his sister to think so much. He has so much to do. If she does not become stronger, there will be big problems. He thought to himself that the cursed energy of Sire was no match for the Bloodhawk energy in the princess's body. He could save her by simply extracting these attributes. If the young man couldn't do this for his sister, then how could he possibly save Yan Qin? Meanwhile, Van walked and looked around. The young man wondered why there was such a thick fog around. Then he noticed some flash in the distance, and it looked like lightning had struck somewhere. The Thunderhell sect became holy with the help of the local Thunder tribes. If he also finds a legacy that is useful to him, that would be good, so he can go and see. Meanwhile, Tu Ren Shen greeted the man who was the head of their clan. He asked if this was the Thunder Clan elder he was talking about. The young man replied that yes. With her, their holy sect would achieve great success. The leader said that this was a good job. Let him send this old woman to their sect. Very soon, the Thunderhell clan will become the strongest. The guy said that Lan Yue had already reached Taihuan Heaven. If they could get his mirror, they could build their sect in Taizuan Heaven. The man replied that he had thought about it too, but only the head of the White Jade could use the mirror, and only with the help of the artifact could one enter the 9 heavens. Otherwise, he would not have sent it. When the young man said that he knew how to use his mirror, the clan leader was very surprised. Tu continued that he just said that only the pavilion leader can use it. Lan is the leader of the new generation, so he uses it. This means that the mirror itself does not care who uses it. White Jade just knows how to do it right. They are all trying their best to get to the highest heavens and subjugate the Storm Savages. When asked how he knew all this, the young man explained that it was because the mirror had been stolen from her. The man was very surprised when he realized that the mirror was a sacred artifact of the Thunderer clan. Then it's simple. Yue hasn't even reached the stage of life and death. He'll deal with him himself and take the mirror. The young man's expression changed dramatically, and he said that he had more important things to do. Suddenly, the leader of the Thunder clan was released, and the man was bound by thunder chains. The man screamed, "How dare he do this to his mentor? This is very mean!" After which the woman attacked him and began to greedily absorb the energy she needed. Suddenly, Van, who was peeping, accidentally touched a pebble and it fell to the ground. Tu Ren Shen heard the sound and immediately turned around and asked who was there. On the way, the girl asked if they were on the right path. Gu exclaimed that he saw someone. Suddenly, right in front of the boys, a young man fell to the ground, bleeding. The young man muttered that they should be careful because Tu was there. Let them run away as quickly as possible. Next came Mr. Che, who stated that misfortunes never come alone. While Sia was asking if he had attacked him, Xiaoyan reported that Van had stopped breathing. The guy started to take out his sword and simultaneously said that why did she need to come here? She knows that he likes her. Why is she forcing her to make such a choice? Since you did not understand what he was talking about. The young man replied that if he did not kill her, Ren Shen would kill him. It's a pity that he never managed to get it, and now he'll have to destroy it. He even regrets it a little. Our hero asked if he should check first if there was anyone else nearby before speaking. Did he really think someone like him could kill him? Mr. Che stated that why did he think that the guy came alone? After that, a crowd of thunderers appeared around the guys. The young man added that they had already signed their own death warrant as soon as they came to this place, after which he gave the order to the thunderers to immediately attack and destroy these people. But our hero immediately activated one of his techniques, which destroyed everything in its path. After which he said that before this, he had not paid attention to him because the guy helped his sister. But now everything has changed. Then he came up close to him and said that it was worth getting to know your opponent before provoking him. The opponent immediately began to be struck by lightning bolts, which he could not do anything about. Our hero declared that he would now demonstrate what kind of mouse had fallen into his mousetrap. After his words, powerful energy flows appeared, which struck each of the tribe of savages. When Xiaoyan's victory became obvious, he asked if it was now clear to him who he wanted to try to kill. Che stuttered that it was impossible. The Boundless Sea sect was not only not holy, it was not even in the top 3. Besides, Gu was only at the Divine Ocean stage and was no match for him. When the sword was near his throat, the man shouted that he couldn't kill him because he had connections all over the central region. If the boy did anything to him, the head of his sect would be in trouble, after which he began to beg Saya to do something because he helped her. The master did not want to kill Van, he was forced to. The guy was just following orders. It was Tu Renshen who was to blame for everything. Suddenly, the heir of the Thunder Hell sect appeared and launched an energy ball at Che. All the energy was instantly sucked out of the young man and he turned into a mummy. Our hero exclaimed that he even kills his own people, so he is worse than an animal. The guy replied that this scum did not deserve a place in the holy sect of the Thunder Hell. Meanwhile, the boys were finally able to reach Taiyuan Palace in the second heaven. Sin Chuyan noted that judging from these traces, Lan had already reached the third heaven. The heir of the Qian clan replied that they would not hesitate to follow him then. Tu tried to attack our hero, who said that he had already explained to him that this technique was useless against him, after which the young man immediately rushed to attack his opponent. At the same time, he stated that something had changed in him. He had become stronger. Jumping back sharply, the heir of the Thunderhell sect replied that he had also become stronger. He thought to himself that compared to what he had seen in the Thunder Swamps, his recent fight with Che proved that Gu was becoming stronger every time. There must be some kind of power-absorbing ability in his body. It's impossible for it to increase that much just from his battle prowess. Shaoyan noted to himself that he seemed to have understood his ability and was no longer attacking so actively. What would the opponent do now? Meanwhile, the boys reached the third heaven of Taiwan. Qin Chuyan asked why there was so much negative energy there. It felt like he was in a grave. Qian Taichu replied that there was truth in his words. It seemed that they had wandered into a tomb. The guy noted that Lan seemed to sense them right away. He could have led them there on purpose. When the stone statue's eyes suddenly lit up and they began to move, the young man exclaimed that if he thought that he would stop them in this way, he was clearly underestimating them. Suddenly, everything around started shaking. It seemed as if the tomb was collapsing before our eyes. But in fact, the doors were closing. Yue, who clearly had a direct connection to this, was watching all this from afar. In the first heaven, Tu Renshen stated that it seemed like our hero couldn't do anything about him. The young man replied that his thunder technique was also useless against him. The boy thought to himself that it wasn't useless. It was just that because of his thunder body and strength that was beyond his stage, he couldn't destroy his defensive technique. Suddenly, a powerful energy flow burst out from the sky. Tu noted that Lan was about to open a passage to the second heaven. Where was he rushing to? Had he really found a way? After which, Shaoyan declared that he could consider himself lucky and that he was letting him go this time. The girl didn't understand what it was. It was like a passage that Yue had opened to the heavens of Taishuan. Our hero noted that it seemed that this was indeed the case, so they should go there too. But suddenly, the head of the Thunder Clan appeared behind him and pierced his body through and through. The sister screamed in surprise, and the young man fell to the ground, exhausted. The guy noted to himself that although it was a bit wasteful, but so that he wouldn't get in the way, let him experience the king's stage. While Zia begged him to wake up, Tu thought to herself that he might not have died in vain if he was attacked by a cultivator of that level. Then he exclaimed that the hour had now come to fulfill their cherished wish, and the Lady Elder began to meditate. After which, a cry was heard that it was time for the Thunderer to attack Taiyuan and act according to their plan. When Shaoyan came to, his sister exclaimed that she would definitely treat him. Just let him hold on. The guy replied that he was fine. Only his mental shell was slightly damaged when his thunder body was pierced. Then he noticed that the savages were running quickly somewhere and wondered what they were doing at all. The girl replied that she didn't know. Tu and the ghost-like creature that had injured him went there and it all started. Our hero replied that then they would also go there and find out what was going on. Ren Shen bowed and said that he asked the elder to tell him a prophecy. He swears an oath to be loyal to the Thunder Clan. The woman replied that she would remember this oath. From that moment on, his life depended on her clan. If they died, then he died too. After these words, the young man's appearance changed and horns grew on his head. Then the young man rose to his feet and shouted loudly that it was time for the Thunderers to attack. It is today that they will unite all 9 heavens, which will belong only to them. He noted to himself that at the moment a passage had opened even to the third heaven. It seems Lanye really thought of how to try to resist him, but it won't work. I wonder if he can guess the ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the guy noted that the entire army was assembled. He hoped that the descendants of the Thunderers would hurry. Still, in order to open the fourth heaven, they will have to try very, very hard. Meanwhile, the sister noted that they were passing through a pillar of light and disappearing. Where were they being transported? Gu replied that the girl from the Jade Pond said that there were 9 heavens. They had entered the first one thanks to the mirror. This pillar of light was similar to the one they had entered through. Saya asked if the young man meant to say that this was a passage to the second heaven. Our hero replied that they would go there too. 2 had put on such a show. Probably some incredible secret was hidden in the 9 heavens. Since Yu stated that all the savages had gathered there now, how would they get through them? The young man asked why they were asking such questions. They would just go and pass. These savages weren't even paying attention to them now. This was a great opportunity. I thought to myself, did Ren Shen really take control of an entire clan of thunder gods to rise to one level? What made him start a war? Besides, the owner of the mirror seemed to have specially opened the passage for him. What purpose are they pursuing? It's getting more and more curious. Meanwhile, the heir of the Fire Heaven Holy Sect wondered how much longer they would have to fight with these statues. Qian Taichu replied that there must be some kind of riddle here. If they don't solve it, they will continue to waste their efforts. The young man replied that he still had the strength. But how is he going to solve it? The heir of the Qian clan muttered that there was a huge door right in front of them. What was there to think about? It had to be opened. Lan locked them in this place, but not to die. It seems they still have some use. Then we just need to move forward. But suddenly, the stone statues that stood on the sides of the passage turned towards him. When they tried to attack him, Xin Qiuyan appeared in time to prevent it, after which he asked whether the guy really wasn't even going to hide. Why was he so sure that he would do it? When the young man replied that he was really sure, the young man exclaimed that he had not expected him to be such a good judge of character. Suddenly, the doors swung open completely and Lin Schumann appeared, asking what they were doing there. The guys looked at her in surprise and replied that they had the same question for her. Meanwhile, the Thunderers had already broken through to the third heaven of Taiwan and were not going to stop. When Tu Ren Shen came to Lan, the young man noted that he had finally arrived. The young man said that he thought so, that he lured him here for the sake of the fourth heaven. Yue himself cannot open the passage there. The boy replied that human strength had its limits. Even he couldn't do it all alone. So he would have to borrow the powers of the Thunder Tribe. Tu laughed and replied that Lan earned his place in the central region thanks to his clan's mirror. He was a simple thief who stole someone else's property and for some reason thought he was the boss. Yue replied that he wasn't far behind. Didn't the guy take the sacred body of the Thunderer clan and now call himself their descendant? The guy got angry and shouted that he really wanted to die. Today, Ren will return the sacred artifact of his clan and kill him. The young man stopped him and told him not to rush to wave his hands because someone had not arrived yet. Our hero immediately appeared at the door together with his sister, who stated that they had also gathered here. When Ren hissed why he hadn't died yet, the guy replied that he was close. What happened anyway? Weren't they waiting for him? The owner of the mirror replied that, of course, they were waiting. He would not get to the fourth heaven without it. The young man asked why he was so sure that Xiaoyan would help him with this. Lan replied that it would of course not be possible to act directly and opened the fourth heaven. The young man added that he had discovered them a long time ago, but he could not enter because another tribe of descendants lived there like the clan of Thunderers. Immediately, an irritated voice rang out exclaiming, "Who dared to break into the Taiwan heavens?" After which he noted that the clan of Thunderers was present here. Shouldn't they guard the entrance to the third heaven? What are they doing anyway? Tu Ren Shen was shocked that the fourth heaven also had an ancient clan that ruled there. The young man turned to Lan and exclaimed that an ordinary person like him wanted to enter the fourth heaven. This was simply outrageous. After which he ordered his soldiers to immediately catch this man and bring him to him. Yue declared that since the heavenly doors were open, he would leave everything to his brother too. After which he added that it was Brother Xiaoyan's turn, so the formation under him and his sister was activated and the guys began to disappear. The young man realized that he had been set up. Now he would have to fight creatures whose strength was unknown. Our heroes were transported to the palace, and the guy asked her if this place seemed familiar. The girl realized that this was the tomb of King Xuan. What was she doing here anyway? Gu replied that it looked like another tomb of his, but she couldn't tell if this place was real or not. He thought to himself that in the king's tomb in the southern region, he had mastered the sword of destruction and obtained a soul. If this place was real, then there was a possibility that the guy could find some powerful sword technique. Saya said that there were signs of a struggle around. It seemed that someone had already been there. The young man replied that there was no need to pay attention to it. He had already opened the tomb of King Xuan, after which our hero stated that he already understood what Lan Yue needed from him. When asked, "So what?" the guy replied that it didn't matter. Since he wanted to make a pawn out of him, the young man would try to bring him as many problems as possible. Meanwhile, a skeleton with a sword in his hands materialized on the throne. The boy wondered if this was King Xuan. This must be the king's main tomb. This aura is very familiar. It even attracts his sword. Attributes immediately appeared around him, but it was true qi. Therefore, they can't help much. If so, it would be better to pass them on to my sister so that she could become stronger as soon as possible. Suddenly, Xin Chuyan appeared, exclaiming that Qian was right. This was indeed the king's tomb, and this was definitely his sword. When all the others showed up, the guy wondered where they came from. Did Lan send them here, or did the guys get there themselves? If Yue did this, then Gu knows what he's up to. The king's tomb is definitely connected to the fourth heaven. The guy sent them to sever that connection. The heir of the Fire Heaven sect exclaimed that he never thought that he would obtain the Xuan inheritance so easily. The young man hissed that this artifact definitely did not belong to him. Let him take his hands off it. The young man asked, "So what?" His fight with Tu surprised everyone, but he doesn't think he can compete with the Holy Sect. Our hero replied that he simply wanted to say that this sword already had an owner. Shouting that they would now see if he was suitable for him, the young man rushed to attack Xiaoyan, who immediately put up a defense. Qiu Yan said that this was just a divine ocean stage protective body. Don't think that you have become invincible. But suddenly, the tormented soul of King Xuan appeared from the sword and attacked Xin. Our hero thought to himself that in order to receive the inheritance, it is necessary to first deal with the soul. The girl exclaimed that the ghost was devouring the consciousness of the heir of the holy sector of the fiery heavens. Xiaoyan also stated that he had said that it didn't belong to him, but fortunately, the guy was quite familiar with him. After which the young man began to absorb the soul, since he already knew how to do it. When the Qian clan heir tried to attack him, he received a powerful rebuff. The youth immediately thought to himself that this soul was incredibly strong, after which he exclaimed that even the great King Xuan obeyed him. How did he do that at all? The young man replied that it was none of his business. Therefore, there was no need to meddle where it was not necessary. As Chu Yun fell to the ground, he wondered what had just happened. If it was the soul of the king, then he couldn't even resist it, and Xiaoyan got the sword. Gu handed the sword to his sister, telling her to take it and defend herself with it. Saya objected that she didn't need it. He was the one who received the inheritance, so he should use it. The young man insisted that he already had his own, which he had acquired earlier. Lin asked if he had the opportunity to meet the soul of the king. The guy replied that yes, in the southern region, he came across a tomb where he received part of the inheritance. He did not think that he would end up in this place again. The boy stated that everything was clear now. He had received the inheritance long ago, so Xuan's soul had not rejected it. The young man added that fools have luck. He had snatched a good opportunity right from under their noses. The girl congratulated him and said that the heir of Sin and Mr. Qian did not want to quarrel with him, so she asked him not to hold a grudge. The guy replied that everything was fine. Lin added that it was now clear that the fate of the white lion that Gu sensed was not that simple. Although it had nothing to do with fighting, it was also considered a kind of power for cultivators. The heir of the Jade Pond Holy Sect stated that now all that was left was to figure out how to get out of there. The young man wondered if it had all ended so simply. It turned out that Lan had deliberately let them get the legacy. Then it dawned on him that he had allowed Tu to take possession of the legacy. So to get to the fourth heaven, one needed the legacy of the Thunderers and King Suan. After some time, the guys managed to get out through the activated formation. Sin saw a huge crowd of thunderers running towards the building and wondered what was going on. Gu explained that Lan had opened a passage to the fourth heaven. Ren Shen, who had inherited the Thunder Clan's legacy, followed him and fought the monsters of the fourth heaven. The girl was surprised where such creatures came from. They looked like people with wings. They resembled tribes inhabiting lands beyond the state. Several thousand years ago, the central region was invaded by foreigners. Many people died. After that battle, the clan of Thunderers was considered almost extinct. Suddenly, a stream of energy rushed past them, which they barely managed to dodge. Qiu Yan was indignant. How dare Ren Shen attack him? Is life really not sweet at all? The young man responded to this question by asking whether he really believed that Tu would not be able to kill him, after which he asked where Lan Yue was. The guy wants to kill him for deceiving him. Our hero replied that they didn't know, since they had just gotten out and hadn't even seen him. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, and the young man declared that, of course, only Shao Yan could receive King Suan's inheritance. And these two got there long before him, but they never achieved anything, just useless trash. When the heir of the Fire Heaven's holy sect charged at him, a being from the fourth heavens stood up to defend him. The young man flew backwards at great speed, knocking down his partner along the way. Our hero's next step was to attempt an attack on the young man, but he calmly stated that there was no need to waste energy, since it would not be possible to injure him. It turned out that Lan was deeply mistaken, as Shao Yan instantly broke through his defense, after which he said that he didn't know what he had planned, but everything would definitely end if Yue died. The enemy shouted at him to stop if he wanted his sister to stay alive. Our hero immediately turned around and saw that the girl had been grabbed by two creatures from another world, after which he exclaimed how dare he threaten him. The guy replied that it was enough chatter. If he wanted to get Sire, then he should go to the fourth heaven. It is very interesting to see if the young man will be able to get through there and stay alive. Lin said that she understands that he likes to save everyone, but they can't handle them now. She advises him to return to the sect and think it over carefully. Our hero irritably replied that he had not asked for her help, since he absolutely did not need it. After which, without thinking twice, he went off on his own to save his sister from the clutches of the winged creatures. Tu immediately went after him and said that he did not expect that his enemy would open his eyes. It was a pity that such a brave man would eventually die by his hand. The guys looked at each other in surprise, and the heir of the Fire Heaven sect asked what they should do next. The friend replied that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Lan's plans are linked to the fourth heaven, after which everyone decided to follow them, and if they were going to die, then die. What can you do? Once there, the guys noted that they had no idea that they looked like a city. The young man noted that there was no one around. It seemed that it had been abandoned for quite some time. Suddenly, Tu's voice was heard, saying that they should wait until he killed all the foreigners, and then this would become the site of the Holy Thunderer sect. The young man will definitely make this place safe for his descendants. Meanwhile, the clan leader was thinking, could these really be the two king stage bodies that the stranger had promised? It was a pity that both of them had only received the inheritance of the king's soul. But okay, it's still impossible to bring the king's real body here with his help. A little refreshment wouldn't hurt him either. He has a chance to get out of this prison. This spirit was familiar to him. This was his old acquaintance. He did not think that, having destroyed them once, the descendants would come to him themselves. Meanwhile, the boys noticed that the sky suddenly turned red, after which these winged otherworldly creatures began to appear right above them. As they began to prepare for the attack, Ren Shen gave the order for the Thunderers to enter the battle. To himself, he thought that if he wanted to get to the fourth heaven, he needed to deal with them. Suddenly, the clan leader's voice was heard, declaring that the stray dogs from the Thunder God sect had dared to come here. The so-called home of this clan, the First Heaven, after the defeat in the war, became known as a shelter for stray dogs in the Nine Heavens. And this is their useless legacy. Does the guy really think that it is really valuable? The young man exclaimed that he too was only from a dying clan, locked up here. Where did all this pride come from? Actually, back then, it was his Thunderer clan that defeated them, not the other way around. The man stated that he even knew this. Apparently, this old woman even gave him her spirit. After which, they clashed in an equal confrontation. They were not going to give in to each other. Meanwhile, 3 winged otherworldly creatures were approaching our hero. Gu thought to himself that he didn't intend to fight them. He came because he was invited. Xiaoyan was grateful even though he was used. But it was a big mistake to use his sister to try to threaten him. Then he said that the last time the one who threatened him with it died. But the monsters did not listen to him and still rushed to attack. The winged monsters clearly underestimated him, and so they paid for it with their lives. Having destroyed them in one fell swoop, the guy declared that he had warned him that if he touched his sister with even a finger, be prepared to die. Lan suddenly appeared, saying that he was very interesting. He shouldn't think that he could achieve everything thanks to the blood of a hawk. Did he forget that in the southern region, the princess was captured by the Jade Pond Holy Sect? The young man asked in surprise if Yan Qin was really there. The boy said that his guess was correct. Gu had already obtained the blood of a hawk. That was why he had reached such a level. The former loser from the Southern Guild had turned into a god of cultivation. It's a pity that the Jade Pond plan failed because some brat was faster. Without pure essence, the hawk blood elixir won't work. The young man replied that he was curious as to how the reincarnation of hawk blood could choose him, a scum, as a companion. Plus, he would spend his essence to improve his abilities. After which our hero began to become completely enraged and say that he was talking too much about nothing. The enemy asked if he was really going to kill him. And what about his sister? Did he not care about her life? The girl tried to get out of the sphere and screamed for Xiaoyan to help her, since she couldn't do anything on her own. The guy explained that he had built this prison specifically for Saya. If he had listened to him, Yue would not only have let her go, but would have also helped him in the Jade Pond Holy Sect. Our hero exclaimed that he was tired of listening to empty chatter, after which he cut off the hand of his opponent, with which he held the sphere with his sister. The magical prison was immediately destroyed, and the girl was safely rescued. The young man didn't expect such a turn of events, so he was in a stupor and silently looked at his hand, which was lying on the ground. Xiaoyan stated that no one dares to set conditions for him, much less threaten him with the help of Saya, after which he thanked him for telling him where the princess was at the moment. But today, he would die. Van stuttered, saying that it was simply impossible. He couldn't pierce the body of a divine ocean stage king with one blow. Then he screamed that the winged king would be able to kill him anyway and began to run away, screaming for him to save him. The young man shouted that he would not be able to leave so easily, since he had to die today. Upon seeing our hero, the clan leader noted that it was very interesting. He had the power of a king in his body. After which the man began to fight off our hero's attack in order to save Lan. While he was muttering that a dog should obey its owner, two appeared behind him. The young man dealt him a powerful blow to the face and said that it was better not to be distracted by anything during the fight with him. The man replied that Ren Shen had asked for what would happen next, so now he would pay for everything. He then used his powerful technique and attacked his opponent, who was thrown aside. Qian Taichu noted that the accumulated pure qi had formed a ball, and it was too dangerous. The Winged King declared that now two must understand that he has no chance against him. But our hero said that he should try to attack him. Then they would find out who was stronger. The man noted that he was quite brave to have decided to do something like that and immediately attacked him in response. The girl screamed that they had to attack together. When these two were done, it would be their turn. The young man asked, "Can't she see that it's useless? It's not their level. He's already at the king stage." Xiaoyan thought to himself that he was able to reduce pure qi to a ball attack. He was just laughing at him. Gu can directly absorb pure qi attacks from his body. We need to make him attack a few more times, after which he asked if this was all he could do. The guy thought the king stage was more impressive. The Winged King hissed that he would now see everything in full. Then he launched the energy ball at him again. Our hero managed to jump aside in time, and in the place where he stood, a huge hole appeared in the ground. The young man exclaimed that this was all. Strength and accuracy were of no use at all. The heir of the Fire Heaven Sent sect muttered that he had gone completely crazy and was provoking the king stage. After this, many spheres appeared around the winged creature, and the guy stated that now they were definitely finished. The clan leader said that he should now try to escape. He would see how far he could make it. On the way, the guy was shouting that Xiaoyan had completely lost his mind. Why was it necessary to anger him at all? Meanwhile, the young man watched all this and muttered that he should kill him quickly. How suddenly our hero's voice was heard asking whether he really thought the king could kill him. Then he raised his hand and asked the question that maybe it would be better if he died first. Lan made a huge mistake when he used him as bait. But suddenly, a winged creature covered him with its hand and said that this guy cannot die at his hands. After which he turned to Lan and said that although Gu had already cut off his limb, he was still important to him. Then he began to suck the energy out of him and say that his life would end today in this place. It's a shame because the creature planned to feed this guy to its new body, but he damaged it. However, Shaoyan is stronger than him. The youth is the ideal body he has been looking for so long. Gu replied that he had never understood why Lan was so eager to enter the 9th heaven. It seemed that he had come to the 4th heaven for him. The winged king replied that he had chosen this path himself. There was no point in blaming others. The first 2 people to discover the 9 heavens were Lan Yue and the Thunder Hell sect boy. The youth received the legacy of the Thunderer tribe from the 1st heavens and made his sect holy. Tu became a descendant of this tribe, so he also needs such a person and when the 9 heavens are discovered again. Lan was quite clever, so he gave him the wonderful mirror of the Thunder Clan and allowed him to unravel the secret of the 9 heavens step by step. He broke the seal of the winged clan. The young man asked how the winged king communicated with him from the 4th heaven. He replied that he had let him know of his existence, then brainwashed him through the mirror. Therefore, he was obsessed with revealing the secret of the 9 heavens. Besides, Gu himself saw what Tu had achieved in the 1st heaven. He wondered if the boy wanted to receive another inheritance. Shaoyan realized that Yue did everything according to his instructions. There is no fate, it is all another person's plan. After which he said that his opponent was telling him all this, but he couldn't figure it out. The creature replied that it did not need that. The 4 gates of heaven were completely open. The winged tribe now belonged to the middle heavens. Or rather, now all 5 heavens belong only to them and to no one else. The clan has become the most powerful of all. The guy said that more than a year ago, when he was at the core formation stage, for the sake of the person he loved, he handed over the sword to the king stage. Then it disappeared without a trace. The winged king replied that being at the divine ocean stage, the boy was 2 levels weaker than him. If he were at the life and death stage, maybe he would have a chance. Our hero objected that this level was a piece of cake for him, but the enemy at the king stage was just worthy of fighting them. The winged king attacked him and exclaimed that it was enough to throw loud words to the wind. Let the young man deal with this first and then we can say something. Our hero dispelled the fire sphere and, with a mocking voice, asked for forgiveness for what he had managed to do. The creature was surprised that he absorbed his attack. How did the guy even know such techniques? It was the first time he saw someone who could handle them right away. The young man thought to himself that he had not yet realized that his attacks were made of pure ki, and that was what he needed. Out loud, he replied that he still would not understand it. Now it's the winged king's turn. They'll see how he can handle his sword. The monster easily repelled his attack, so much so that the young man flew back some distance. After which he stated that the way he absorbs his attacks is of course very interesting, but the divine ocean stage cannot hurt him. If we don't give our hero time to absorb, his defense will be useless. Now, let him give his body to him. But suddenly Tu appeared, who told him not to rush. His opponent should be him. The winged king hissed, "Why is the brat from the Thunderhell sect still alive?" Ren Shen replied that his contract had not yet been fulfilled, so he could not die yet. After which he turned to our hero and said that they would resolve their dispute a little later. The creature noted that he was curious as to how the Thunder Clan's old woman could die so easily. It turns out she had already chosen him. The young man replied that he had come here for this moment. It was time to end it. As the new leader of the Thunder Clan, he will carry out the Elder's will and do everything as she said. The war that began 1,000 years ago will end here. His clan will destroy the winged sect. The king charged, shouting that it was foolish to trust the fate of his clan to a whelp. She really didn't want to get rid of him like that. He would make her regret it. A powerful blow landed right where the young man was standing. Although the guy flew back, crashing into the wall, he still managed to stop this attack. The man asked, "What?" He still didn't understand. Passing on the legacy, becoming the head of the clan, fighting him. That was all her plan. After which he pushed the spear with force, which pierced the guy through and through, and added that then their strength was equal, but he was much weaker. This is his so-called end of Tu Ren Shen, the end of his short life. Did he really think that once he reached the king stage, he would be able to make full use of his legacy? The young man replied that he knew. When he agreed to receive the inheritance, he knew that such a day would come. He knew what the price for this power would be. After all, for the sake of victory, she condemned her clan to eternal suffering. The king himself must have realized that the moment he and Lan entered the Taesuan heaven, they had no other choice. They became sacrifices made in the name of both clans. Lan Yue never realized this even when he lost his life trying to gain this power, but there is still something he doesn't even know about. After Tu gained this power, he became the leader of the Thunderhell sect. He was also given a new name, Extermination. Then he grabbed the woman's spirit and asked where she was going. He had already said that they were now one. While absorbing her, the guy added that she might not even try to go anywhere without his permission. This is the king's body that he got from the Thunder Swamp for this day. Shaoyan had to see it. It dawned on our hero why the young man had then put the Buddha seal and used the blood pool. Tu Renshen suddenly grabbed the winged king's face and pushed him to the ground, saying that they would both die today. But suddenly, he noticed that there was a gaping hole in the center of his body. He had a fleeting thought about what was going on, and then he fell down dead. The winged king noted that he was a fool. It was a pity that he did not die at his hands. The spirit of an old woman immediately appeared from his body, and she said that she never thought that after several thousand years she would appear before him in such a form. The woman would put an end to the war between their clans. The man noted that she had not changed at all. Thousands of years had passed since then, and much had changed. She had been greatly weakened in that battle. It was good that he would have to fight her. Did the leader of the Thunderers really think she could win in this state? A body in which she was already dead. The woman replied that it was just one thing. There were many others to choose from. She needs to thank him for that guy's death. Now, their contract is broken because she just found another perfect body. The winged king replied that this was a very interesting coincidence. Was she accidentally talking about Shaoyan? Our hero exclaimed, "Why are they even staring at him? Are they talking about his body or something?" The old woman said that the 9 heavens are actually a seal, and whoever guards it is chosen by it. Let him consider it an honor. The young man replied that at the moment she only made him angry and nothing more. Suddenly the clan leaders rushed towards him, arguing along the way about who should get him. The woman turned out to be quicker, so she approached faster and immediately entered him. The creature noted that he had deliberately forced her to possess him. The hag does not know that the guy can absorb the power of others. Therefore, the winged king decided to act slowly and see how events would develop further. He would wait until they decided who would ultimately control the body. No matter who took possession, they would both be at their most vulnerable. Then he would strike and gain both the body and the power of the old woman. When the sister wanted to rush towards Gu, the girl stopped her and said that this spirit had entered his consciousness. They shouldn't disturb the guy at such an important moment. When asked what to do now, Lin replied that there was nothing to do. The one whose consciousness was stronger would win. Hopefully, the heavens were on Gu's side. If he won, he would inherit the legacy. Or rather, not a legacy, the young man will receive the power of the spirit of the king stage. All that remains is to watch. Meanwhile, the woman noted that it was simply incredible. His consciousness was so pure, much stronger than in other bodies. The potential of this shell is very high. It's a pity that he has little time left before leaving the body since he met her. The leader of the Thunder Clan will let his spirit grow and become invincible. Together, they will cope. From this moment on, she and the young man will be inseparable, as if one whole. But suddenly, a huge ancient bell from our hero's clan began to ring loudly. The young man immediately came to his senses, and the old woman wondered what that sound was because it was able to dispel her spirit. Suddenly, the bell started falling right on her, trapping her. The woman was flying inside him and screaming, "What kind of thing is this in his mind? How to get out of it?" Did the young man really think of catching her and holding her? Let him let her out immediately. He explained that this was an ancient bell from the Boundless Sea sect that he had been cultivating in his mind, just for a day like this. The old woman said to release her, and she will give him the clan's heritage. The hag guarantees that with it, he will reach the stage of king in less than 100 years. Our hero asked why make it so complicated. He would simply absorb her power and that would be it. The woman can relax. He's not like Tu. The young man will quickly swallow her up completely so that she will no longer exist in this world. Meanwhile, the Winged King decided to check who actually owned his body, Gu or the old woman. The sister immediately rushed to hug him and shouted that Xiaoyan had finally come to his senses. The girl was very scared and thought that she would never see him again, so she is very glad that he is okay. The guy noted that she felt that it was him. Let him not be afraid. No one will be able to subdue him. The man shouted that it seemed the old woman had lost and rushed to attack our hero. But the young man immediately put up a defense in front of himself, which his blow could not penetrate. The creature immediately noted that the young man had managed to absorb her power. Gu replied that it was not only hers, after which Xiaoyan pushed him away with such force that the Winged King flew back sharply. Then he said that he had just had a great chance to kill him, but he decided to wait and see who would win. Now, the man was no longer an opponent for him. The clan leader replied that he knew the boy could absorb power, but he needed time to use it fully. If they use it immediately, he will go crazy in less than a quarter of an hour, and then his body will belong to him. The young man offered to bet whether he would last those 15 minutes. After which, with the speed of light, he appeared next to his opponent and punched him in the jaw, saying that this was for Tu-Ren Shen. Even though they hated each other, our hero had to kill him. The enemy pierced his body through and through. Then he would do the same to him. After a series of blows, the Winged Clan representative became completely enraged and declared that he would kill Gu Xiaoyan, after which some fiery balls began to fall from the sky. At first, everyone present could not understand what it was. But when they encountered a person, they had an effect on them that completely clouded their consciousness. Our hero noted to himself that it seemed that these luminous particles could control people's minds. Xiaoyan was finally convinced of this when the heir of the holy sect of the fire heavens rushed to attack him. The sister also fell under this influence. The young man tried to shout to her, but she did not react. All his friends turned into zombies and wanted to deal with him as soon as possible. The Winged King noted that if he did not want to attack, then he should prepare for his death. The guy shouted that this was very mean. He was at the king stage anyway, and he was using such dirty tricks against him at the divine ocean stage. This was just disgusting. The creature stated that he could actually stand up to them all. He only needed to kill them, and then his technique would not affect him in any way. When the boys, with their minds clouded, tried to attack him, our hero threw them aside and shouted for them to get out of the way. Suddenly, Saya came very close and plunged her sword into him. The guy looked into her eyes and said that this was her brother. The clan leader noted that he had accidentally found his weak spot. The guy would rather die at her hands than kill him. If he wants to reach the king stage, he had better get rid of such obvious weak points. Then he put his hand on her head and noticed that the amount of ki had increased. Did he really transfer some of it to her? Maybe he thought that this way she would be able to come out of hypnosis. It's useless. The girl has already reached the limit of the core formation stage, but due to her abilities, she can't break through to the divine ocean stage. That way, he'll only kill her. Is it worth being sad about a woman when you have reached the stage of a king? She only hinders him. When Xiaoyan hissed that he had enough of his nonsense, lightning bolts appeared in the sky. The winged one stated that his ki had only made things worse for her. Soon, she would die in his arms. What a wonderful picture would be before his eyes. The lightning at the divine ocean stage even resisted the king stage, but he decided to give it all up for the girl. Never met anyone like him. For safety's sake, the man will give him something else. Now they will see how the young man can withstand this powerful attack. But when it collided with goo energy, the energy ball simply disappeared. The king muttered that this should have caused the lightning to go out of control. It's impossible. It seems like the boy just absorbed the power of lightning. He can't let him do that. But our hero attacked him first and shouted for him to taste his lightning. Grabbing him by the throat, the boy hissed that he was so hard to lure that he had to let his sister pierce him with a sword. In fact, he absorbed the toy as soon as he touched the girl, and then grabbed the sword to make it bleed. It's good that the king believed that his technique worked. When the winged one muttered how he managed to absorb even lightning, the guy replied that this was the third time he did something like this, so it was a mere trifle. After which he asked how it felt to be constantly attacked by lightning energy. The winged king felt his energy leaving him, so he could only whisper, "How is this possible?" Then the young man turned to his sister and asked if she had finally broken through. Suddenly, the sky cleared up and all the people gradually began to return to their original form. Our hero looked up and noted that the sun was out. It must be all over by now. The sister muttered that she didn't think she would break through to the divine ocean in such a way. Although she had already reached the core formation stage, she was still far from breaking through. But Gu was able to absorb the lightning in her body, and he was completely confident of success. It was as if he had been prepared in advance. Then she approached him and thanked him. From the southern lands to the 9 heavens, he had saved her many times. And today, he helped her break through to the divine ocean. Although she always acted as his elder, she knows that the gap between them is becoming larger. Let him forgive her because he did not want to be a burden to him. From now on, the guy will face even greater dangers. If Saya stays with him, she will only delay him. The girl decided that she would return to the southern region and cultivate. When her strength caught up with him, she would definitely find her brother. Meanwhile, the king sat muttering that he didn't think there was a person in the world who could absorb the power of lightning. It was all because of his ignorance. That's why he lost. Then he realized that someone had come up and started getting angry at who dared to do this. After which he realized that it was the heavenly guardian of the country. The girl said that the Green Emperor allowed him to be the patron of growth, and he made such a fuss because of his personal feud with the Thunder Clan that he couldn't even protect the 4th heaven. Because of him, Lin Schumann will now have problems when she reports everything about the temperature. Now the patron of growth will have to answer for all the stupid things he did. The Winged King shouted that this should not be done, but the girl extracted the artifact from his body. After which the man screamed even louder and went to the other world. Lin stated that she felt very sorry for his clan. Suddenly, all of his subordinates began to lose their strength and fall straight from the sky to the ground. The heir of the holy sect in the fiery sky exclaimed that he was not breathing. They were all dead. The young man saw that the king of the winged ones was dead and some kind of poison was coming from his body. After which he asked what happened. How did he even die since the guy didn't kill him? The girl replied that she didn't know. She wanted to go up to him and check if he was alive, but he was no longer breathing. While the girl was making up a story on the fly, the young man saw that the same attribute as the king was coming out of her body. After which the young man pointed his finger at her and exclaimed that it was she who poisoned him. Sin Chuyan said that she was even weaker than him. How could this girl kill that creature? Xiaoyan said that he couldn't be wrong. The death of the entire winged clan was also related to her. Lin laughed and said that she had heard for a long time that he was special, but this incident really opened her eyes. When asked who she was, the girl asked if he remembered the deity he had killed in the southern region. While everyone was surprised and did not understand what deity they were talking about, it dawned on Sia that she was from the heavenly palace. Our hero rushed at her, shouting for this deceiver to taste his sword. But the girl suddenly jumped onto the roof and told him not to be so nervous. She didn't come for battles. Didn't she really want to know how the princess was doing? Gu hissed that she would definitely go to the Jade Pond. If even a hair fell from her head, he would bury everyone. Schumann noted to herself that he already knew, which meant he only saved her time. After which she said that since the winged clan had died, she had nothing more to do here, so see you soon. Xiaoyan asked if anyone knew how the heavenly palace was connected to the Jade Pond. The guy replied that the palace was shrouded in mystery in this region. It was said that the powerful sect of 10,000 began to earn their position thanks to him. But he was surprised that Lin revealed herself, because usually no one shouts about it. Our hero replied that, judging by his words, the heavenly palace does not advertise its actions in the central region. Why then did the girl reveal herself? Sin asked why they were hiding if the plan had worked. They didn't know what they were planning, so they had to get out of here. There were dead people everywhere, and they didn't want to stay even for a minute. After some time, Qian said that they should report what happened, put their sex, so they say goodbye at this place. Suddenly, the sister also started to leave and said that it was time for her to go to the Green Cloud clan too. Gu said that she doesn't have to go back to the south if she doesn't want to. He has his own mountain peak in the Boundless Sea sect. No one will disturb her there. It's a great place for cultivation. But the girl smiled and replied that she didn't need it. She had already made her decision and it would be better this way. Sia knows that he still has a lot of work to do in the central region. Since you can't help him in any way, on the contrary, he will only get in the way. If the girl returns to the southern region, she will be able to become an elder in their sect. And anyway, they're not saying goodbye forever. She's just going to come home. When he's done with all his business, let him find her. Hugging him, his sister said that she knew that it was very difficult for him to decide now, or that he did not want to make a choice. She doesn't force him to choose. Sia is willing to wait until he saves the princess and can make a final decision. Then she unexpectedly and firmly kissed the young man, after which she added that she would wait for him in the southern region and walked away. Meanwhile, the youth pointed his sword at the elder of the Boundless Sea sect and exclaimed, "Is this really all he can do? How could such a rabble steal from them in the Xiaohan kingdom?" The man replied to the fifth heir that he did not understand anything. They were shameless people who planned to endanger all three of their sects. The clan leader asked how they were better than them. The three of them had conspired to rob their sect, but the plan had failed. Now they had decided to conspire with the 10,000 beginning sect to rob them again. The guy replied that his clan could raze them to the ground in an instant. Why would they need to collude with anyone? However, at the moment, all three of these clans belong to the 10,000 Origins Holy Sect, so their affairs directly concern them. Xiaoyan suddenly appeared and greeted the chief and the second elder. Then he said that today was a bit noisy, so he would return to the peak of heavenly waves. But suddenly, a voice rang out, ordering him to stop. Then a question was asked if he was the leader of the Boundless Sea sect. As the sword abruptly moved towards him, our hero stopped it with one hand and declared that these were not toys after all. Then he realized that he had never seen this young man before and asked in surprise who he was. The man explained that this was Diu Shun, who was the heir of the 10,000 Origin Saint sect and the first heir of the central region. Gu asked if this was the same sect that Qian Taichu said was connected to the heavenly palace. The old man asked sarcastically if he was scared. This sect is one of the strongest in the central region. The young man was tired of listening to all this chatter, so he silently pulled the weapon out of the heir's hands. Then he pointed it at the young man and said that it was enough to swing it around indiscriminately. He simply hated it when people pointed a sword at him. The guy exclaimed that he first stole his weapon while Diu was distracted, and now he was challenging him to a duel. Our hero had already encountered this many times, so he stuck his sword near his feet and told him to attack. But the man stopped him and told him to do it first. He felt that Gu was doing it on purpose. Maybe he could avoid the situation. On the street, a guy asked Gu how he managed to become even stronger than before. Did she see him take the sword? The girl replied that they were on different levels. This little trick didn't mean anything. Our hero asked that since this was a duel, what would they fight for anyway? The enemy replied that if he lost, then everything that happened after the kingdom of Xiaohan was none of their business. When asked what if he lost, Shun laughed loudly and replied that he really didn't read that listening to him would defeat him. Even the head of their sect wouldn't dare say that. Gu clarified that it means he won't bet on anything. The young man replied that if he loses, the guy can do whatever he wants. A weakling like him could be dealt with by the young man with just a sword. After which a huge snake suddenly appeared and rushed to attack our hero. But Xiaoyan dealt with her instantly using one of his techniques. The young man exclaimed in surprise that he had dodged the bloodthirsty python's signature move. Meanwhile, the enemy approached Xiaoyan from behind and struck him sharply, but he seemed to disappear into the ground, after which he materialized behind his opponent and declared that he could do the same. Gu managed to land a blow on him, after which the guy wondered how this was possible. Could he really teleport? The young man pointed his sword at him and asked if they would continue. He had already started to meet him halfway. The man exclaimed what kind of devilish technique the boy had just used. The young man replied that as soon as they encounter something they have never seen before, they immediately consider it a devilish technique. Maybe it is worthwhile to at least occasionally go out into the world. The fifth heir declared that he acknowledged his defeat. There was no point in fighting any further. I thought to myself that his bloodthirsty python was completely overwhelmed by his strength. He wanted to defeat him in close combat. He even used a deadly technique, but he used a similar one against him. He didn't have a chance. Our hero declared that since he had lost, then, as they had agreed, the chief would pass sentence on these three. The fifth heir walked away in disgrace, and the boys shouted for him not to leave them and to save them. But suddenly, Xiaoyan stopped him and asked if he had given him permission to leave. Diu said that Gu could do whatever he wanted. After a while, the clan leader said that if he hadn't returned in time, the sect would have been in trouble, and then asked how his trip to the Thunder Swamps had gone. The young man replied that a few things had happened, but overall everything had gone quite well. The elder said that he heard that several heirs had been killed in the city, and a new abode of immortals had appeared. Now, all the central sects were going to investigate this place. The boy replied that during the martial arts tea ceremony, the fourth heaven was reached, and the entire path was opened. The man asked in surprise, did he really mean to say that he also took part in this? This is good, because he wanted to offer him to go there too, but he doesn't need it now. With him, their sect will soon rise to the level of saints. Our hero replied that, yes, there was nothing to do now. After which he asked if he had heard about the organization of the Heavenly Palace. The leader asked if this meant that he had fought with the 10,000 beginning sect just now, not to put them in their place, but to ask this question. Gu replied that it was true. In the fourth heaven, he learned that the future heiress of the Jade Pond sect was connected to the palace. He also heard that he was also behind the 10,000 Beginnings clan. The man replied that he did. Even though the Heavenly Palace didn't have its own sects, they were literally everywhere. They loved to lure away young, talented cultivators, enticing them with rich resources. But what they do, no one from outside knows. Very few people have seen them, so gradually everyone just began to pretend that they do not exist. He also heard that there were 5 emperors: white, red, black, yellow, and the white head of the east. Each of them had 4 heavenly rulers and 12 generals, and countless warriors. There is a heavenly palace behind many holy sects, but third-rate sects like them don't know what's really going on there. Our hero thought to himself that the 5th heir had said the same thing. Then, in the southern lands, they were in the tomb of King Suan. If we consider that the hawk's blood is also a resource, then the princess in the Jade Pond clan is also the work of the heavenly palace. Then why did Lin speak as if she was afraid that he would not come there? Was it because the guy absorbed attributes and cultivated quickly that they put him in the resource category, just like the hawk's blood? But then, why didn't they just grab him like Yan Qin? Maybe it was because his cultivation was so weak back then that they didn't notice him. If Gu's level continues to rise rapidly, his strength will definitely attract attention. The guy can handle one king, but if there are several, it's not a fact. Our hero just needs to become even stronger. He can't cultivate alone. After which he headed towards the exit and said that he remembered something to do, so he needed to go. Meanwhile, the girl hit the savage with a sword from a long distance and noted that he was dead. In this secret dimension, it turns out there are savages who can create lightning. Too bad the creatures don't even understand what they're talking about. The guy replied that, okay, he didn't have anything anyway. They had to find their lair quickly. Maybe there was treasure there. Xiaoyan watched all this from the sidelines and stated that after Tu's death, the remaining tribe would face such an end. The Thunder Clan and the attribute on his body are very similar. If he can find the remaining members of the tribe and make them serve him, that would be good. He then went to the 4th heaven and thought about how Ren Shen had originally wanted to move the sect here, but in the end, he himself died here. At the moment, most are exploring the 3rd heavens, but soon they will be here too. On the way, he did not meet a single savage. Was there really no one left alive? It seems that Lan opened the passage to the 4th heaven with this thing. How to use it correctly. He only remembers that when activated, the mirror should increase in size. If this thing could open the passage to the 5th heaven, then he could make this place his stronghold and gradually increase his strength. But suddenly, he heard some noise and cried out for the man to show himself. If he did not come out, he would be in trouble. A moment later, the remnants of the Thunderer clan appeared in front of him, who had apparently been hiding in this building all this time. The guys started mumbling something unintelligible, and our hero had absolutely no idea what they were saying. How did Tu even communicate with them? However, it is better to see what attributes can be absorbed. There are many wounded savages here, and they are flying in the air. After which, the young man began to absorb the attributes of the tongue, sword, pure ki, and murderous. He then noted that he had previously only used attributes for martial arts, so he had skipped all the others, but it seemed like they might come in handy as well. After that, he began to understand what they were saying. The guy said that they had no principles at all. As soon as they were seen, they would be killed. They hid here to survive, but sooner or later they would be discovered. The young man replied that it meant they were driven here by the disciples who had penetrated the 9 heavens. What did they plan to do next? The savage was very surprised that he knew their language, after which he added that they had also lost the relic of their clan, a wonderful mirror. After which everyone present began to beg our hero to save their clan, of which there were already very few left. Shaoyan replied that he could help them, but in that case they would obey him. The Thunderer replied that if he agreed to save them, he would become the heir of their clan, and they would follow him. The boy replied that it was fine. Now let them listen to the plan of action. Those who are above the divine ocean stage will guard the entrance to the 4th heaven. They will make this place their stronghold. Now all the sects here roam in small groups, so they will encounter only a small number of opponents. The Thunderer objected that when they completely cleared the 3rd heaven, they would definitely attack the 4th together. Gu replied that they should therefore close the passage here. But the Chia clan and the Fire Heaven sect used another way to get to the 3rd. They will still get here. Therefore, their goal is not to dig into the 4th heaven, but to protect them until they reach the 5th. Everyone knows that the passage is open all the way to the 4th heaven. If they close the entrance to the 5th after they get there, they will be relatively safe. Their goal is to start from the 5th and gradually move towards the final point, the 9th heaven. The guy said that even the 4th heaven was guarded by a king stage being. Even though he had only recently reached it, would they be okay? He replied that there was no need to worry about it. There were too few kings in the world for them not to worry about their lives. Let them wait until he reached the stage of life and death. Then he will be able to fight the king. But first, he must understand how the mirror works, otherwise it is all empty talk. The guy said his name was Aotoba. He was once in charge of their clan's relic, so he knows how it works. If the heir wants, he'll tell him everything. The young man replied that he would be very grateful, as this was the last chance for the Thunderer clan. He thought to himself that he had spent half a day on these conversations. As soon as he figured out the functionality of the mirror, he would be able to make the next move. Meanwhile, the guy was saying that there was nothing to look for in the lower heavens. It was better to follow the savages and find the place where they lived. Since they were already here, they didn't need him anymore. They couldn't just let him wander around. Therefore, he decided to destroy the Thunderer, whom they had been following all this time. The savage ran up to his fellow tribesmen and began to beg him to help him. The young man noted that they had stumbled upon a whole tribe. They needed to deal with them together, and as quickly as possible, since there was little time. The satellite noted that they seemed to live here. In addition, each of them was at the stage of the divine ocean. Van immediately changed his rhetoric and said that they needed to retreat. Since they already knew how to get here, they would return with reinforcements and destroy these parts together. But suddenly, the young man shouted that the passage was gradually disappearing. They would not have time to do anything. The Thunderer stated that the air had closed the passage, which meant that these two could be killed. After which a crowd of his subordinates rushed to attack and the guys begged to let them go. Descending the stairs, our hero noted that it turns out there is a secret room under the palace of the King of the Winged Ones. October reported that he discovered it by accident while exploring the building and looking for a black exit. This is the treasure of the Winged King. Almost all the valuable items of the 4th heavens are collected in this place. Gu noted that this was not bad. He had just closed the ship to the 4th heaven. Now he could use all of this to become stronger. The boy asked in surprise, did he really mean to say that he would give it to the clan? Shaoyan replied, of course. There are many valuable medicinal herbs and alchemical tracts here. In these few days, the boy will make the pills. Let him distribute them to the others and go to the 5th heaven. The Thunderer fell to his knees and exclaimed that he was very glad that such an heir had appeared in their tribe. Gu also found the sword technique of King Suan, all 18 styles. He studied only one in the southern lands, and thanks to this technique he managed to pass through the entire region, and here is a complete collection. If you have watched this far, I am very grateful to you. I hope you enjoyed this video because I put a lot of effort into creating it. I would be very grateful if you like this video and subscribe to the channel.